Ctěné publikum, vážení účinkující, vítejte na festivalu Zlin Design Week s tématem Design a marketing pro všechny. Já jsem Mariana Chytilová a budu vás dnešním dnem společně s Pavlínou Louženskou a Aneškou Hropík provázet. Festival pořádá Fakulta multimediálních komunikací a Univerzita Tomáše Bati ve Zlíně. Festival vzniká díky podpoře Fondu EHP Norska, Ministerstva kultury České republiky a také díky podpoře města Zlín a Zlínského kraje. A hlavním mediálním partnerem festivalu je Česká televize. A já osobně mám velkou radost, že téma inkluzivního, respektive univerzálního designu se prolíná již druhým ročníkem festivalu Zlin Design Week. A než se pustím do poděkování všem partnerům, kterých je dlouhá řádka, tak se s vámi pokusím ty dva termíny, inkluzivní a univerzální design, trochu rozklíčovat. Protože jsou si podobné, často se proměňují a já si myslím, že po dnešním dnu, kdy je budete slyšet v příspěvcích, v panelových diskuzích i během workshopů, vám z nich bude trošku zvonit v uších a myslím, že se postupně dostanou pod vaší kůži a budete je mít v sobě úplně zapasované, skoro jako já. Takže v zásadě platí, že univerzální design navrhuje služby, prostředí, i nějaké produkty tak, aby je mohl používat co největší počet lidí, bez ohledu na to, jaký mají gender, jaký mají mateřský jazyk, jaké mají etnikum, jestli mají nějaké postižení nebo v jakém žijí městě. Inkluzivní design, původně určen spíš pro digitální produkty, je kromě výše zmíněného také design, který bere v úvahu veškerou lidskou rozmanitost a různorodost, různoužitou zkušenost a přizývá ty lidi k tomu procesu tak, aby ten produkt fungoval ne jako jedno magické tlačítko, které to všechno spustí, ale jako více cest, kterými můžete nabídnout váš produkt, vaši službu, vaše prostředí lidem, všem lidem bez rozdílu. A tady ty rozdíly mezi tím univerzálním a inkluzivním designem jsou drobné. A jak říkal Rama Geravo loni, vypadá to trošku, že jsou jako sestry Kardashian. Jsou si velice podobné a rozdílu si všimnete teprve, když ji vidíte stát vedle sebe. Takže nedělejte si s nimi, prosím, dnes hlavu, berte je jako synonyma, používejte je, nebojte se jich a věřím, že to dobře dopadne. Ale abychom dali principům inkluzivního a univerzálního designu dnes zadost, tak vám nabízím malý popis. Před vámi stojí asi 1,80 m vysoká žena, běložka, s krátkými hnědými vlasy, v černých šatech pod kolena a usmívá se zatím, protože ji čeká mnohočetné poděkování. Tak tedy, festival Zlin Design Week děkuje tímto partnerům, kterými jsou Česká televize, Czech Design, Packaging Herald, Hype and Hyper, Design Cabinet, Archspace, Radio Wave, Archizoom, Refresher SK, Article, Ton, Eurocar, Pošta bez hranic, Elements, Tonak, Fatra, RIM, Koma Modular, Město Zlín, Ministerstvo kultury, Fondy EHP a Norska, Fakulta multimediálních komunikací, města, Univerzity Tomáše Bati, Galerie 61, už se blížím, We Are Ferdinand, Obzor, Jedním tahem, Rail Reklam a Kino Art. A nyní, co vás dnes čeká. Máme pro vás nabité přednášky, zajímavé inspirativní diskuze, zážitkové workshopy, na které pořád zbývají ještě nějaká místa, takže pokud chcete, můžete se přihlásit na workshop Hra na inkluzi od 14:15 anebo na workshop Design výzkumných metod v oblasti sexuality a intimity od 15:15. Samozřejmě zde bude také afterparty a paralelně s programem konference probíhá v 7. patře v Open Space ve Skyroomu také odpočinkový relax koutek a chillout zóna. Drobné občerstvení je pro vás připraveno vedle baru, můžete si také kdykoliv zakoupit něco na baru a odpolední pauzy budou tamhle před budovou připraveny 2 food trucky. Ale teď už zpátky do sálu. Máme tady zajištěné simultánní tlumočení, celá konference bude probíhat v češtině a v angličtině. Pokud ještě nemáte svá sluchátka a ocenili byste je, máte je k dispozici u tlumočnické kabiny, případně u členů týmu konference. A já bych se malinko pověnovala tomu, jak vypadal loňský ročník Zlin Design Weeku, protože se hodně věnoval inkluzivnímu designu jako hodnotovému, postové věci. Vyzdvihoval principy empatického sociálního designu, který myslí na všechny a bere v potaz vše, a vyzdvihoval také význam participace. A já vás teď poprosím, zkuste si představit, jak by vypadala dětská hřiště, kdyby je navrhovaly děti. Zamyslete se nad tím, jestli by tam byly takové ty precizní tvary, vysypané malými kamínky. Jestli by tam byly takové ty malé, jednotlivé, barevné atrakce. Jestli by tam byly instrukce, jak to hřiště používat ve výši očí dospělého člověka. A možná si zkuste představit hřiště jako místo, kde jsou zákoutí, trošku bludiště, kde je voda na přelejvání, písek na přesypávání, hlína na prohrabávání, kde jsou možná staré pneumatiky a odložené trubky a věci, ze kterých se dá udělat bunkr. A představte si, kde byste se cítili dobře. Cítili byste se na takovémhle místě, které je možná méně přehledné pro rodiče, ale více tajuplné pro vás. Cítili byste se tam být vítáni? Inkluzivní design. Design pro všechny. Místo, které je přivětivé pro ostatní, je pro mě místo, kde se cítím být vítané. A než se posuneme k tomu, jak vypadala a bude vypadat dnešní konference a letošní Zlin Design Week dnes 9. května, tak mám pro vás pár otázek a prosím, abyste mě na ně odpověděli. Vím, že si říkáte, dneska to tady není na mě, ať si to odpovídá ta ženská tam nahoře, ale já vás prosím, abyste mi na ně odpověděli, budou to jednoduché otázky s odpovědí ano nebo ne. A pokud bude vaše odpověď ano, tak prosím jenom jednoduše zvedněte ruku. Domluveni? Spolíhám na vás. První otázka. Kdo z vás se někdy ztratil ve vlastním městě nebo ve vlastní obci? Druhá otázka. Kdo z vás nikdy nemohl najít toalety a bylo mu blbý se zeptat? Thanks. Kdo jste se někdy snažil vypnout reklamu na mobilní aplikaci, takovej ten malilinkatý čtvereček s tím křížkem a nemohl jste se strefit? Bylo to marný. OK. Kdo z vás někdy musel sejít z chodníku dolů, protože celý ten chodník byl zaskládaný kontejnerama a popelnicemi? Mobilní aplikace bývají tedy větší problém, dobře. Kdo z vás někdy nerozuměl tomu, jak vyplnit formulář a nápověda úplně nepomáhala, dobře. Kdo z vás měl někdy problém přečíst písmo na webové stránce? A kdo z vás někdy narazil na dveře, protože si myslel, že se otvírají na druhou stranu? Nebylo to dobrý. Inkluzivní design si často spojujeme s někým, kdo je jiný než my sami. S někým, komu máme pomoci, kdo to potřebuje. Takový trošku charitativní model. Jo? A málo kdy nám dochází, že my sami narážíme každý den na bariéry. My sami každý den zažíváme frustraci z toho, že jsme někudy nemohli projít, že jsme nedokázali něco vypnout, že jsme neměli internetové připojení. Nezáleží moc na tom, jestli mám v ruce mobil, miminko, berli, parézu nebo zavazadlo. My všichni chceme co nejvíc nezávisle používat prostor kolem nás, služby, které máme rádi, a chceme se umět nezávisle rozhodovat a nezávisle fungovat. My všichni se snažíme a chceme být vítáni. Pojďme to prosím tady ty bariéry okolo společně změnit. Design není profese, podle mě. Design je postoj, je to cesta. A my všichni se můžeme každý den snažit buď vytvářet, anebo naopak nevytvářet a překonávat bariéry okolo nás. Pro větší dopad naší práce Dnes budeme design vnímat jako příležitost pro řešení celospolečenských témat, jako je stárnutí, chronická onemocnění nebo sexuální zdraví. V přednášce Anny Correa de Barro. Budeme vnímat dnes inkluzivní design jako příležitost pro větší biznisový potenciál v debatě s Antonem Gianoumisem. Budeme inkluzivní design vnímat jako příležitost pro větší zapojení uživatelů a uživatelek i opomíjených skupin do samotného designového procesu v přednášce Rákel Marcos a v debatě s Dominikou Potužákovou, Terezou Fasurovou a Tomášem Hendrichem. Budeme inkluzivní design vnímat jako příležitost pro zasažení širší cílové skupiny a pro odlišení našich služeb od těch ostatních, například v debatě s Ann Agard a v debatě s Tomášem Štefkem. Inkluzivní design není jenom věc, která se drží při zemi. Má téměř vesmírné využití a doufám, že inkluzivní design jako příležitost pro rozvoj inovace a udržitelnosti vám dnes představí NIMA SHAHINIAN a Tomáš Rousek. Design je všude kolem nás, v produktech, službách, architektuře, prostředí, ale také v informacích. A je důležité si uvědomit, že inkluzivní design není nikdy hotový, není nikdy dokonalý, je to cesta, po které se můžeme a nemusíme vydat. Cat Holmes, tvůrkyně Inclusive Design Toolkitu pro Microsoft, řekla, inkluzivní design je jako čištění zubů. Je potřeba ho dělat každý den a pořádně, aby z toho něco bylo. A tak já se zeptám vás všech poslední otázku. Vyčistili jste si dnes zuby? Tak pojďme do toho. Our first guest is a high school dropout. Instead of sitting at a desk, he wanted to become an explorer, an inventor, a car designer, and someone who dreamed of the stars. He became a Marine and learned to love problems because they are the genuine reason for inventing new solutions. He became a maker. Do you know what a power outlet, a Lamborghini, and space have in common? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage our first speaker, NIMA SHAHINIAN.
Thank you.
NIMA, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, what an honor to be here. Yes, I'm a high school dropout. Because the schooling system wasn't inclusive. Let me see if this clicker works. Does it? I can't get my presentation up. I have some technical issues here. Going down? There we are. So, well, my name is NIMA SHAHINIAN, as you heard. I'm an astronaut candidate, also senior manager at NOAA Consulting. So I spend most of my time in astronaut training, but first and foremost, I am a designer. I will tell you a little bit about my background, who I am, so you get to know me a little bit, and the story behind how I ended up where I ended up. I'm a pilot, so I spend a lot of my time in the air already. This is my biggest passion, flying. I am an ex-soldier, officer in the Norwegian Navy. I spent 3.5 years of my life in Afghanistan, in the war there. Also some time in Iraq and Somalia. As you know, astronaut candidate. And a lot of you have questions on my connection with the Russian training. Just relax, I'll get back to that. But first and foremost, I am a designer. That's where my biggest passion is. The thing that makes my heart beat is the principle of universal design. Not only universal design, but inclusive design. I have, through my life, both as a pilot, soldier, astronaut candidate, and mostly as a designer, actually mostly as a human being, a father of 2 daughters, created some philosophy on what inclusive design is, which I want to share with you now. So first we have to understand the designer role. What is the role of the designer? I think a lot of designers think they know what it is. I hope most know what it is. But it's super important by anything we are doing to sometimes stop and reflect on what our role is in society. What is my role? How can I contribute? So I think at some point, designers were form givers. We gave shape to objects, making it more desirable. Our role was shaping stuff, making beautiful things. And then we became inventors, inventing the new world. Just imagine, think about it. You know, some may say that human beings, the modern human, has been on Earth for 200,000 years. I think most people agree on that by now. Well, we used our legs as the only mean of transportation for 195,000 years. Just think about this. Our legs was the only transportation we had for 195 years. So 5,000 years ago, some smartass finds out that, hey, we can ride camels and elephants and horses, and we started using animals as means of transportation 5,000 years ago. That was a good idea. So we did that for 5,000 years. 100 years ago, we invented the car. And now, we are driving around in Teslas. In the early 1900s, we took to the air for the first time with the Wright brothers' flight of 200 meters. 50 years later, we landed on the moon. So the last 100 years, the designer's role has been, together with engineers, being inventors, inventing new stuff. And for those who don't understand the analogy of the pictures, these are, I'm a movie fan. But now, I think we are becoming anthropologists. We have a really important role in understanding how humans are affected and is affecting the world around us. How we actually, what kind of needs we actually have. What's the real needs we have? And our role has become something that I think should be making things better. We don't need to invent everything again. We don't need to invent more things. We need maybe to take what exists and make it better. Does it make sense? Yeah? I take the silence as a yes. This clicker is a little slow. So about people. It's all about people, right? We are 8 billion people on Earth. 8 billion people. And we divide people by, in this case, in the case of universal design or inclusive design, we traditionally, the last maybe 10, 15 years, been talking about people with disabilities and people with normal abilities. We created this image of what the perfect human being is. But among 8 billion people, I don't think you will find 2 that is exactly the same. And we have a world that is not designed actually for anyone. Instead of designing for everyone, we don't design for anyone. And that is interesting. So we have people with disabilities. Now I want to look at people, right? We have blind people. We have people in wheelchairs. This is typically what we see when we talk about universal design and inclusive design, right? But we have also people that, the clicker is a little slow, just saying. It's maybe the battery. But sometimes we are, in a short period of time disabled when we are hurt. I think everybody here has been a little hurt at some point. This is something we forget about. And right now, we have a war in Europe, giving Europe thousands of people that is in the midst of change of their abilities. This is a Ukrainian soldier. And then this is interesting, because a lot of people think that being disabled is all about having an injury or being born with some kind of difference. But these guys are actually disabled in this picture. Think about that. We are, if we look at how nature was intended to create us, born with ears so we can hear alarming sounds. What happens if it starts a fire on this train? An alarm goes off. Hopefully they will hear it, but you get my point, right? The point is, when we are listening to music, we are also disabled at a short period of time. This guy, wearing a big backpack, he won't be as fast as he would be. He couldn't run from dangers if something happened, the same way he would be able to without the backpack. I have no words. But this also, social class. We, talking about a man from Norway, are among the lucky 2% richest people in the world. Even our middle class is among the 2% richest people in the world. And we are creating a world for me, for people that can afford everything. Good design is something that is reaching only the far richest in the world. This is also uninclusive. Color of skin. We are dividing by race. We are not designing a world that is including everyone. An example of that is this name. This is me. I was born in Iran. I have a name so difficult, especially my middle name, that I don't know how to spell it myself. But that's not the problem. The problem is, at that time, when I was finished in the military, 10 years of service in the Special Forces of Norway, I came home. I didn't have any education. I applied for over 200 jobs. Not one interview. And this talk is actually a big fuck you to those that didn't get me to the interview. But what I tried was to send the application with a different name. I got a lot of interviews. This is the reality. And also gender. Do we design a world for all genders? This woman in the picture is not a stranger to me. This is my mom, Noura, in Iran, when she was a student. And this is her student card. So, she was jailed, she was tortured, and forced to wear this shit. And we are not designing enough for women. Inclusive design. Now we are going into space talk. Well, many of you might be thinking that this picture isn't that inclusive, but it was on purpose. When we put text on a difficult picture, nobody can read it, right? So inclusiveness is in the small details, always. I want to talk a little bit about this. This is an interesting project I did, because this project is the shortest, easiest, least complex project I ever done in my life. And it's been, shadowing me for the last, I think, 12 years or so. It's a really easy idea. This is the finished product. And it's sold for a lot. This is 20 million Norwegian krones. equivalent of 40 million Czech crowns. Was that correct, right? Yeah. I was a second-year bachelor student when I sold this concept for 40 million Czech crowns. I didn't spend any of the money on myself, just saying. I'm a really simple guy. I invested the money. That's not the point. The point is, this was a really good confirmation on a product that was needed. The idea behind this started out by looking at a problem, which I'm going to talk to you about. Because in order to have success, first and foremost, for me, success means creating a product that works for all. That's the first point of success. I think by stop looking for great ideas, I think that's the dumbest thing we can do. We should start looking for great problems to solve, because we are surrounded by problems. The chairs you are sitting on, the clothes you are wearing, everything is a problem waiting to be solved. Everything can be redesigned, becoming better. That's the philosophy. So this is the first prototype, handmade prototype. And this is actually a good example on looking for good problems. Because when I was working on this and designed this, a lot of people asked me where the idea came from. Where did you get the idea? And the answer was always, no, I didn't get the idea. I saw the problem. The problem was that for most of us, it's just a little irritation when we can't find the way into the socket. Little irritation. Nothing that is life-changing. But for a blind person or a person with different kind of motor skills, it's actually impossible. And solving this problem didn't come as an idea. It came as a problem. And this is actually the very first prototype, looking like a toilet. This was the electrical outlet, the first prototype, because it wasn't an idea, it was a problem. This prototype actually worked better than the one I ended up with. The reason I chose the concept that I chose was that if I would make this, it would end up being a helping aid because it looks shit, and we agree on that. So I needed to find a compromise with something that works and something that is desirable enough that all of us wants it, right? So for those who can't see this, this is the rectum of a cat with the slogan, "Don't be an asshole." And there is a reason for this. I think that's also a really important part of doing good inclusive design. Don't be an asshole. Because empathy is actually a really, really good strategy. It's a good strategy for design, it's a good strategy for business, and most important, it's a good strategy to create products that are good for all of us, right? Some of you have seen this philosophy, and this is the philosophy I work with by anything I do. There is nothing in my line of work because I think this philosophy, designing for the extremes, in the one end, you have what we call disabled person. In our project, we call it differently abled person. And the other end is what society has been calling the perfect specimen of humankind. So if you make a product that both of these extreme out of ends will end up using and works for both of them, you kind of cover everything in between. And you know, if you are an asshole and only think about the money and the cynical business through it, good for you. But if you use this strategy, it's both good for people and it's good for your business because you open the market even more. So now I want to talk to you about the next step project. Because a lot of people are interested in the astronautic things that I'm doing these days. I get that. So, let's get the Russian thing clarified first. Yes, I was training in the Russian vehicle in Moscow, Star City. All right? I was training on the Soyuz rocket, which is actually a good rocket. regardless of who made it. Actually, the boosters were made in Ukraine, just saying. I was training in Russia because in 2011, when the US shut down their space shuttle programs, until 2020 or 21, the only human-rated rocket capacity was the Russian capacity. So everybody was training in Russia. I was training in the neutral buoyancy lab with spacesuits. I lived over 2 years north of Moscow doing my astronaut training. I was doing training in a spacesuit, a lot of training in a spacesuit, which is not inclusive design, by the way. It's not even designed for healthy people. And then this happened. I guess you guys know what this is. So there was one astronaut in training in the whole world that did this. I will interpret this for you. This is from a Norwegian newspaper. I finished my basic training of 2 years in Star City 2 days before the invasion of Ukraine. 2 days. I was still in Russia when the attack came. So we went to Moscow, checked in at the Norwegian embassy, and got out of Russia. The day I landed in Norway, I cut all my cooperation with Roscosmos and the Russian government immediately. So, if anyone has any questions on that, that's what happened. Now, I'm training with SpaceX, and I'm going to talk to you about what we are doing with SpaceX. So 50 years ago, 60 years ago, when we were sending people to space, we had these sexy suits. Beautiful, right? And the Americans called them the right stuff. It's so American, the right stuff. So the right stuff is people that have never lost a tooth or a nail, and they are brave, and they can fly to the moon, and they are fighter pilots. That was the American definition of the right stuff. But things are changing. We don't have the right stuff anymore, because there is no such thing as the right stuff. The only right stuff we have is in here. The rest is only the vehicle of transportation, right? So when I cut the cooperation with the Russians, I had two choices. Either carry on alone, no support from the Norwegian government, and I needed to build a team. So I started recruiting people and developing a project which is interesting. So first, I recruited the two guys beside me. I will tell you who they are. This is a picture of the group of people that we are. This is the Norwegian astronaut candidates, and they have different backgrounds. As you see, the first row, they are all sitting in wheelchairs. So we started developing the project we called Next Step. I will give you a couple of examples on who these people are that we recruited, that they called disabled. This is Mr. Trond Hammer, one of our astronaut candidates. As you see, he's a police officer. I can promise you he is more able than I am. He was the lead of the special police in Norway. This is the man that arrested the terrorist 22nd of July in Norway, 2011. This is him. 2 years later, he falls on his bike, breaks his back, and becomes paralyzed forever. 6 months in the hospital, straight back to police work, but not in the field. He's now an instructor and working 90% of his time as an astronaut candidate, going through tests and able to be one of the persons that will fly with us. The other one is Kjetil Brakstad. Kjetil Brakstad is ex-former Norwegian Special Forces. He lost his leg in Afghanistan, and the Norwegian government didn't give him any support. He didn't get any cash. So what did he do? He became a lawyer. He took a full-time education, 5 years, became a lawyer, sued the state, and won. We tend to like people like that. So this is the International Space Station, and many people are asking us, why are we doing this? Why are we bringing people with different abilities to space? And this is what I'm going to tell you about now. This is not a PR stunt at all, and there is a really good reason why we are doing this. The International Space Station is 23 years old. It's been in space for a long time. It's an international corporation, and it's not universally designed. This is, well, the moon. And this is Mars. So I will tell you a little bit about these bodies that are surrounding us, if the clicker works. So, the distance between the International Space Station and Earth is 400 kilometers-ish. So if an astronaut gets hurt on the International Space Station, if I would get hurt on the International Space Station, it would take 2.5 hours in an evacuation routine to get me back on Earth. So from the moment I get hurt till I'm on a modern hospital on Earth, 2.5 hours. That's the evacuation procedure. Going to the moon is 400,000 kilometers away. An evacuation would cost around $200 million and take around 1 week. A patient could actually die. Going to Mars is 400 million kilometers away. A mission to Mars takes, if Mars is close to us, takes 3 years, give or take. So the reason we are doing this is because if we are going to do expedition to Mars, we need to be prepared to adjust to those people that will get hurt on the way. So universal design and inclusive design is also about the practical aspects. We can never go to Mars without figuring out how we can take one person, which was what society called abled, to becoming disabled, and still use that as a resource. And this is also an ambition some people have, and this is colonizing Mars, making humanity multiplanetary. But what does that really mean? There is a moral to this. If we train astronauts the way we do today, you will end up getting what I previously called the perfect specimen of humankind to Mars. Where will the diversity be? Will we choose the perfect ones to colonize Mars? We can't do that. That is a moral obligation that we actually have. So that's the second reason. Does someone get this? No one. It's from a science fiction movie, okay? Point is, at some point, we will also go on deep space explorations. That will happen. And on deep space explorations, children will be born on spaceships. So what are we going to do with those who aren't born the way we think they were going to be born? We can't dispose of them, right? So, remember gender talk? Back to the International Space Station. Space exploration has been really not gender efficient at all in any way. There is these stories of female astronauts going to space with NASA for 8 days missions and male engineers asking them if 1,000 tampons is enough for an 8-day exploration. But this is the best example. This is Christina and Jessica. I trained with both of them. Two amazing people. Amazing people. They were due to do the first full female spacewalk on the International Space Station 2 years ago. And they had to postpone the spacewalk. The reason for that is NASA only had one female-sized spacesuit. So because of Jessica's breasts, which is totally natural, she couldn't fit into the spacesuit. The spacesuit was made for men. So they hurried up and made a new torso and sent it up, and they did the spacewalk, which was probably the best 10-hour spacewalk in human history. Probably the only one with no mistakes. because they are smart. But that shows where we are now. So the last few minutes, I will tell you about another project that we are doing. That we found out that science is made possible through diversity. This is a really cool word. I will say it out loud. This is space-associated neuroocular syndrome. Short, SANS. Doing deep space exploration, going past the moon, there are a couple of more, but the other ones we have control over, but there is one huge red flag that we have to solve. And that red flag is SANS. SANS is the pressure change in the cranial. It's a cranial pressure change. So what happens is that astronauts more than 1 year-ish in space will experience the pressure in the head changing. So the eyes lose their round shape, and the sight starts going away. They can turn blind. And parts of the brain starts collapsing. But we don't know anything about SANS, because we have never been able to measure SANS. We did it on Earth, but never in zero gravity in space. So no one has ever been able to measure SANS. And there is a reason for that. The reason is, to measure SANS, you have to do in-flight, orbital, I will speak in language that is understandable soon, invasive procedure, which means that we need to do a spinal cord surgery, opening the spine, putting in a sensor in microgravity in orbit in space. Invasive procedure has never been done in space before. Nevertheless, in the spine. I would die if anyone did that to me, because my spinal fluid would change. I would die immediately. So it's impossible. So NASA and European Space Agency are pulling their hairs. We can't go to Mars. How can we solve this? Well, this was humor, okay? I hope you got it. So what we did was, we recruited this guy just beside me, Niels, which is an amazing pilot, a doctor specialized in radiology. And we recruited that guy also, which is Terje, Mr. T. He's the world's foremost neurosurgeon. 2 PhDs in spinal cord surgeries and brain surgeries, and also the head of the medical board for European Space Agency. Both of them were European Space Agency astronaut finalists, top 20 among 24,000. I recruited them and said, how can we solve the SANS problem? So we created a science based on what we have of resources, and this is the resource we have. We have Lena, which is one of our candidates. Lena is a mother, she's a doctor, and she's born with spinal bifibia, which means that her spine is wide open. She has a 20-centimeter open hatch in her spine. She is strong, she is intelligent, she has everything needed to become an astronaut, and she is the subject that makes neuroocular syndrome test actually possible. So we are flying now in a SpaceX Crew Dragon together with Lena, and we are going to conduct a surgery, this is on Earth, inside the Crew Dragon, turning the Crew Dragon into a surgery room. I'm the poor guy that has to be in that capsule looking at this crazy shit, but it's going to be interesting. This is the capsule, this is the size. And we are redesigning it now. This is a picture taken before Lena was selected. This is from our training in Hawthorne, California, in the SpaceX Dragon. So that's what we're going to do. And I think I'm almost on time. Thank you for listening to me.
There will be Tomáš as well. There will be Tomáš as well. We will invite Tomáš.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. The guest who will join us now is a terrestrial and space architect. He believes that imagination is a superpower. And space exploration is a key to sustainability on Earth. He has designed a Martian greenhouse or robotic systems to print dwellings from lunar dust using microwaves. Welcome the man who can dream, Tomáš Rousek.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. I hope this will start working. No.
You have to point it that way. Experience.
Let's go forward. Okay, here we are. As you mentioned, I was involved in a few space projects as well. And it is funny that what brings me to working in space industry is also my handicap, because our family is too tall. One of the disadvantages is that you can't buy nice shoes in my size. Our daughter just turned 3 years old, and we are buying for her clothing for 5 to 6 years old. And she is today in zoological garden. And it is a problem when I went to Star City, for example, that I saw the seats for cosmonauts. And I had to laugh because it's the size for my daughter and not for me, you know.
Yes.
And everything is super claustrophobic. So that brings me to studying architecture and space architecture and focusing on building larger structures in space. I went to NASA JPL, and I had the opportunity to work with the biggest experts in robotics on 3D printing new modules. Basically, that led to many concepts that we did not only for Moon, Mars, but also we built first 3D printed house in Czech Republic, Prvok, with my friends from ČVUT University. And we also wanted to show how it would look like if we start building modules and cities on the Moon and Mars, such as New Prague on the Moon. And when I met with TV Nova, they were asking me, what are we going to drive there? Because we are automotive nation. So we designed it also first Czech lunar car, Luniak, inspired by Škoda Enyaq. And the 3D printed modules behind it, they enable you to build much bigger structures that can enable to live better, not only to any kind of humans, but also to bring their plants and animals and really start extending our biosphere to other places in the universe. You should redesign this.
I know, I thought about that.
You both should, actually.
I wanted to show you, for example, quickly, we worked with European Union on some space greenhouses. The test is happening right now in Antarctic, and I was responsible to design structures that can inflate and automatically deploy internal structures inside, so the astronauts don't get their hands dirty and they don't waste time. And it is basically a combination of like inflatable structures covered in a 3D printed shield from radiation and micrometeoroids. And then we are helping several startups in space industry, for example, to start building a new generation of modules that can be bigger than ever, that can be robotically welded and assembled directly in orbit or on the moon. And it can be so big that you can not only put there habitation and laboratories and so on, but you can even start thinking about cultural activities. And I'm also helping to Solstar, which is building components for interplanetary internet. Myself, I met, for example, at NASA JPL with the guy who invented interplanetary internet. My friend from there, he was like working on the first mission that implemented it. And now it is really happening. And I designed it, for example, Wi-Fi router for a NASA Gateway space station module Halo in the middle. And that can be used also on the moon base and other places. And for example, on Earth, I got opportunity to work on many interesting mega projects such as Olympic Games and football championships, Formula One, designing new power plants and public buildings for transportation and so on. Most recently, for example, we wanted to focus on making the most sustainable Czech Expo pavilion ever built. This could have been like the most sustainable and also the most accessible. But unfortunately, another studio won the competition with a proposal which is a nightmare for any wheelchair person, and it's not sustainable at all. So it's always about the priorities. If you really prefer like universal design, or if you want to have something fancy, but it excludes 20% of the population there because you can't enter it with any children on trolleys and wheelchairs. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomáš. Yeah, that's better. Thank you for your presentations and both of you for introducing a bit of yourself, but please join me in the club of people who describe yourself not only because of someone who can be blind, but also because of someone who is sitting behind this column, so he cannot see us. So please describe what you're wearing, how you're smiling, and so on.
Well, I'm wearing a blue-colored flight suit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fireproof flight suit, so I'm kind of safe here. It has some of my badges and the flag, which I'm going to fly with. And this is something that I train with and also use in space. I have black short hair, a little beard, and smile a lot.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. What about you, Tom?
Well, I'm wearing gray trousers and yellow sweater, which reminds me of Lego, and that is connected with my work for Lego right now, because we are launching Lego space shuttles to edge of space in 2 weeks' time, and bring there 1,000 Lego astronauts and give it to children afterwards, so we can bring a new generation of space engineers to Czech Republic and Slovakia and other places in Europe.
Okay.
So I look like a Lego guy.
Welcome, Lego guy and the astronaut. Please tell us why did you fall in love with space for the first place? Like, what was the initiation point for you, Nima?
For me, falling in love with space was all about, first of all, exploration in itself is fascinating to me. I think it's a human thing to be attracted to exploration in many ways, but also the technology development, the ability we humans have as such advanced species that we can leave our own planet. I think that is amazingly fascinating. And of course, getting older and understanding what we are actually doing in space with medical tech development, technology development, etc., it just fascinates me more and more.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. And you? That's better.
Yeah, because I want to face you better. I was always trying to be like, first I wanted to be garbage truck driver. That was my dream when I was a kid, because I had like a big toy as a garbage truck. And then later I wanted to become an inventor, a Renaissance inventor like Leonardo da Vinci. And that was also like laughing matter for my friends. And everybody was laughing at that. And actually during the time, I was living most of my life at Cosmonaut Station in Prague. It used to be Cosmonaut Station, now it is higher. So I was walking every day around the statue of the Czech astronaut Vladimír Remek, and And it was like a natural that after a while I met Remek himself, and I met also many other astronauts. Like I was working with Buzz Aldrin, and I met like tens of other astronauts, and that is kind of natural for us because Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia is actually third nation in the space after Russia, America. Czechoslovakia was the third one. And I think it's kind of in our heritage, and we should work with this heritage in the future. Yeah.
And on that note, I just have to say also, one amazing thing with space is also, it always used to be uniting. So the International Space Station, the cooperation between countries, building that. So the uniting part is also, the being different countries and working on the same goal is interesting.
But do you think is it united now after the occupation of Ukraine?
No, the
is there any
cooperation.
change in the situation?
The cooperation is breaking apart. The Chinese are doing their thing, not allowing anyone else to their space station, which Thomas knows a lot about. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think, is destroying the whole space industry, of course. But then the countries that still are working together really needs to lift that up again. Yeah. And it's not uniting when we are excluding different kind of abilities either. So
that's right.
Yeah.
What did the space training and also being a dropout taught you and make you a better designer?
Yeah, well, the dropout story is kind of fascinating because, yes, I am a dropout, high school dropout, but I have a couple of bachelors and masters after that, in between. And I think the cool thing for me has been the extreme contrast with being in a school, not getting anything out of it, not understanding what's being said, to doing this extreme advanced math and physics and all those kind of things. So it's been cool. And I think, my astronaut colleagues in Russia, when I was training, they think also they never heard of a dropout that became an astronaut.
Okay. Do you have some experience which made you think you can build things in space?
Well, I was studying architecture, and
why stay on Earth? Go bigger? Or?
Yeah. Well, I was always interested in the future. So when I was working on terrestrial architecture, I was always trying to implement like new technologies and so on. And then when I was thinking like what are the next steps and new challenges for the whole mankind, really going to space is like next evolutionary step for all mankind and all our biosphere. So basically, I was thinking it is good to gain experience also in the space industry, and it helped me to go to International Space University to study specific fields that are necessary to do space projects.
And what do you think we can learn from the space and use here at home in our everyday life?
Well, I think there is like many things that we can learn, and I think it's not so much disconnected from what is going on Earth. So there used to be some technologies that were, for example, invented for space flight, and now they are helping us here. But I think that if you go to space, you need to redesign many things to make them working better outside there, to make them more reliable and more efficient. And I think in the future we can see like some good examples, for example, for climate control and closing the loop of the metabolism inside the habitats. Some technologies like this can help also with dealing with climate change and so on. You can already see some good examples. Yeah.
But there are a lot of examples on that. Technologies that has been developed from space industry, right. Technologies that we are using right now, sitting here also, right? So we have a lot of medical technology and other, laptops, suspension systems in shoes. There are the list is really long. So.
This is the list of technologies and things, but what about mindset? Do you personally have some change in your mindset after being trained, or when you're thinking about designing in space, and you can use this mindset for designing here just in Zlin, for example?
Yeah, and I think my mindset is a lot towards the because I'm not one of those astronaut candidates that we need to go to the moon to do the science. We need to go to Mars to do the exploration. But I'm not a fan of colonizing Mars, to be honest. I'm not there. I'm asking the question, why should we do that? But the point is, when we are pushing boundaries, we also need to work together. And it's the collaborating mindset of how to create new stuff where we thought it wouldn't be possible to do it different. That's kind of the thing for me. So
I really like the idea during your presentation that if we plan and design for the margins, for the extremes, the mainstream will follow. We cover also our the grayscale in between. When you think about yourself, about your abilities and experiences, do you have some sort of experience or ability bias which makes you thinking narrowly and not to be open enough to design inclusively? Do you have some personal traits you have to overcome again and again to open yourself more and to design for everybody? Tomo?
Well, I think if I do architecture, it's really like important to go through the checklist and really make the things according to norms, according to guidelines, and then you really need to take all these things into account by law, you know, and it's already encoded in our system that we should be open to many groups like this. I think that our society has gone a long way already, and I think my bias is that, for example, I love ramps in buildings, but you can't build them according to current standards because they are so strict that overcoming 1 meter here would need a ramp that fills all this building, all this room, you know.
And have you ever tried to be in a wheelchair and go straight to the ramp, which would be shorter?
Well, I didn't try it. I would probably have to ask somebody from you to push me up.
Yeah.
Or I would need to, you know, like really train hard. But sometimes it's really challenging.
I am a checklist person. I would love to have a checklist to make it right. But is there something else above from the checklist which make you better designer overcoming this experience bias?
Well, you know, doing astronaut training, everything is about checklists, but I don't like checklists. And the reason I don't like checklists, especially as a designer, you know, a lot of the checklists that we go through is made by the public sector. And the public sector is doing, in many ways, a great job, and in many ways, they have a long way to go. It is politics and economy and so on and so forth. But the problem with checklists is that we think that if we follow checklists, we do everything perfectly. I think as designers, we need to push those boundaries and also ask critical questions about the checklists. Can we push it even further? Problems with checklists, especially from, let's say, you know, the city development, from governments and the public sector, is that we follow them, and then we kind of pet ourselves, and we're happy, we've done our job because we followed the checklist. Why can't we push it a little further? Why can't we do it a little better? So I think checklists kind of, it's good, it's important, but it holds us back a little bit also.
So if we move checklist aside, are you in a close cooperation with people who are differently moving around? I don't like the term differently abled, but still, who have different perspective on the world. Do you have them in your teams?
We do. We also try to, you know, as a designer again, you know, insights, understanding humans is probably the most important thing we do. That's the anthropology statement I have. But what we often do is, I could say, we had this discussion with Christina the other day, sitting here. We had this discussion, I was talking to one friend of mine, which is gay, and saying, you know, he's been a friend of mine forever, and I was like, I don't care what you are. And he told me, why don't you care? Because if you don't care about the fact that I'm gay, you are colorblind. You have to acknowledge my problems. You have to acknowledge the things that I struggle with. And that's the same with, you know, everybody. Everybody is different from something else. This is the relativity theory. So what is the normal which everything is different from? All of us are different from each other, and we have to acknowledge, you know, some people are, have darker skin, some have different sexual orientations, etc., etc. So doing insights and trying out, you know, try a wheelchair for 2 hours. Good for you, but you won't understand it until you actually live in it. Until you know that you can't get up and walk out of it. So we can't be colorblind. I think that's super important.
And some would say that we cannot use the word "we can't be colorblind" because it's in some way discriminatory. But
Yes.
Do you think yourself being disabled by normality, that you're too usual, normal, can create a good design?
I think many cases are designed for normal people that are not existing. Many of these guidelines are already obsolete. I think it is really good to speak with people when you are designing something and really like ask people to try it, to see it, and so on, and to include as many testers in the process.
And in which stage or phase of design you invite other people's perspectives and opinions in it?
I try to do it from the very beginning, and one of the keys of our process is that we include like many disciplines. And when I start the architecture project, I start working with people that are totally not architects, and I speak with people who is like movie director or a musician or a construction manager or a scientist and so on. And it's always good to see the problem from many different angles, and that helps you to find new solutions. And I think that's crucial now, not to design for the normal people, but to see like each of the users, that you imagine the normal user, which is like each of us is unique in some way, and then thinking like how this would be accepted and so on.
Thanks. What would you both recommend to these students, designers, professionals, when they are thinking that they would start with inclusive design and try to incorporate inclusive design in their work? What would you recommend, NIMA?
Yeah, well, I always recommend, some of the recommendations came on screen here. First and foremost, don't be an asshole, be empathic. It is important, it is a good strategy for you as a person, but also in your line of work. But I think, thinking holistic, yes, when you solve one problem, you create 50 new ones, but that's the job you chose. If you don't like that job, you could become a doctor or a garbage truck driver or whatever else. But the work of a designer is exactly to see all problems and solve all of them as much as you can in order to solve the main problem. So I think that's my main advice: being holistic and not being an asshole.
I can remember these two. What about you?
Well, yeah, I think we have like so many big challenges in front of us. It could be daily small challenges, but also the big ones that are beyond our control and imagination. And I think it's important to speak with each other, because the person next to you can be maybe your best colleague for next project. I would love to work with any of you guys on the next projects as well. It would be great to collaborate on something.
We are going to work together.
We already spoke about it. It's really perfect that we have an event like this as an opportunity not to see just 5 boring slides that I'm showing here, but really to meet people here and really like put heads together, think what are the projects and problems we need to solve, and let's chat during the coffee and like say hello to everyone around you. Don't be shy, as we are shy nationality a little bit. Like Czech people are shy when speaking to strangers, So don't be shy and really like let's put heads together. Let's start new projects here. Yeah.
I think that's a really nice invitation from Tom to go out to Chill Out Zone or take him for a beer. When we talked earlier, you mentioned that the world is not inclusive at all. So I want to ask you, what do we have to change so it will be in the future?
Oh, that is a great question. I think thousands of years ago we started, and we also talked about this, right? We started projects that we knew we weren't going to see finished. You know, we built the Notre Dame, we built the pyramids, we started out projects that we knew that not us, not our kids, not their kids would see. So we are changing so fast that we don't want to work on projects that we won't see finished within, 6 months. If it's not in the market in 6 months, we don't want to touch it because we are so eager. But I think it's so important to have a mindset where we think, what do we want the world to look like in 200 years, in 300 years? Because now it's the beginning of that. The world we are living in now started the creation of thousands of years ago. This is just an evolution. Prague being one of them, right? If you look at the roads, it's impossible to walk there, nevertheless have a trolley or a wheelchair with the stones on the ground. It looks beautiful, but it's unpractical. It's not universal, it's not inclusive. But these were, we need to think a long way into the future and able to start changing now, I think.
What do you think about the future and the implication of inclusive design in the space?
I think it's really happening now that these topics are being taken more seriously, and it is important for a really long-term outlook. If we are going to exclude some groups, or if we would like to actually make the design as to serve everyone, for example, ISA, they are organizing some online conference that you can join as well in 1 week, which is about accessibility in space, and it is important to think that if we are moving from our planet to other places, it's really not. It's part of a really long evolution that already lasts billions of years, and we are just one of the species on the planet, but there are millions of them. And it would be great to think. Not selfishly, just about people and white American Superman going to space, but we should see it as an opportunity for all biosphere to find new places where to live, and it's a really good always to zoom out and see it in a very long context.
Nima, you showed a big support for not only Iranian but women in general.
Yes.
Do you think your design empower women, us, in some way?
I don't think I'm doing enough. I'm self-critical. I think I could do more as a designer. I think the world is doing too little. I don't think we acknowledge the problem we have regarding gender differences. I have 2 daughters myself, Isabel 17 and Michaela 13, and they are already being shaped by the world telling them what they can and cannot do. So we have a long way to go. But I am, to be honest, I'm not super proud of my own work there. I'm trying, but it's not enough.
Okay. What about you? And your questions to Nima or Tom? Do you want to ask these designers and space and terrestrial architects something? Don't be shy.
Yeah, you can everyone chat with us at the coffee as well. It's really great that we are here.
But still, sometimes it's great to hear someone else asking something and get the answer.
I think everyone has something on mind. Maybe we can go one by one if you want. You have some questions, Anthony? No.
Nobody. Everybody want to join you, have a beer and chat upstairs.
Myself, I'm always also shy to ask questions in public like this. Maybe sometimes it's good when you have this online system where you paste, where you can write the question.
That's right, and sometimes
or beer.
Good.
Or beer.
Or a silence, because sometimes we just have to give them some time. So please, enjoy the silence. And there is a question.
Thank you. I have a question to Nima. Apart from people who are wheelchaired, are you also taking people like blind people or deaf people to the space as well?
That is a really, really good question. We have been testing over 50 people with different kind of I don't like this word, but I have to use it because that's the word we have, disabilities. So we have been testing blind people, we have been testing people with also mental disabilities like autism, etc. So we are working together with a company, American company that is run by George Whitesides. You know, doing this, we have a really tight cooperation with NASA and a lot of huge space agencies. And we are working with a company called Astro Access. Astro Access, they don't plan on sending anyone to space, actually, but they are testing out how different abilities work in microgravity with what's called a zero-G plane. They are flying people up in a plane, and the plane falls down, and you get like 35 seconds of you know, zero-G. The problem is when you're talking about, you know, some sort of disability, for instance, like being blind, it's orientational problem. So we, together with Astro Access, is now working on different solutions on orientation with sound, actually. So we are working with that. We are working with different disabilities like how to handle autism, which is, you know, many people don't see that as a physical disability, and it's not either, but it could be a good thing. It could be an edge if you can have a really efficient astronaut if that person has autism and you find a way to stimulate that person in space, for instance. So yes, we are working with all kinds of disabilities that we can. Now, we have a lot more people that we are working with than only the candidates we have.
Thank you. Anybody else? It's comforting. Can you add, at the end of our discussion, one thing which would you wish for the audience to take away from this presentation and this conference? Tom?
I would say, like, zoom out and think broadly, and that if you see the planet from the space, it really changes the context, and that really, like, helps you to think about all these, like, things happening here around you on a political level and your personal level. It really helps me.
Thank you. Nima?
Well, yeah, zoom out, of course, I totally agree. Don't only listen to middle-aged men. The future belongs to the young people. All young people, regardless of who you are, don't believe in what you are told. Everything is bullshit, and you can create the future. You can create the future of yourself and the world, absolutely. And be bold. Please be bold. We need bold people. Yeah.
Please be bold. Enjoy your 15 minutes break. Take your conference cards if you don't have one yet. And big applause to Tom and Nima. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. It would be lovely if you could take a seat. My name is Pavlína Loužinská and I will be the co-host of Zlin Design Week. As far as I understood, this is not a design conference, but this is a fashion conference. So I first should tell you what I'm wearing. I'm wearing all black with neon pink sneakers and neon pink lip, and I'm sweating, so I'll be changing. Anyway, also, one of the first principles of human-centered design is understanding the humans around us. And it's really getting to know them. And I feel like we haven't met really in this environment, in this setting. So please, could you introduce yourself to the person sitting next to you and say what you're excited about? Okay, perfect. I see people doing what I asked them to. Domenico, could you tell me what are you excited about? Dominicus is excited about participatory design in public space and human-centered design. Did I get it right? Super. Who else? Rado, could I ask you? Rado still doesn't know what he's excited about, but I hope he's coming. I would be excited about our next speaker. If he was here about to introduce himself, he would first and foremost tell you that he's a hamster dad. But apart from that, he's also a guy who authored a video or a concept about a straight white man's guide to shutting the fuck up. Also, he's a social entrepreneur. He's a founder of Inclusive Creation, creator of Inclusion Game, an associate professor at Oslo Metropolitan University, and I'm very excited to welcome Dr. Anthony, a TikTok star, as well.
Thank you, Pavlina. That's such a beautiful introduction. But before we start, let's give you guys a round of applause for being here today, spending your time and energy. Let's clap for you. You are amazing. I was talking to one of the participants during the break here, and I mentioned that, it's really nice that you're here because if I were here by myself with an empty room, it would look rather strange. I have been a professor for about 15 years, and in that time I've taught nearly 3,000 students, but I am a complete garbage teacher. And I know this because one day, very recently, one of my students came marching down to the front of the auditorium and said, "Anthony, I have a list of all the things you are doing wrong." And I looked at her just dumbfounded, did not know how to respond to that. And I realized I was facing a dilemma. Here is this student telling me that I am doing something wrong, and now I have this opportunity to listen, to become a better teacher, and what I didn't realize, I had an opportunity to become a better leader. Now, I say that I'm a bad teacher. Well, I do know how to get my students' attention, and usually that can just be involving beer. So I have here some Czech beers, and I want to teach you about some statistics around inclusive leadership. So this is how that looks. There's no endorsement here. I'm sure they're wonderful beers. But they're not paying me to be here. Let's think about two different teams. We have the red team. Let's hear it for the red team. Yeah, red team, killing it. And then we have this bluish, purplish team, and they're doing terrible, so boo for the blue team. Yeah, they suck. Oh my gosh. Now, the red team is outperforming the blue-purple team, and this is the difference between those two teams' performance. Now, one of the aspects of inclusive leadership is whether or not leaders are using inclusive language. And what inclusive language just comes down to is just being respectful of other people, how they want to be called, what names we use for them, how we discuss their participation, these sorts of things. So only on that one marker of inclusive leadership, how a leader uses inclusive language, the performance is one beer. 20% of the performance accounts just for whether the leader uses inclusive language. Now we're here at a design conference, and design really takes a lot of creativity. So this team is also outperforming this team in creativity. And if we again look at inclusive language and only inclusive language, not all the other aspects of leadership, we're talking about half of this beer, 10% of the difference in performance is due to just inclusive language. Just inclusive language. And yet, what we find of all the global leaders that exist in the world, all the leaders that are out there, let's say that's the population of the leaders, the number of inclusive leaders is about this much. Less than 5% of global leaders reach the criteria for being inclusive leaders. Now, inclusive leadership is such an important topic because it gives us a chance to put inclusion into practice. And I know a lot of us believe that inclusion is a really, really important part of our world these days. And I believe that a lot of us know that inclusion is fundamental to this aspect of universal design. Inclusion is fundamental to how we design products and services for everyone. And I think we know that designers play a key role in that process. What I think we're missing is that they are not the only ones that are playing the important roles in inclusive design or universal design. Actually, what we find is that business models are the ones that give rise to opportunities for inclusive design or destroy opportunities for inclusive design. And what that means is that leadership is a critical criteria. Now, universal design gives us a really key opportunity here to minimize the risk of rolling out products or services that are only available to a select few. It also helps us maintain engagement, not only of our customers, our end users, but also those talented designers that are at the heart of your company or organization. And it also gives us a chance to access the 11 trillion euro market globally for inclusively designed products and services. I'll say that again, 11 trillion euros. There is no reason a business on earth should be looking the other way when it comes to issues around inclusive design. Yes, it allows us to access that market. Now, I imagine a lot of you are sitting there thinking to yourselves right now, but Anthony, inclusive design seems really cool. It also seems like a lot of work, and you're not wrong. Inclusive design is a lot of effort. It takes investment. It takes resources. It's not free, and it's not even necessarily cheap all the time. But it's part of a larger journey that we're making as a society to make sure that everyone can participate equally. Now, I'm going to talk today about two of my lovely wins of inclusive leadership. The first one goes back to that student that was coming down after class and telling me that I was doing everything wrong. The second one, I'm also going to talk, like NIMA, about my mother and her experience with technology. So you can imagine, there I am in my office, sitting in my fancy professor office chair and listening to this student tell me all the things that I'm doing wrong about my teaching. And I'm just tapping my pen on my thigh, just really dazed out because I can't believe this student has the audacity to call me out. I'm a professor. Does she have any idea how long I've been in school? Absolutely not. And in this stupor, in my own daze, in my own haze, the tram outside my office honks, and it snaps me out of it. And so I look over at the student. The student's name is Katie. And I realize Katie is a revolutionary. Katie's not satisfied with the status quo. Katie is here to speak truth to power, and she believes that she's the only one to do that. Now, I'm sitting there kind of fuming, pushing back after every criticism she might have, really looking at her like, you are the enemy. And she's looking back at me like, you arrogant asshole. You don't know how to teach. Now, I don't know how it is here in Czech Republic. A lot of countries, you address your professor as Professor Giannumis or Dr. Giannumis. It's a formality, but it's a part of etiquette and politeness. Well, in Norway, students address their teachers by their first name. So when she was saying, you're doing something wrong, she didn't say, Dr. Giannumis, you are doing something wrong, Professor Giannumis. She said, Anthony, you aren't a good teacher. And so now the hair on the back of my neck is just starting to rise up because I'm so upset at what she has to say about me. Now, Katie is a revolutionary. She's there to kind of call me out. And I realized during this conversation that she's actually right. She actually has hit the nail right on the head. Every point rung true. And I hated that she was right. It bothered me so much that she saw this fallacy in my work that I couldn't see. And the worst part of that is I didn't want to admit that she was right. I wanted to just dig in my heels and say, no, you are the student, I am the professor. How could you possibly know how to teach better than I do? And then the other aspect was, I didn't even know why she was right. I didn't even understand the full depth of her experience because I could only get that superficial layer of what she was trying to tell me. Now, I'm trying to cope with all of this new information, and I'm trying to find ways of adjusting how I react to it. And I'm working in this environment where I'm starting to feel the heat, I'm starting to feel the pressure that Katie is putting on me, that Katie is looking at me with that sense of criticism and that sense of determination. And I'm feeling very little. I'm feeling almost insignificant. About as insignificant as this car maker company guy who just went around and bought Twitter. That level of insignificance, that level of meaningless. And I'm sitting there thinking, she's criticizing me. She's not even a professor. She's never taught a day in her life. She's also my student. I'm going to have to give her a grade in a few weeks. So I'm sitting there thinking the audacity that she has to criticize her professor when she knows I'm going to be in a position of power over her. So I'm feeling very, very small. I'm feeling pretty insignificant. And it suddenly dawns on me in this conversation I'm having with Katie that I'm not looking at a little bachelor student. I'm looking at Captain Marvel. Do we know this movie, Captain Marvel? It's about a superhero, gains superpowers, and her mentor just tries to box her in, constrain her, put her down, and put her in her place. And then eventually she breaks free. And so I realize at that moment that I have a choice here in my interactions with Katie. I can choose to put her down, put her in a box. You are just a student, know your place. Or I could listen. I could just take a step back and listen to what she has to say. And so she's going on and on about all these problems that I'm having and all the issues that I have. And she makes one fatal mistake. Now, professors are very organized. We're very structured in the way we do things. We like things just so. So in my office, I have a big wipe-off board that I use to kind of imagine all the new interesting things I'm doing. And on that wipe-off board, I have 3 markers. Only 3, because that's how many markers you need for a wipe-off board. I have one black marker. The black marker is for writing text. I have one blue marker. The blue marker is for writing figures and visualizations. And I have a red marker. Now, the red marker is only used infrequently, and it's only used when I need to make a change or a correction. Now, Katie didn't know this, and so she made the fatal mistake of getting up to draw a diagram and picking up the red marker. And I'm sitting there looking at her, and I'm like, do you realize what you've done? Do you have any clue how much you've undermined your own argument? It's the equivalent of, what is it? When you're arguing with someone online in a chat or a comment field, and you misspell a word. And then the other person goes, you misspelled a word. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about. So Katie and I are going back and forth, back and forth. I'm trying to listen, but I'm also kind of getting stuck into my ways of thinking. And it's just because I'm a professor and I'm really invested in my authority. I'm really invested in the fact that I've been in school forever and I've been taking all of these degrees and I have all these expertise. That's part of my identity, and she is coming into conflict with my identity. She is telling me that what I think I am is not the case. Now, we got over the fact that she picked up that red marker, and I realized that there's a really important lesson at the end of the day that I need to take on board in my entire life. There's a really important lesson that I need to understand when it comes to my leadership and the work that I do. And that lesson is something that Pavlina alluded to earlier, the shut the fuck up. I, as a leader, need to shut up, or they, the person that's talking, will shut down. Okay? So I need to shut up so that they don't shut down. That was the lesson. Because if I had just put her in her place, if I had not shut up and listened, if I had told her, you need to go back to class, you don't know what I have to experience and go through, not only would that have invalidated her experience, not only would that have put her down and belittled her, not only would that have ruined any chance that she and I had of ever being colleagues or working together or even being connected, not only would it have all those damaging effects, the only good, if you could even call it that, the only good that could come out of it is me feeling a little bit superior, a little bit better about myself for like 2 minutes, because eventually that would fade off and I would have to go and do something else. So we have to shut up so that they don't shut down, so the other person doesn't shut down. The second really important piece of work I want to discuss goes back to this experience that my mom had. Now, we're all here because we all see the same sorts of problems out in society. We see that it's difficult often or challenging to use technology to interact in our environments. There are barriers that are preventing us from reaching our goals. And now a lot of us think that design is the cause of that problem. That's kind of why we're here, because we accept the fact that design is the ultimate cause to these challenges we're facing. I would argue a little bit differently. It's not the design, it's the business models that give rise to companies selling inaccessible products. It's the businesses themselves rather than just the designs of the technology. And here again, we have the solution. We have the solution of more inclusive leadership. Now, I mentioned before this 11 trillion market for inclusively designed products and services. But I want to put it into perspective for you because I don't think 11 trillion just doesn't have a reference for a lot of us. Now, I want you to think every time that you've taken out your phone and tried to do something, tried to press a button, and the first time didn't work. So you press it harder, and you press it harder, and you press it harder. Now multiply that experience times your entire life. Add to that all the times someone has come to you and asked you for help. Can you help me use this? Can you teach me how to work this? Can you help me understand better about how this works? Multiply that out by the entire global population. That's where that 11 trillion euro market comes from. Because each time you're pressing harder and harder, that's an opportunity for a business to solve a problem, to create value. That's a chance for us to do better and to be better. So I want to tell you a story about my mom, but this is actually a story about the most inaccessible and unusable piece of technology that's out there. The most, bar none. It's top. It's this kind of technology that prevents us from doing the very basic, most essential things in our life. And that piece of technology is this. So as you can see from the picture, this is a public toilet, and they have managed to mount the toilet paper on the outside of the toilet stall. Not quite inclusively designed. I'm just kidding. This is not actually the topic that I'm going to talk about. What I want to talk about actually is one of those moments where someone that I love couldn't achieve the goal that she wanted to achieve. And so my mom is just your average, typical person. She's just like you and I. She often finds herself in very strange and unusual circumstances because she really likes technology, but because of the way it's designed, she isn't always able to achieve her goal. And when that happens, she comes away feeling frustrated. She comes away feeling insecure about her abilities to just do the basic things in society. Now, my mom loves her children. My brother and I, she adores us. But you know who she loves even more? Her grandchildren. She will dote on those grandchildren like you've never seen before, and she was so happy and joyous when she was able to be there in the moments right after her grandson was born. So you can see her there in that hospital in the delivery room after my sister-in-law had given birth. And you know these hospital environments, the lighting is always terrible, right? Everybody's strung out and tired and exhausted. And she asked the nurse to take a picture with her iPhone, to take a picture of this moment. So we all gathered around the new baby, and she took a picture, and it turned out to be one of the best pictures you could possibly imagine. It's the kind of picture you put in a frame and put it next to your bed at night so you can look at it and kind of think, oh, this is my family. This is part of my meaning for being in this world. And after that afternoon, she says, I'm going to go and buy a printer to print this picture off because she wants to have it there by her nightstand in the evening. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever bought a printer or had to use a printer in your work or anything like that, but printers are single-handedly the worst designed piece of technology in the history of ever. They are not universally designed, they are universally maligned. We hate them with a passion because they never quite do the things we expect them to do. They never quite work the way we expect them to work. So she did not know what hell was in store for her as she got in her car and drove to the electronics store near her house. She did not know what hell was in store for her when she went into the aisle and there were 50,000 printers in front of her, and every one of them was in a shiny box with some beautiful model holding up a picture of the spreadsheet that they had just printed out and looking all wonderful and happy with the world. She did not think that there was anything bad about that. Meanwhile, I want you to imagine inside each one of those boxes is a monster. And they're just growling. So the sales associate helps her pick out a printer. She takes it up to the cashier, and the cashier beeps, and inside that box, she grabs that box, takes it into her car, puts it in the back seat, and she's driving. She gets home, takes the printer out, brings it into her office and sets it down. Opens up that box, and you know that plasticky smell that always comes when you open a box, right? It was that smell, and everything's wrapped in that squeaky styrofoam, and she's pulling the thing out and then plugging it in, and immediately on her computer monitor, she's met with thousands of prompts popping up. You need to download this. Your printer driver isn't installed right. Did you install your antivirus? You might have a virus right now. Here's 10 billion templates that you will never use, but we want you to install them, and it's only 400 gigabytes, right? So she's trying to navigate through these windows, And she's looking through, and she finds finally the install window. And in the install window, there's a little selector that says, input your language. And it was set for British English, and now my mom is an American, so she was like, okay, we're going to take a step back from that. It's time to put it down to American English. And when she did, she accidentally hit Spanish. And the software immediately changed over and immediately went to the next screen. Now, she does not speak Spanish, not an iota. So she's trying to select the language again. She's trying to go back, and she can't quite figure it out. She's getting more and more frustrated. So she's sitting there in her office after hours. She's got her hand on her mouse, and it's like a claw with just every click, with anger and the frustration of not being able to do the one thing that she wanted to do that night, which was print out that picture of her grandson. So what do most parents do in this context? Pick up the phone, call the son or the daughter, the child or the grandchild to say, hey, I need help. I can't figure this out. This is really tough for me. So she calls my brother. Now, my brother is an angel. He was always the favorite, no doubt about that. And so he is my mom's IT mentor. He is kind of like the Gandalf to the Frodo in The Lord of the Rings. If you know this movie or the series, Gandalf is the wise wizard. Frodo is the kind of, I'm trying to figure it out kind of guy. And then Gandalf helps mentor and support. So my brother is that support for my mom. My brother is the one that my mom calls first line of defense. My brother is the one who says, let's take it easy. Is it plugged in? Did you try turning it on and off again? Eventually, my mom's trying to make it away. Now, my brother is a technical genius. He's the kind of guy that will go to like a secondhand store or like a flea market or a yard sale. He'll go there and he'll buy the jankiest piece of technology he can find, the one that's all crusted over, looks like it had not seen the light of day for years, it's been in somebody's basement for a decade. He will find that piece of technology and he will buy it. Even if it's €1 and that's it, I will buy that. And he takes it home and he sits on YouTube for the rest of the day and tries to figure out how to restore this piece of technology. So just like a hunter goes out, hunts animals and puts those heads up, he has a whole display of all this technology that he's been able to fix over his lifetime. And even he is frustrated beyond belief. Even he can't help my mom figure out how to install this printer. And that's because this printer is not just unusable or inaccessible. This printer is preventing my mom from doing the one thing she wants to do right then. And it's not just about my mom. It's not just about my family. It's about your families as well. It's about all of our mothers and our parents and our grandparents and our friends and our family members who grow frustrated and angry trying to use a piece of technology that is not universally designed. Now, she is a very gentle woman. My mother came from the southern part of the United States, and in the southern part of the United States, they take a lot of pride in their manners, and they take a lot of pride in basic etiquette. They're the kind of people that if you're on the road and you're driving and you get to an intersection, they'll say, no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. No, you go ahead too. Oh, you come on, come on. And they will wait until all the other traffic has gone and then they will go. That's the personality profile of my mother. So it was shocking when she picks that printer up and she slams it against the wall with all of her strength, all of her 1.20 meter strength, just choom, and it falls down, a couple of pieces fall off of it. But that wasn't enough. She grabs the cables that are still connected to that printer, and she yanks that printer out into her yard, and she throws it down into the middle of her yard, and she goes back inside, and she goes to her bedroom, and she opens up that nightstand where she keeps it's America, so she keeps a gun right there in her nightstand, right? And she goes back, and that 9mm Beretta, she unloads the whole clip into that printer. Just annihilates it. Oh, but we're not done. She's still not satisfied. She wants blood. So she goes back inside again, goes to her garage, pulls out a gas can with about 10 liters of gasoline in it, comes back outside and dumps the entire gas can, and without blinking an eye, without a care in the world, poof, lights up that gasoline, lights up that printer, and now it's just a melted, smoldering black mess. It is destroyed. Now, it's kind of easy for us to blame the printer, right? It's the printer's fault. It was crappy design, right? It's because of the way it functions. But the printer is really just a scoundrel. The printer is just preventing my mom from achieving her goal. The printer is actually a scapegoat because it's not the printer's fault that it was crappily designed. It's the companies that are behind the printer. So I think companies should start rethinking how they sell pieces of technology like printers. I think they should be held to the same standard that companies that sell medicine, pharmaceutical companies, issue their products. So you buy a medicine and it says, here's all the side effects, right? May cause you to be weird and grow wings and bad things to happen. I think printers should have that say, may cause you to be furious, homicidal, not recommended for people who are pregnant or nursing, not recommended for children under 18 years of age. Consult your physician before trying to install a printer. Now, the real villain here, the real bad guy in this story, is actually the printer company. Because they have at the heart of their work profit as their motive. They don't have good design as their motive. And oftentimes, their motivation to be profitable comes in conflict with our motivation to be able to use technology to perform the barest functions in society, to have an education, to be able to work, to be able to have a leisure life, to be able to participate in sports, to have good health and well-being. So these profit motives come in direct conflict, and in this case, with my mom's desire to just be able to take a picture and print it out of her grandson. And that's the real lesson behind this story. Is universal design is absolutely necessary for someone like my mom to be able to achieve that basic goal of connecting with her family, which she loves to do. She's probably sent me about 11 text messages right now because she knows I'm speaking today, so I'll go back and there'll be just a line, good luck, I hope you're doing well, let me know how it goes, can we talk later, blah, blah, blah. She loves this. She loves technology. She loves it because it connects. But when something's not universally designed, she is not able to access or use it. So it's necessary for her. But you know what? Universal design is awesome for all of us. It's awesome for me. If it works for my mom, it will absolutely work brilliantly for me. And that's part of the irony of this situation, because when my mom approaches a new piece of technology, she just expects that it'll work no problem. Absolutely easy, right out of the box, boom, it works. But we know that most technologies are not designed by people like my mom. Most technologies are designed by people like me. And people like my mom never come into that equation. And that's one of the reasons participation in design process is so essential. Because if those designers had had one person like my mom in that room when they were creating that printer, they would have at least had some options available to them. I'm not saying that they necessarily would have been able to market them, but they would have at least had some options. So universal design is necessary for someone like my mom. It's awesome for all of us. Now let us imagine for a moment what the scenario would have been like if the printer was universally designed. Let's imagine how easy that experience would have been. Going to that printer store, and instead of ho, 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 it was ha. Taking it home, plugging it in, ha. Printing out that picture, ha. putting it in a frame, putting it on her nightstand, going to bed at night with that feeling of contentment, that feeling of connection. Instead, she went to bed that night with the smoldering remains of that plastic printer in her yard and a feeling of resentment and insecurity because she just couldn't figure it out. In her mind, she just couldn't figure it out. So these are the two takeaways from today's talk. Number one, like with Katie, we need to shut up as leaders, and every one of you in here is going to be a future leader, so you need to remember this. We need to shut up, or they, the other person that's trying to make us better, will shut down. And the number two, universal design is necessary for some, but it's awesome for everyone. It's necessary for my mother, but it's awesome for people like me too. It works brilliantly. I want to go back to this story about Katie because it ends in a really beautiful way. Katie and I struck up a long collaboration years and years and years, and we still keep in touch now. And one of our crowning achievements was working together on an EU project proposal for gender-inclusive innovation programs and projects. And these sort of proposals are hundreds of pages long, so it took us 3 years to write this proposal. And it's so melodramatic because at the end of the day, when you submit one of these proposals, it's just click, and nothing happens. Nobody kind of shoots out confetti or says, yay, there's no marching band with instruments. It's just click, and that's it. You get a little message that says, blah, 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 good job. So a few months later, we get a message back from the EU, and it says, we have won 1.7 million euro to empower women to learn more about innovation and entrepreneurship in over 24 countries around the world. That win, that success story, would never have happened if I hadn't shut up and listened, if I hadn't shut up and created space so that she could tell me her experience. Now, I want to give you a little trick, a little magic trick here. A lot of you guys are students, but again, when you get into your work, I want you to teach your bosses this trick. It's the sign language for shut up. And it's super easy. Do you know the Italian gesture? Let's all do the Italian gesture together. The ho-ho-ho Italian, yeah, yeah. All it is open hand, Italian gesture at the corner of your mouth. Let's all do it together. Open hand, yeah, and then Italian gesture right at the corner of your mouth. This is the sign language for shut up. So I want you to promise me that you'll teach this to your bosses, and then when you're in a meeting with that boss, you'll be able to sit there in that chair, and you'll be able to look at them just like this. Just a little cheeky, right? And they'll say, you taught me this was the sign language for shut up. It's time for me to shut up so that you don't shut down. Now, I'll leave you with a question. What are you going to do when people like me won't shut up? Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3.
I was just going to ask you if we are going to open the beer, or what are you going to do with
I don't
those?
have a bottle opener. Does anyone have a bottle opener? No, I think I'm going to stick to water.
Anyway, I'm really glad I learned why Americans love the guns, finally understand what they're using it for. My first question is definitely, what grade did Katie get?
What grade did Katie get? Katie got A's the entire academic term that I've worked with her. She got an A in my class. She went on to do her bachelor's thesis. She got an A in that class, and I was her supervisor. She went on to do her master's thesis at a different university, so I was her kind of informal mentor and advisor, and she got an A on her master's thesis. And now she's doing amazing work consulting with companies on inclusive AI.
I guess it's a message to all of us to tell our professors to think. Anyway, one of the things Harvard Business Review says that companies that have diverse teams are 170% more innovative than the teams that have like mono teams.
Absolutely.
That look the same. How do you create a diverse team?
How do you create diverse teams? So can I tell another story? I'll make it short. Okay, I'm sorry, I got 1,000 stories like this.
I'll tell you. You have to have a look.
You give me the signal. Actually, you guys give me the signal too. If she's doing it and I can't see, give me the signal. So there I am in Kampala, Uganda, and I'm about to go on stage in a massive auditorium, and I'm watching the person who's going on stage before me, and he's just this gorgeous man, just absolutely beautiful, and he has this presence on stage. It's just magnificent, and your jaw just hits the ground because this person knows how to command an audience. And every word he is speaking, the audience is just mesmerized. And he starts talking about the African diaspora and how we need to encourage young Africans to be more innovative, more entrepreneurial. And I see people in the audience, and they're tearing up. They're literally crying at his words. Now, I have to go on after him, and I'm going to talk about universal design. So I was absolutely terrified. Come to find out, he was one of Uganda's most famous hip-hop artists. So now you have a famous hip-hop artist and an academic entrepreneur going to talk about universal design in front of an audience that were openly weeping because of this man's beautiful words. So I did not know what I was going to do. Luckily, the MC messed up the program and put a panel presentation before me. And in the panel presentation, I was going to speak, and they said, hey, Anthony, maybe after the panel finishes, you could just do a few words about your topic. I said, no problem. I was just ready to kind of do it and get done and get on, and I figured this was a learning experience for me. Well, I'm walking out, and this older man stops me, and he says, Anthony, I just want to tell you how important your words were to us. He said, a lot of times in Uganda, we hear from other Ugandans, but we never get an external or a different perspective. So that's my advice when it comes to teams, is we have to look for different perspectives and how we can integrate those perspectives in our work. That's where the innovation comes from.
I work in a startup environment, and there are not many people older than 25 in startups, honestly. And we often say that the space is too fast and too, we need people who are excited about innovation. They need to push hard, and they need to work 20 hours, and therefore we have all wild male young teams.
Absolutely.
So how do you work with those industries that seem they can't be inclusive?
I think that we have to reorient ourselves to what it is to be an entrepreneur. We have to kind of reframe entrepreneurship because there's a lot of toxicity to this grind, this 20-hour days are not enough. And I think it does, absolutely, as you were saying, exclude a lot of people. It excludes young parents. Young parents can't put 20-hour days in. They're already putting 20-hour days in just raising their children. So I think what we have to do is rethink what entrepreneurship is, and we also have to rethink how we go about growing a company. There is so much emphasis on scaling. If I have to hear the word scaling one more time in my life, I think I'm going to crack. You do not need to scale your business. If you own a business, think about what's the minimum you need. If you need a team of 4 people, okay, what do the salaries look like for those 4 people? What are the other direct costs that you have associated? That's all you need to cover. You don't need to scale. You can be happy just there, making a good salary with your company. A lot of people, immigrants especially, my grandmother immigrated from Greece to the United States. She opened a diner. She wasn't looking to scale that diner into 10,000 locations across the US. All she wanted was a good life for her and her family. And she was able to achieve that because she was an entrepreneur. She was an entrepreneur who actually never spoke English. Living in America, it still became successful. So you don't need to scale. You don't need to grind it out. You can grow slowly. You can grow at a pace. And you can make sure that that team that you're working with is connected.
Isn't scaling a metaphor for thinking bigger? When Google says that you have to use that 10x thinking and you have to think about making things 10 times bigger, it's actually bringing innovation in.
I think in a way, I think a little bit differently than just thinking bigger. Bigger tends to be more monstrous or more challenging. So, okay, I'm not just going to climb a mountain, I'm going to climb Mount Everest, right? I think we can think differently about this as well and think more connectedly. It's not about thinking bigger, it's about thinking about connections. So one of the things I try to teach my students at all times is lateral thinking. Lateral thinking is just being able to connect two different things in a unique way. And if you can do that, you don't need to think bigger, you need to think more connectedly. You need to think, where are there other ideas, other sources of inspiration that we can draw from, rather than trying to, and I'm not throwing shade at NIMA, rather than going to Mars and populating Mars. Actually, he said he didn't even believe in that. So rather than doing that, rather than thinking bigger, let's think more connectedly. Let's think more lateral thinking.
One of the things that when you talk about connection is actually building a great team connection. And we have already touched the importance of having diverse team. But how do you actually make people communicate with each other within the team? Because usually you would have those silos within the company. So how do you make them connected?
Yeah, it can be a huge challenge, and I think this is where the role of trust comes in. So really quick story here. One of my colleagues named Aaron and I were working really closely together, and during a Christmas holiday, we had a report that was due. All right, I'll give him a minute. During a Christmas holiday one year, we had a report that was due, and I went on holiday because I was so burnt out, and I just completely ghosted on Aaron. I did not respond to any of his messages, and he was reaching out to me to say, Anthony, I need your help with this report. And so when I came back from holiday in January and realized what I had done, it was my gut instinct to just want to say, you know what, I'm sorry, let's just move on. Let's just forget about this. You know, it was an accident, my bad. What Aaron needed wasn't an apology. Aaron needed validation. Aaron needed me to recognize that I had hurt him, that I had caused him damage, and he needed reconciliation. He needed me to restore our relationship. And so I took a step back and I tried to have some empathy, and I thought, what was his experience like of that holiday? He didn't get a holiday because of my actions. And so I went back to him and I said, look, I'm sorry. This is why I'm sorry. I accept full responsibility. And I want to make amends, and this is how I'm going to do it. I said, in the future, if I'm not responding on email, if I'm not responding on Messenger, on Facebook, send me a text message. Call me on my phone. Do anything, because he was holding himself back from doing that, and I didn't even realize. He said, I didn't want to disturb you. And I said, no, you need to disturb me, because if I'm treating you that way, I'm the bad guy. I'm the problem, and I can do better.
I think it's really great example how to actually be vulnerable as a leader and how important that is.
It is. It's absolutely critical, important. And I think that's where this trust comes into play. Trust is about exchanging vulnerability for validation. So when I apologized, a sincere and deep appreciative apology, I exposed a vulnerability in myself. He could have reacted very badly and said, Anthony, you are a piece of garbage. I don't ever want to work with you, right? He could have reacted. That would have been a legitimate reaction. So I was exposing a vulnerability, but he validated that vulnerability by saying, Anthony, it's cool. We'll figure it out. Your solution sounds really good. So he validated my vulnerability. And it was the other way around as well. When I sincerely apologized to them, I was validating his experience. He was vulnerable by coming out to me and saying, hey, this was not cool. And I validated that experience by actually sincerely apologizing to him.
How do you work with leaders who are not so vulnerable?
That's the million-dollar question, right? So we have this boomer generation, right? They're wonderful. We all love them, yeah? I say that with a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. I think boomers get a lot of criticism because they were thrust into a world by their parents that they were trying to figure out and navigate just like we are. So I think the first step there is to have some empathy. They have been given so much toxicity over their lives. We have to imagine, why are they not comfortable being vulnerable? Why am I comfortable, but they're not? Well, they were taught their entire life that vulnerability is weakness, and vulnerability is not how you conduct business. And that's a toxic, toxic behavior. So having empathy, but that's just the first starting point because that doesn't necessarily get you over the line. What will get you over the line is finding those boomers, finding people from my generation, Generation X, the forgotten generation. We're sandwiched between boomers and millennials. Nobody thinks about us ever. So that generation, find some of us and say, hey, look, I got this challenge with this person at work. They won't kind of trust me. They won't help us bond and connect. And maybe I could help. Maybe one of the folks that are in the boomer generation that don't display these toxic behaviors can help you. You can give them, treat them as an ally, as a companion, as a friend.
Before I ask the final questions, is there any question coming from the audience? We want to be inclusive, you know. Thank you. We have a microphone.
So I just wanted to ask that many of us are students right now, and we are very lucky to be in an environment with professors who are open-minded. But still, how do you start a conversation with a professor like, okay, I know that you possibly want to hear the feedback from us, the students, because we are studying design, and so the professors are in position of being a professor, leader, mentor, everything.
Yeah.
And so how do you start that? Because it's difficult.
Yeah, it is difficult. I have a trick, actually. It's a psychological trick. So instead of coming to them and saying, well, I think you could do better doing this, instead of taking Katie's approach, because Katie was just quite lucky that I had the wherewithal to be like, whoa, I'm the problem, I need to figure this out. If Katie had approached a different professor, the reaction might have been totally different. The way you trick them into working better is to first tell them things that you love. I love the way you delivered this lecture on such and such. I love this topic that you presented for us. I love that assignment you gave us. It was so engaging and interesting. And then don't tell them what they were doing wrong. Tell them what you wish it could have been like. Oh, I wish we didn't have to do so much group work. I think there's a good opportunity here to do some individual work as well. I wish that we had a little bit more flexibility in the deadlines. I wish there weren't so many assignments at the beginning of the semester and they could. So I like or I love and I wish. And then that puts the ball in their court so you can't feel resentment if they don't follow your lead, if they don't follow your instruction. It sucks. Sometimes there are external barriers that prevent them from doing what you're asking them to do. At the university I used to work at, they would put their professors basically in a little prison. You cannot step out of A4 for any reason. Don't try to be creative. Don't try to experiment. This is your structure. Don't do anything else. Now, you may not realize that's the case. So they may be listening to you saying, yeah, you're absolutely right. However, I got a boss that's telling me if I step out of line, I'm out of a job. And that's again, it's this empathy thing. So I love or I like, I wish, and then be empathetic that they may not be able to change everything. They may not be able to change it for you that semester either. It may be something they have to pin and do next year. Sorry, long drawn out answer. Great question though, fabulous, well done.
Thank you.
Anybody else? One last. If nobody's asking, I want to ask you, because
Yes.
you said in one interview that you used to be against diversity and inclusion, that you were really one of those boomerish people who were like, oh, I hate this.
Absolutely.
And suddenly you're standing on stage and you're like, wow, you should do it. What changed?
I came from the other end of the spectrum. What changed? I grew up in Texas. So that's part of what I got out of Texas. And I got out of that very single way of thinking. You know what changed was in high school, I was in a health class, a health education class. And this was right in the middle of the HIV/AIDS epidemic, right? In the 90s, HIV/AIDS was just coming out, and everybody was really scared and concerned. And my teacher, I remember her saying that HIV/AIDS is the fault. It's the problem of the gay community. It's the problem of men who have sex with men, and it's because you can't have a man can't have sex with another man and do it safely. It's always dangerous. And it just struck me as wrong. I was just sitting in my chair thinking, that doesn't sound right. That sounds stupid. And so I raised my hand and I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with being gay. I think being gay is just, it's just part of the human experience. And of course, at that time, being gay openly was something that was very hush-hush. You would get, especially where I grew up, you would get bullied very, very badly. And of course, the minute I spoke out like that, I got bullied. And so I started thinking, well, this is a problem. This isn't a reality I'm not comfortable with this reality. I want to start changing things. And later, a few years, I went to a university and I studied sociology. And one of my best friends was an African-American guy. Grew up in a completely different environment that I did. And we're learning in sociology about income inequality and about socioeconomic status and how that basically puts you on a train and you're going to go one way or the other. And based on who you are, who you were born to, the color of your skin, the education of your parents, the income of your parents, you're either going to go down or you're going to go up. And I'm looking across at my friend and I'm thinking, you've had a very different experience than I am. And I kind of check in with him. I say, hey, is this right? Is it true? And he just looks at me and says, yeah, absolutely. He had seen it with his neighbors, his friends, his family members. He was there at university, so he was privileged in some aspects, but you could imagine the kind of background that he had. And so that then switched another switch for me, and I said, that's not right, that's horrible. And so I don't know where it came from. Maybe it was in my own moral compass, but it was just this feeling of unease and dissatisfaction with the status quo. And it's been a journey ever since, and I try to get better every day. I'm absolutely not perfect. I'm always trying to not say something stupid. Every time I do a keynote, I'm like, okay, Anthony, don't say it like this, say it like this. I've been lucky. I've had surrounded a community who will call me out, call me in on things that I'm doing wrong. They say, Anthony, don't say it like that, say it like that. Anthony, that's not the right way to think about it. You think about it like this. And I listen. I shut up and listen.
I love how a journey to diversity can look like a bad teacher and very good data. I think that's a lesson learned from my part. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you,
You were
Pavlina.
amazing. And thanks, everybody. We will have a break now for 45 minutes. There are amazing food trucks out there, so you should definitely try it. We will. And you will be sticking around. And
I'll be here to ask
people.
questions. I brought a whole stack of business cards, so let's keep in touch. I'm on LinkedIn.
Yeah, and he has the beers, so ask him the questions.
I have free beers.
Ask him. He will give you the beers.
Yes, because I can't take them with me.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you liked the lunch. I see some of you are still enjoying the lunch, please. Also, before I go on and introduce our next speaker, we actually have a workshop that has just started with Radek Pavlíček, and we are still missing 7 people who signed up. So if you signed up for Radek's workshop, I don't want you in this room. Please leave. You know, go and support Radek. Otherwise, please stay with me because the next one will be quite exciting, literally exciting, because it will talk about sex health. Anna is a senior researcher and a head of human-centered design in Fraunhofer, Portugal, which is a non-profit which was founded by the largest organization for applied research in Europe. Later on, after her talk, she will be joined by Joanna, her colleague, and we will be discussing what does it mean to design truly inclusive services and apps and websites and everything around it. So please stay with us. And Anna, it's yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here for our talk. So I will be speaking, but this is a work that I've put together with Joanna, who you will meet in a minute. So we work in a research center devoted to digital technology, and we work quite a lot with healthcare systems. We've worked quite a lot in the past years with older adults and people with chronic diseases, and this is how this project came about. So I will be talking about when inclusive design meets sexuality and intimacy. And as I said, we've done many projects with older adults, and in order to adopt a human-centered design approach, which is the name of our research group, we need to be in constant contact with the users. And so we created this network called Colaborar of volunteers who for many years have been participating with us in many activities. And in informal encounters, we noticed that the topics of sexuality and intimacy were very much present in the conversation. So we started digging deeper, and we understood that this was full of unmet needs in older age. So sexual health, really, as the World Health Organization tells us, is a fundamental part of quality of life, and it's actually a state of physical, emotional, mental, and social well-being in relation to sexuality, not just the absence of risk or disease, so it's really also about pleasure. And these sexual needs, even though they are very important, they're often disregarded because of this shared perception, even amongst older adults, that in older age people don't have desire anymore, or even that it's appropriate or risky. And so we need to also counter these negative beliefs. So there are negative cultural views and beliefs towards sexual health, and there's also this layer of stigma, embarrassment, and discrimination that you see especially in more traditional societies. And even people, when they do realize that they have an issue, they are a little bit embarrassed to talk about these issues with their healthcare professionals. And there's a general lack of knowledge from amongst older adults, people with chronic diseases, and also healthcare professionals. So what happens is that people sometimes don't know how to recognize or articulate the issues that they have. When they do, they find it difficult to find help. Many people don't know that there is the field of sexology that can help them. And when they do find help, sometimes people abandon treatment or support because of many issues, including financial and mobility issues. And so what we thought was maybe we could use technology to reduce these barriers of accessibility to these kinds of healthcare support. And because smartphones are ubiquitous and intimate technologies, maybe we could also overcome these issues of mobility and embarrassment. So we set out to create Anatema, that will be the first smartphone-delivered sexual health promotion program that seeks to adapt traditional face-to-face interventions, so the interventions that are usually given by sexologists in face-to-face consultations, for older adults, people with chronic diseases, and importantly, their partners. So you have to design something that you can use on your own, or if you have a sexual partner, that this person can also use it. And in chronic diseases, we selected colorectal cancer survivors, especially because of ostomies and the impact that this brings to one's self-image, that is important sexual health, and stroke survivors because of functional impairment. We brought together different countries and different partners to look at this issue, from clinicians to academics and companies and end-user organizations to work with us in the development of this prototype. So it's designed by the sexologists, so the content is designed as a course, okay, so like a self-help course that goes through these modules. First, you want to learn what is sexuality, eliminate those negative beliefs and myths, and understand the terms, then understand what happens with you, with your sexuality, with your bodies when aging and illness come in the way, then talk about what is emotional physical intimacy and how you can promote it, then exploring one's sexuality, and then giving you strategies for the future. And this is content that you go through in a certain order, and it's also coupled with exercises that you can do alone or with your partner. So in order to design this, we wanted to seek guidelines to design an inclusive solution. So looking at the guidelines and inclusive design, traditional guidelines, there are many guidelines to design products and spaces, and also even tools to calculate the number of people that are excluded from your design. Also methods to engage with extreme users. And then looking at taboo topics, which is of growing interest in the design community and human-computer interaction communities. There are suggestions of how to work with people around these topics, using humor, using creating safe spaces, or using embodied experiences. But there wasn't really anything that would connect and articulate all of these both fields that would guide us in our work and our user research to understand how to better design this. And so this is, I will tell you what we tried to do to find out. So just some examples of things that we did. We did many activities before getting in touch with users and after getting in touch with users. And rather than getting at the end with traditional inclusive design guidelines, we came up with this idea of rules of etiquette, and I will try to guide you through our process and our reasoning. So in phase one, this was user research, and because we were working with human subjects and collecting data, we launched a survey. We launched a survey to online that was anonymous, and we thought that we wouldn't have that many people respond. So it was targeting older adults, and we got over 1,000 responses. And we also found out that people were very candid in their responses. So most of these older adults are sexually active. About a quarter are experiencing disability for different reasons, including medication. And there's a lot of people that are looking for health information online, including related to sexuality and intimacy, but then it's not very easy to trust. So they want to have something that is curated that they can trust, and being able also to connect to trustworthy professionals. So, oops. Maybe I'm jumping too many. Sorry for this. Oops. There we go. So we started doing, before we had enough data to create personas that you usually do in design research, we started going ahead with the process and created what we called provocative archetypes to get the team to look at their potential prejudices. So we created these archetypes like for individuals and for couples, and we created scenarios of how these couples lived and the needs that they had or issues they struggled with, and we used these to work with the consortium to think about our potential limitations. And this was interesting. The consortium, we have, as I said, sexologists, but also designers and also engineers. And by looking at these speculative characters, We could understand with the consortium design features, extreme scenarios. We started considering sexual fluidity. So usually you design a product and you think that things will keep stable, and this is not the case. So this was useful in that sense, even if these were fictitious characters and scenarios. And then we started thinking about smartphone as a promoter of these interactions. So if within a couple of sexual partners each have their smartphone and they have to do exercises, maybe you could use these smartphones in playful ways. But try as we might, the smartphone really looked like a third wheel in the relationship, and this is not what we wanted it to be. So we don't want to have a smartphone in the way of your intimacy. And so this is when we started thinking about this smartphone, this technology, as an agent. And this is what led us to think about inclusive design differently. So an agent has personality, and it also has a tone of voice. And this program that people will have to go through is very rich on text content and visual content. And so we thought this will be the major part of the experience. And so we have to really design carefully this agent and how it behaves. So we used Nielsen Norman's framework to test tone of voice. So as you can see here, the tone of voice of a website, in our case an app, can vary from serious to funny, from formal to casual, respectful to irreverent, matter-of-fact to enthusiastic. And so we got the same snippet of text, and we tweaked it according to different combinations. And then we showed these combinations to groups of older adults in Portugal and in the Netherlands. And the combination that was preferred was this one of being serious, but casual, respectful, and matter-of-fact, so not promising what you cannot deliver, and treating things with a little bit of humor, but being true. So this is health. And this is actually the combination that Nielsen Norman Group found to be the most preferred one for health websites in general. We also learned that participants preferred clear screens and plainer language. This is also important in inclusive design. And they would like to explore the content as much as possible in their own terms. So then we went to imagery. So this is also has a tone, right? And it's also, images can be very charged and can be very stigmatizing. And so we wanted to see what people would prefer. So Joanna did many illustrations, going from very complex to very abstract, from more figurative to more metaphorical, and we presented this array of images to many older adults. And interestingly, we got that people don't want to be schooled by the information that they have in the Netherlands. In Portugal, people do accept to be schooled. Female genitalia brought a lot of discussions. So these images here, no one reacts really very good to them because they feel that there is an intention of a woman of spreading or offering herself. So we had to keep removing context, so removing the thighs and then removing the buttocks until we get just the genitalia without context, and these people say, okay, I'm comfortable with this, just please take out the pubic hair. So we cannot deal with that either. So this is important because it can stand in the way, the stigma, your visceral reaction can stand in the way to the benefit that the content of the sexologist is giving to you. And as I said, we're also working with chronic diseases, in particular with colorectal cancer disease, and so we had illustrations explaining specific things about the ostomies and the bags. And here, interestingly, we got different opinions from healthcare professionals, who can be usually considered privileged informants, right? So proxies to patients, and the patients themselves. So there was a misalliance, meaning healthcare professionals will tell us, so this is too much. You need to have it more abstract because people cannot deal with this. So you need to tone it down a little bit, and people will not understand and will not like it. But when we talked to patients, they said, no, just give me all the detail. I want to learn about this. I want to see it exactly as it is. So we're always navigating these opinions when making all these design choices. So based on all of this, we came up with this concept, as I said, of rules of etiquette. So this is an agent. He must behave in some way. So we need to think about what rules this agent should follow in the different situations. And the first one is be mindful of people's sense of privacy. Not everyone will want the world to know that they're using this program to promote their sexual health. So, but at the same time, sorry, you want the content to be engaging so that people are not bored by it. So this is the first rule, to be bold when teaching, when people have the time and are taking the time in their own terms to go through the content and learn about sexual health, but also be light when doing suggestions, when doing notifications. So you don't want to be very, very conspicuous and make people not at ease. Then the second rule is appropriation and flexibility. So allow users to appropriate the content and the app in their own ways and allow them flexibility. Remember that many participants said that they wanted to follow the content but in their own terms. So how to build that into the app. So give this flexibility that I can check this content or check the other content. And we had to negotiate this quite a lot with the psychologists who wanted people to follow the exact same path. And finally, serendipity. So these are pleasurable surprises. Sexuality and intimacy, they're all about sexy surprises or unexpected positive things, right? So we thought about including this in the app as well. And then we did small experiments to see how these rules would play out. So we created content for suggestions for couples to do, sexual partners. As you can see here, many suggestions like share your feelings with your partner or write together your bucket list. And we did these visual explorations that wouldn't scream sexuality or intimacy, but be more elegant and non-conspicuous in that way. And we had two different participants, both with partners, one who received all the array of those different patterns, and one who received just this pattern. So the message, the hints were different, but she received always the same image. We wanted to see if this aesthetic diversity had an impact. So they received these cards, and in the back of the cards, there were instructions of exactly what to do, but just so in the way that you could then read the instructions, leave your smartphone aside. And then we created this timetable that people didn't know about, the participants, and every now and then they would receive one of these hints. So they would receive the front of the card, like share your feelings with a partner, and they could just dismiss it, I don't want it, or look at the back of the card to see more, or shuffle, hit me another card, so I'm not feeling in the mood for this. And so we sent messages in the morning, afternoon, and later in the evening. And then we did this for 2 weeks. And after these 2 weeks, we interviewed both participants to know what their experience had been. And so very interesting things came up. So an example is one of the participants saying that she would wait to read the back of the hints together when she was at home with her partner, so appropriating it and this sense of, reading this thing together, which we weren't expecting. Both spontaneously commented on the importance of tone of voice, something that wasn't machine-like, but it seemed like it was written by a human being. They were excited by this surprise factor. They would prefer hints at the end of the day in this case, but it would be important for them that each person could select when they would like to receive these kinds of hints. They appreciated the romantic perspective because sexuality it's not just about sex, it's sex activity, sexuality, and intimacy is very important. And interestingly, they valued, one of them, who received the diversity in the aesthetics, really valued it, while the other person didn't make a lot of it. She always received this image that is quite abstract, but what she saw in it was a couple kissing. So this was also interesting, how abstract imagery led people to, just because of the topic, to imagine other things. So at this moment in time in design, we are witnessing changes in designing from the tangible to the intangible, right? So even with all this growth and recent hype in AI, and there are growing communities designing for these intangible interactions, but also growing communities addressing sensitive topics and taboo topics. And we argue that these inclusion levels may be determined by the behavioral appropriateness of these artifacts that we design, even if intangible. So we propose these rules of etiquette as a promising concept to explore in interaction design, of course, always coupled with the traditional inclusive design guidelines. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Much. I will invite Joanna to join us on stage. I will take the...
Where should we sit?
Wherever you like. I'll take the winning seat. Anna, first question, and I was thinking about it the whole time. How did you come up with the name? Because Anna Rima, I have a feeling that it was named after you, but I'm sure you have another explanation.
No, so it's a synonym for taboo.
Okay.
So we didn't want to call it bluntly taboo because it was too much in your face, so we adopted this strategy, so this is why.
Cool. And one thing before we move to the next slide, what was the most surprising thing during this research?
There were many surprising things. I think that maybe something that I didn't mention is quite important, is that when we started off this project, this was the first time that we were working on sexuality and intimacy. And we were thinking, my God, so we are used to working with people, having them in workshops with us, very used to working with older adults, talking about all kinds of topics, and we thought, we won't have any people to talk with us. So they will be ashamed, and it turns out the first survey that we launched, we had these over 1,000 participants replying. And so, shame on us. So we thought, we were prejudiced also in that sense. So at least for me, this was an important shake down in the beginning of the project. That's true.
And also the clinical psych and the clinical professionals having that prejudice on themselves, and that is a barrier to speak with their patients. And sometimes patients have that barrier, and clinicians should not have those. And as designers, we should not have those to design a better world, a better future for everyone, I think.
It was interesting when you had the couple of Claire and Martin, and they were 73 and 75. I was like, oh, those people are having sex, right? Yeah, naturally. And it was it really opened my eyes in a way.
Actually, sorry, just to interrupt. Actually, many people say that, so couples who have been together for a very long time, many people say that they enjoy sex better in later life because they're not rushed. They're like, we have to do it now because our children, blah, blah, blah. So they're alone, they have time to explore, and that they don't do the usual things because sometimes the usual things don't work anymore, so they have to do more exploration and get to know their bodies all over again. So there's also this prejudice, right, that maybe sometimes older adults are getting better sex. than younger ones.
Is there more trust? Because in a way, you know, if you're a young couple, you have been dating for 6 months, probably you're not ready to open certain topics. But if you have been together for 60 years, maybe you are. But is that what was confirmed in your research?
No, actually, we didn't do research we just did research with older adults, but in some cases it's about trust. Of course, plays a role, but many people would say that's just that they have more time.
Okay, so key to good sex is having time. Great. If you have any questions about the presentation, it would be great because we have actually prepared kind of a
in the Netherlands, and to which extent do you expect that also some cultural differences between different nations would affect how the app works and how it looks like? If you also are planning to test it in different countries to see this difference.
Okay, great question. So we did. So most of the participants came from the Netherlands, but we also had many participants in Portugal, who were generally, the participants we recruited were generally had lower levels of education, of formal education. And here we saw some differences, not so much on willingness to talk about the issues, but more on how they wanted the information to be given to them. Right? So in the Netherlands, people said, I know a lot, so don't treat me, don't paternalize me, I don't want to be schooled. Whereas in Portugal, people would say, just give me all the information in the plainer way that I can get it. So we saw these differences. And there were some differences also in reaction to the anatomical images. But not as much as we would expect in the first place. And now we are just about to start randomized control trials using this, so pilots in the Netherlands, in Portugal, and in Austria, where we've done comparatively less research. And then we'll test it out and see whether these differences come up.
Joanna, one more thing about the app, because you were designing and there were all those pictures of female genitalia. You know, often when we talk about inclusive design, we talk about picturing people as we see them. So we should not only have pictures of blonde young women in our apps, but we should have everybody else. Did you take it into consideration when actually drawing those pictures?
Yes, I tried not to go that way. So I tried to protect our work, and for instance, using colors that are not characteristic from our skin color, or also not looking at real pictures or on the internet and so on, but looking at illustrations already and have that synthesized way of representing it. So I think it was the way I found to try to represent it without having all the diversity that exists in the world, obviously, and that we see today and every day in this present. So trying to represent different kinds of boobs, to different kinds of vulvas, etc. So, but I don't think that was the scope of our research at that moment. But I think it should be also the diversity.
Should we move to the next slide then?
Yes. So let's see.
Let's see.
We might need your.
Cool.
Yes. Ah. So we prepared these cards. Behind each card there is a taboo, and we would like you to engage in this discussion of how you could address these taboos in design research and design in general, if you're up to it. So, let's see. So, yes, the first one is disability. Do you think it is a taboo? Do you think it's, I don't know, in Czech Republic, it is a... Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think that people's perception of what is a disability is changing? Okay. In what way? Now you have to... Now it's for the, so we have the quantitative part, and now we want the qualitative part. Oh, we have here, please.
Because maybe more before you thought about disability as physical disabilities, but neurodiversity is also among them on so many levels. It's also about anxieties, and so now the diversity within disability is addressed and it's openly discussed, and I think it's a lot of new wisdom coming out of that.
Exactly. And how do you think that these hidden disabilities affect design, or the way that we work as design researchers, as designers? How is it different?
Yes, thank you.
We're friends. We're friends. This is all.
I will keep promising Anthony's beers to anybody who joins our debate. I don't have them, but still, I can promise.
We'll find them. Now I forgot the question.
How hidden disabilities. So there's been this change from looking at visible disabilities to hidden disabilities, and how is this affecting design and design research?
Yeah, so you know me in that I also work with these hidden disabilities, but I think you often don't know the questions to ask. You don't know what you don't know. And also from the perspective of the person participating in the research, you have very different lived experiences. So it's this ongoing dialogue to figure out how you can view that disability from each other's perspectives.
So it's really interesting. So this is something that we've had quite a lot. So using design as a method of inquiry. So designing tools that will help us communicate with the users in different ways. So this is something that you could also consider. There's a whole body of work, just of designers just designing things to enable communication and to get answers. So this is interesting, and this leads to this topic of the invisible, leads to these rules of etiquette and to not knowing exactly how the experience will be, or not having the checklist. So in the morning we were talking about a checklist. So we've been finding that with invisible disabilities, it's not so easy to get a checklist, right? So we thought this would be interesting to discuss and think about.
I would be interested in, when it comes to overcoming those taboo topics that we will be discussing later, how do you persuade people to talk about them? Because if it's a taboo, obviously we don't want to talk about it, we don't want to address it, so how do you overcome that?
So, do you want to answer?
I was thinking about externalization, so not having the person speaking directly about her or his experience, but about someone's experience or some fictional person experience, and their perspective about that, and what they will talk about will be their experience. Naturally.
Yes, so this is I agree with that. This is a technique that is very much used by psychologists working with children, so that you get these dolls and they play out things, so they're externalizing, really they're just replicating what they see, their concerns. So this is one thing. And we recently, about a year ago, did an interview with design researchers working at Taboo, and we asked precisely what techniques you use. And so, of course, there is a recruitment bias. When you say that you want to talk about sexuality, many people won't come because they are embarrassed, possibly, but those who come have a lot to say. So finally, someone asks me, and I have a lot to say. But there are also other things that you can use, like keeping hands busy. So this is something that many researchers told us that they do. So if you're talking about, you know, I'm asking you about the sex that you had last night, and you're like, you know, and so rather than just looking at your hands, that looks weird, then you're using your hands. That is also triggering you to think, and you have kind of an escape. And this is what we mean when we talk about creating safe spaces. It doesn't need to be physical space. It's just enabling these routes for people to speak their own minds, make them at ease. And also using humor. Humor goes a long way. Yeah.
Thank you. Should we go on to the next one?
Yes.
If that works.
Yes. Okay.
Aging.
We saw that there were in the exhibition of Best Design some designs for aging. Is there anyone here that has worked with older adults? Yeah? Okay. What has been your experiences? Was this a taboo in any way, talking about aging with older adults, or talking about ageism?
Well, I believe, you know, I am actually doing usually like participatory research, so I work with all sorts of different people, and most of the time I think with the aging adults, it's more like that they are like ashamed that they are actually aging and that they cannot do certain things. So yeah, I think it was like most of the time that they felt somehow like ashamed that they cannot do certain things and that they need to actually ask for help, or they might be like alone on certain things. And yeah, I think that's most of the time like this. Yeah. I don't have it like prepared now, but that's the first thing that came up to my mind.
Yeah.
I love the thought that Dominika had about the shame. If it's kind of a bigger shame on your part, if you're the aging adult or disabled adult, or if it's more a shame of a researcher or somebody who's asking you about those things. What comes from your experience?
From our experience, it's more from the side of researchers. So I'm sorry, I'm always talking about papers, but we're academics, and so we publish this thing. But we did many years ago, we did interviews with young design researchers who were just working with older adults, and we asked them about this experience and the strategies that they use. And one of the surprises was precisely this one, that we were very nervous to go and speak to older adults. And they said, the only older adult that I talk to is my grandmother or is my grandfather. So it was completely alien to them. This was also a surprise for us. So it goes both ways. But young researchers, at least the ones we interviewed, had felt this shame and this embarrassment. Yes.
It's kind of funny because Anthony, in the previous talk, he was talking about the fact that you need to find your own boomer. So what you're saying is find your own old person and ask them. Great one. Also, we have already uncovered disability and aging, and there has been a lot of talk about empathy. So for example, I worked with one NGO and they created this bodysuit. It almost looked like a spacesuit, and it made you kind of feel old. You know, you were very heavy, you couldn't move, you were half blind. I'm using all the cliches, but this is definitely what the bodysuit did. Or in another case study we did was when board members of a big bank, they were actually put in the wheelchairs and they were supposed to go to the bank and get a loan. And this is the moment when we actually persuaded them to be more inclusive in their thoughts and business decisions. So are those the ways how you can overcome the taboo and raise empathy? Or are those like kind of fun things to put in your yearbook?
I don't. I want to be politically correct, but even if it's even amongst the disabled community, they will say that they find this a little bit insulting. So, of course, you can try it out and it can raise awareness. But I think that we talked about this in the morning, right? Okay, it's good, but you don't have the lived experience. You don't go through this, and you know that there is another way for you, right? So, inclusive design actually, it's about that. So there are many words for inclusive design, universal design, design for all, but at the genesis, at least from what I've learned of inclusive design, is the process. So the process of involving people with the lived experience in the design of whatever it is that you're creating. So it's not assuming that you can ever understand what it is to live that person's life.
Mm-hmm. I love that.
Yes, you can put blindfolds on your eyes and simulate that you are having that experience, but daily you don't. So you don't face the same problems. Mm-hmm. Also, it's true.
Should we move to the next one?
Yeah. If it's sexuality, maybe we can skip it. Yes, it is. Oh, they're all coming.
Mental health.
Mental health. You have experience working with mental health issues. Yeah. Did you encounter any taboos working on this topic?
Nima, do you want to share?
I can share.
We have a microphone for you.
Well, the taboos we encountered was we were working on a restraining system. I'm not talking about mental health in general, but it was this concrete project. We're talking about systems in order to actually remove freedom of movement from patients in psychiatric wards. Extreme project. Of course, talking to people that had experienced that was full of taboos. But this project entered into a period where GDPR came in. Mm. So while many designers doing design research were kind of pulling their heads, GDPR actually helped us a lot, because the moment that the patients we were talking to felt protected, they started also talking, because they knew that it wouldn't be registered anywhere. But yes, a lot of taboos within people with mental health in general, but also, yeah.
Do you think that there was also a felt taboo from the team working on this topic? So would they speak openly to anyone that they were working on this project, or did you feel it was also taboo to be working on this particular device?
It was a big taboo working on a device. We certainly felt it. We understood pretty quickly that our work was to make it as humane as possible, because this is something that will be needed. But in the end, we always felt that we rather work on creating societies and systems so you don't need restraining systems at all. When that is said, we know that is a change that take 100, maybe 200 years to do. So we kind of, we could put away the taboos after a while, but it felt really bad working on that. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because I'm seeing this pattern, right? So for every topic, we get, the traditional taboo that is expected. So the first question, that are participants willing to take part? Are people willing to take part? Are people willing to talk about this? But then we always come around to designers, so to the professionals that are seeking the answers, or are seeking to provide a solution. And I think that, at least in human-centered design and participatory design, and as Nima says, the importance of this anthropological view and the use of these anthropology techniques are so that when you are with people as a professional in the field, you also have to be reflective about how you are interfering in the field, about how the information is affecting you. And so we started seeing in the design research community this reflection quite a lot of how also these topics that we usually think associate to the others are also affecting us, and how, in turn, the way we feel them affect participants. You see what I mean? So I think that as a community it's interesting to think about these subjects that are arising just because of the way that we are starting to do design.
How do you feel it's changing? Because Gen Z is obviously coming with a lot of mental health topics, and they are raising awareness about those. And it seems to me that what was a taboo maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago is not a taboo anymore, especially in the mental health space. But do you see that in your work as well?
Yes, we see it, but we also see that there are contexts where the taboo is very ingrained. And I'll give you an example. So we have recently started working in manufacturing shop floors with operators. And I don't know what it is in Czech Republic, certainly not, but in many countries, and for sure in Portugal, mental health is the first cause of absenteeism. And when you talk to big employers, they will tell you, we know this is the first cause of absenteeism, why people are not working, or are here, presenteeism, they're here but not really producing or working. But we don't know how to address it. You know, if you give me the checklist for the prevention of musculoskeletal injuries, then I'm able to do that. But for mental health, I have no clue. And then we saw, and then also some companies don't want you to do that kind of research and dig out these kinds of issues. So we've seen that in these shop floor environments, it's pretty much a taboo. Also, it's a sign of weakness. So if you're suffering from depression or anxiety and you're at work, some people think about that as a sign of weakness, that they cannot handle the stress of the job, or, you see? So, yeah.
How has COVID transformed the taboos we are talking about? Because, for example, in the Czech Republic, according to Národní ústav duševního zdraví, we have twice more people thinking about depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts. So obviously, like, it's coming to places where it has never been. And I think for a lot of people, for example, aging people, COVID was very difficult because suddenly you had to be digital or you were non-existent, basically, or, you know, things like that. So how have you seen that play in your research?
So we saw that this had an impact in the sense of more positive attitudes towards talking about mental health issues or seeking help, but something that we were expecting. So we have a colleague that is working on internet intervention. So she's a psychologist, and she has been studying precisely how to deliver this kind of support online. And we thought that we would see a boom in this kind of willingness to use digital technology to support mental health, and we didn't. So actually the numbers are telling us that it's so-so. So there was an initial increase because it was the only way, but now we're not so sure about it.
Should we move to the next topics? Yes. Just to tell everybody what we... Okay. Death. Okay. Oh. Do you, maybe we were raising hand for before that, do you still consider death a taboo topic in the society? Much less with the previous ones. How do you, when you were designing Anathema, how were you thinking about death? Because obviously if you were talking about intimacy with older couples, you had to come across that topic.
Sorry. Actually, we weren't really.
Sorry.
No problem. Maybe we should have, but we weren't. But recently we started looking into this, and there is a very good paper by Andrew Tibbles from the Design Research Society's conference last year that looked at all the published work that designers have been doing, working around death. And what he found out was that there is this whole spectrum. So we are kind of scared of talking about death, but at the same time, there are many people out there they are just working on talking about end of life, talking about legacy, talking about or designing, not just so designing for end of life, designing for palliative care, designing for the event, the ceremony. So there's a growing community of design researchers just thinking about death and coming up with ways of talking to people about death. And we brought this topic because we thought it was interesting to share, but also to know if you have been thinking about this or working about this in any way.
I think it would be more and more coming back to us because recently I read that nowadays every 11th person in the world is over 65. In 2050 it will be every 5th person. So, you know, our population is aging and I think the death will be more prominent. And for example, Elon Musk recently, he said he's deleting all the dead accounts on Twitter, and people suddenly started tweeting, oh, you're deleting the memories of my dead mom. Because, you know, whenever I missed her, I went to look at her Twitter account. So I think we will be more and more encountering that in digital space, how to deal with death and the data that kind of is behind us when we die.
I think there's still a lot of research to do, even in so how people relate to, you have emotional connections to artifacts, right? So even if they're digital. So you have to understand, first of all, so that you can respect that. Mm-hmm. And also coming back to design researchers, this is also very hard on design researchers working on this topic. Mm-hmm. So I have a student who's working on this right now, just creating ways of people facilitating communication, right? So externalizing your feelings and he just, the first thing that he did, he tested with his girlfriend because he thought, this is what you usually do, right? You're a designer, just give me your opinion on this. And so he was working on death and he applied the same reasoning. I'll just test this with you. And all of a sudden, he and his girlfriend were having this deep conversation about death and it was super hard and he almost abandoned the project because he wasn't prepared as a design researcher to deal with his yeah.
Should we go for the last topic since we have like last 3 minutes? Oh, diet. I hate that.
So what do you think? Do you think that food is a taboo? Yeah. Okay. So in what sense?
This is a very quiet audience. It's like, you know.
So to give you an example from design research, you're working on nutrition, a system to support healthy eating habits, and as a design researcher, you want to see in the first place what people's habits are, right? You want to understand the routines. So, okay, I'll do this research, I'll ask people to go into their homes, and then they'll show me their kitchen and their fridge, and no one opens the fridge. Because we don't want others to see what we have in our fridge because it tells a lot about us and the way that we live. Did you ever think about it?
That's true. And I think it's becoming more and more of a taboo because I recently read that 68% of people are overweight in the world. So we're all feeling insecure and we're all feeling like that we are not accepted as a society. For example, if you try to fit in a seat in Ryanair, nobody can do it. I mean, like, even thin people can't do it. So, you know, I think you're more and more kind of reminded of all those taboos, including that one. Before we wrap it up, I wanted you to have a look at the topics we had here, the 6 topics that Anna and Joanna brought up. And I would like us to vote. What do you think would be the biggest taboo? So think about what would be in this society, in the Czech Republic, and to give them feedback. What would be the biggest taboo with us? So could you raise a hand if you think it's death as the biggest taboo that we have here? Okay, cool. Sexuality. Cool, we have some. Disability. Mental health.
Oh.
Interesting. Diet. I'm almost the only one. Aging. Interesting. Are you surprised with what you are seeing? Does it reflect?
Yeah, I was thinking about the other topics would be more a taboo topic, but mental health is still very sensitive topic to discuss. I think.
Before we wrap up, my last question for both of you. Joanna, you haven't talked much, so I expect a lot of you. What would be, because one of the biggest tools in human-centered design is empathy, so what would be your key tip on building empathy in everyday life?
I think it's to connect with people, most of it, and connect with diversity and diverse people, and not just having not just meeting our family or our friends, but go around, see the world, see everyone, and listen to their stories. And I like to listen to stories, and I think if we are good listeners and if we look for something like that, I think we can build empathy, most of it.
Thank you. And Anna?
I think that I will answer as a design researcher. So I think that ethnography has a lot to teach us. And I think that we need to be open to build a good understanding, not just of people in the labs when we invite them, but really looking at everyday life and trying as much as possible to build this understanding in natural environments. And there is a technique that we use when we go out into the field, which is to list all the things that we think that we will be finding. You know, so you just put all your preconceptions out there to see, really, in the end, if they really match, something isn't right. So you're just looking or being attentive to what you're expecting, right? So when you start finding new things, then it's a signal that you're open to different ways of seeing the world and different interpretations.
I just realized that we should have not published our pictures, and we should have asked you as an audience to draw a picture of an astronaut, to draw a picture of a sex health app author, or to draw a picture of something and then compare it with reality. Thanks a lot for listening to us, and thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Joanna.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is an architect, an artist, and she thinks about inclusive design as a tool for creating safe and welcoming places. The space that is saying, hey, welcome, you can be safe here. You can stay here alone if you want to, but also with your friends and family. And if you yourself want to live in a place like this, in a welcoming, safe place, please welcome next speaker, Raquel Marcos. Hi.
Welcome. I think this is working. Yeah. Welcome. First of all, I want to thank you, the organizer, for the invitation, and also Mariana for the warm presentation. I would also like to apologize for my English. I'm not used to giving talks in English, so maybe I'm not be very fluent, but I'm going to do my best. So, as you all know, our cities are not inclusive, but how we can design cities for everyone? No? I'm Raquel Marcos, architect and artist from Equalsari. We are an all-women team of architects, gender experts, researchers, and mediators who propose architecture and urban design with a gender approach and through co-creation with citizens. In Equalsari, we aim to build equality through urban design and achieve more inclusive cities. We want to be able to improve our environment through our specific knowledge, architecture, and urban planner. We work for diverse cities, cities that do not perpetuate inequalities based on gender, origin, or background, ethnicity, sexual orientation, health status, or age, among others. Caring cities that place caregiving tasks in the public space in order to make them visible and value them to collectivize responsibilities. Sustainable cities, respectful of their surroundings and the communities that inhabit them from an environmental but also a socioeconomic perspective. In short, cities that educate their citizens for equality. We believe that all urban transformation processes have a potential for being an educative processes, either for adults or for children. Today, I'm going to talk to you about how we can achieve inclusive cities. And I'm going to focus on public space. My presentation will be in three parts. Firstly, I'm going to start with a short but necessary theoretical part about gender approach and urban design. Then I'm going to introduce you some indicators we use in Equalsari. And finally, I'm going to share 2 case studies. The gender approach in architecture and planning is not new. There have been a lot of people, mainly women, that have worked hard to take us where we are now. Therefore, I would like to mention some of them. Jane Jacobs, Anna Bofill, Zaida Mouchi, Eva Kale, Collective Poncis, or Matrix, and many, many more who have worked and who are still working nowadays. But space is neutral. Gender is a social construct that assigns specific roles and responsibilities according to sex. Their roles and attributes change depending on times and cultures. The categories masculine and feminine have been accompanied by a hierarchy in which productive activities developed in public space and assigned to men have been more valued than reproductive activities assigned to women and developed in domestic space. And nowadays, how we overcome the ideas of gender, what happens in urban spaces. Spaces also materialize social values. Spaces speaks to us, transmit messages that we unconsciously integrate and that usually reproduce inequalities. Who decides how spaces and cities are designed? What experiences are taken into account? What needs are they priority to solve? As women, we usually have to think more about our movement in the city, depending on the time, if it's late at night, depending on the neighborhood we live, if there is or not lighting on the streets. And imagine, if you use a wheelchair, all you have to plan before you go out from home. Will the sidewalk be wide enough? Will public transport be accessible? Also, there is comfortable spaces for caregiving and to sit in the playgrounds. As you can see here, there are not any place to sit. What are the sports spaces in our cities like? How are our schoolyards? So no, cities are not still designed from everyone. Gender approach is a tool to recognize, make visible, and reduce inequality, because it recognizes that our everyday life is diverse, that we develop a lot of activities that are not only related with our job, but also with taking care of others and socializing, and that every person has different needs that must be solved. Community participation and co-creation processes of public space are mechanisms to reflect on diverse reality and opportunities in cities. Feminism aims to mask the social, political, economical, and legal inequalities faced by women and people with non-normative identities, taking into account diversity, complexity, and deconstructing stereotypes and gender roles, so that all people can develop in freedom and with equal opportunities. That is why we use participation and co-creation in our projects, to collect all the experience of real people, also children and elderly people. Beyond participatory methodologies, feminist urban planners have also developed indicators that take into account gender and intersectional experience in spatial analysis and transformations. To finish this theoretical part, I will share with you the following 5 indicators which we usually apply in equal studies, and you will later recognize when I talk about the case studies. The first one is autonomy. We feel free and safe to move and stay in every place in the city during the day and night time, and no matter who we are. This is related to safety and accessibility issues. Daily network, the facilities and service to satisfy our daily needs that we can find in about 5 to 15 minutes walking by home. Community, there are comfortable and safe spaces to meet outdoors, no matter our age or preferences. Representation is the diversity of inhabitants, physical or symbolical, represented in the public space, in the urban art, advertising, the name of streets. Sustainability. The preservation of the environment is a priority in the urban model. We enjoy a variety of public and active transport systems. That's all for now on this theoretical introduction. As I said at the beginning, I'm going to share with you 2 projects to illustrate how all this theory translates into practice. The first project is Fem dissabte a la plaça d'en Baró. This project took place in Santa Coloma de Gramenet, a city located in the metropolitan area of Barcelona. Santa Coloma de Gramenet is a high-density city where the public space become more public, more intense, more livid, and also hyper-stressed due to the large number of simultaneous activities and different users. The goals of the project were redesign an underused urban space which was generating social conflict. This is the square before that the Ajuntament contract us. The square was a closet and homogeneous. The perimeter walls and the non-strategic location of vegetation made it difficult to connect with other buildings and with the streets of the round of the square. At the same time, the design of the square was not very attractive, especially for children. There is any place for play or for stay there, no? The municipality initiated a participatory process to identify the different needs and to co-create a new community space for children and for the entire neighborhood. We started with some open activities in public space. During these activities, the children who participate reflected about the different needs of diverse people and thought how the future space should integrate them. In the second stage, we worked with a nearby school. During these activities with the school, were more related to design. Children learn new tools and abilities to understand that the space that they use daily offers many, many opportunities and that they can be a decision makers. After the participatory processes, we developed a technical project that incorporates all these ideas, but also takes into account the feminist indicators. Let me present the square today. Well, this is before. And this is the same photo before and after the project. The project, well, you can see how it changed. The project guarantees proper lighting, accessibility, and visual connection with nearby buildings and streets. We designed comfortable urban elements to promote social interaction, and this is very important to take into account in the playgrounds. We introduced shades and provided access to drinking water. The project also promotes wide range of different activities for all ages. One of the most important things and goal was to generate a non-hierarchical and non-stereotypical playground. We designed a multifunctional space that offers diverse possibilities to play, multifunctional platforms that you can see here, this platform, and spaces with sun and structures, the other place to play. We place the family and caregiving in the center for 2 reasons. One, to increase the autonomy of adults and also the children, and to visualize and facilitate this work. Here you can see it, but you also can play, you can watch the children, but also join with a lot of people. We generate a singular place in the city and to integrate commemorative elements that explain the participatory processes. The colorfulness is very representative on this project because the children participation. We observed that the square is used by children and also for adults of different age, and that all the areas of the square are used indistinctly if there are boys or girls, developing several kinds of activities. In conclusion, designing together with children the new square have been a co-educational process because they have reflected about well-being, coexistence, diversity, and the importance of cooperation and teamwork. Now, I'd like to look at the other case study. Is Mammifera. We won the Model Prize for making an ephemeral installation at Barcelona Architectural Festival. This festival is a space for reflection and celebration that brings us closer to experimental architecture and helps us to rethink how we want to live together through new city models and new imaginaries. Our proposal was to breastfeed to feed their babies, both giving them a breast or through the bottle or other methods. Mammifera focus on life and the collectivization of care. This is an historical demand of feminist movements. The design proposed a visible, accessible, safe, and comfortable space which has the necessary elements to be able to breastfeed and accompany people during the breastfeeding period. But why we were proposing Mammifera? According to a study carried out in 2022, 52% of women participating in the study admit that they had to breastfeed. 63.5% have felt judged. 15% have come to actively attract attention while breastfeeding. The difficulty of breastfeeding in public space lead many women to experience breastfeeding individually and in isolation. The installation, Mammifera, makes visible the needs to incorporate a network of care spaces in the city, incorporating breastfeeding as a key vital moment in the development of life and which to this day still represents a conflict in public space. Mammifera reclaims the needs and benefits of group breastfeeding. The structure of Mammifera has 5 key elements. The structure, the bench, the carpet, the nursery pillows, and the furniture. As you can see, Mammifera is permeable and related to the outside. The interior and the exterior are connected through the bench, which in some places can be used in both sides, with nursing pillows, so people can use them to breastfeed or lie around the carpet. It's safe and visible. The circular structure at ground level, it's visible from all sides to make breastfeeding visible in public space, and in particular in breastfeeding in groups. It's quite unequipped. The interior, as you can see there are furniture with a microwave, a fridge, and a point of water. That this is very curious to find this at the public space. No. The interior offers an intimate and safe space that makes it easy to breastfeed, express milk, check a diaper, or prepare, warm, and wash a bottle. It's comfortable and in group. Inside it has wooden benches in a semicircular shape to promote collective care and mutual support, and is stimulating and natural. Use of stimulating tones in the carpet and furniture, we use natural materiality and comfortable to the touch. During the festival, we held a participatory workshop focused on imagining what breastfeeding space should be like from the daily experience of people who breastfeed and those who accompany people during the breastfeeding period. We hope to continue developing more collective breastfeeding spaces in public space. So I hope that you are a little clear that on how we can build inclusive cities, but let me tell you that there are no magical recipes, and you have to listen what people need, what in the territory, and the different case studies in every project. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I think Mariana wants to ask something.
Yeah, and I think that many people here maybe want to ask something. Could you sit down for a bit? Yeah. Thank you for the presentation and for all these case studies. I love to hear about Mammifera and about breastfeeding in public. I have 3 kids, and it really ringed a bell. So thank you very much for this. Do any of you have a question to ask? Please. Is there a microphone?
I actually have 2 questions to ask. Thank you for the presentation. First, I'll ask your projects, whether it's the inclusive playgrounds. Is that something that can be scaled up, or is that something very site-specific, so it's really related to the one specific space, or can it be actually like multiplied and be applied for whole Barcelona or kind of like any other city? So that's the first one. And second one, have you figured out or have you found some specific material that you find that people always enjoy in the public spaces?
I think I don't understand the second question.
Maybe the answer is no, but I was just wondering if there's one particular material that you figure out that people in the public spaces enjoy, whether it's wood or some kind of fabric, or is that even something that can be defined as a very enjoyable or nice material for people to sensor in the public spaces?
Okay, so the first one, the inclusive playgrounds, we designed with all these indicators and also can repeat in different spaces to Barcelona, but we designed it with all the people who live in the surrounding of the place that respond to these specific needs. So if you want to reply another playground, you have to validate with these people who will use the space and who will enjoy this place that it is okay, or maybe what do you need, or I think it's important to have this participatory actively about the people who live there. And the second question, I think we need spaces to join, to meet. I don't know here, but for example, in Spain or in Barcelona, we don't have a lot of spaces in the public space to join with friends or to rest or to play. So I think when you put these quality spaces at the public space, people will join, and of course with these spaces have been needs to be equipped with water or with toilets or something like this for people stay there.
And the part of the question concerning the material you would use, because many people enjoyed it. Do you have some favorite material, or from the participatory research, do you find out that there is some material people generally like and feel good with?
Yeah, I think natural material like wood or a lot of vegetation, and also a colorful material because it's like very visual and attracts more people to join this space.
Thanks. Is there any other question? Yeah. Shoot. Can you wait? Can you wait? No. Can you wait for it because of the recording? Thanks. I'm sorry. I just yeah. Lady first. Old timers.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for your presentation. Recently, I was reading the book Invisible Women that talks about the importance of the design of public space. Exactly what you said, and even to prevent gender-based violence. And I noticed that there were many examples about what is being done in Barcelona. So I was wondering, from your perspective, is Barcelona an example city in that regard, or are there others? I would like to know your opinion. Thanks.
Yeah, now Barcelona is being transforming a lot with the Superillas. I don't know if someone knows the project. They are working a lot to put in the center the daily life and the life of people who live in there. And they are transforming the public space with all peatonal streets, and this makes more security and more vitality and more accessible for everyone. So I think Barcelona now is a huge example for this daily life and the networking in the public space.
Great, thank you. What about you? Your question?
Hi, I'm Jan. Thank you for the presentation. It's a bit tricky usually when men wants to open a topic of breastfeeding, but my question is that direction. What do you think? Because is it that right away if we will separate women who want to breastfeed on some place like you presented, or it should be to educate the population, to people around, men, whoever, that it's natural, that it's a part of society, because I feel it that way a bit more than to separate women somewhere. But I can feel, you can feel different, so.
Yeah, no, we want to make this breastfeeding period in collective, not only for women, also for men, for people who are accompanying this breastfeeding. This is why we design a big space and this bench around to not only people who are breastfeeding stay there. In the festival, the Mamifera was a very collective point, not only for women, for families, and for diverse families, not only men and women. No, like also, this is why we put a microwave, because parents can give a bottle to the baby, no, not only for women. We want to collectivize and share these responsibilities.
Dominika?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I actually would like to follow on that question because I noticed that in Mamifera you basically put this like round shed, or how should I call it, like in the middle of the street, you know. So I was wondering, like, how did you actually find the thin line between between, like, you know, having the comfortable place for moms and while they are breastfeeding, but at the same time, isn't it more like that, oh my God, like past buyers will be basically saying something like, oh, what is that? You know, I'm going to check it out. And maybe the mummies are going to be even more exposed than they were before, you know. So I was wondering about this particular part of also maybe the participatory research, you know, what you found out from the women and how also the other public had an effect on it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is a very good question because this was a prototype. This was for a festival that only was constructed 10 days. So when we were designing this, we was asking like, okay, we want a visible and all open space, but maybe someone needs more intimacy. And for the babies needs more to be concentrated, not need like look everything is happening around the installation. So we decided for this case an open space, but in the participatory processes, a lot of people say like, okay, it's very good because you are reclaiming and you are visualizing this need, but we need some intimacy, no? So I hope like when we design another breastfeeding point, we have to find this equilibrium, so this balance with, okay, we need to be a open and visible, but to look and to see, no? But yes.
Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, at the second row in the middle.
I wanted to ask you about your studio or about Equal Sari because you are just a women studio, right?
Yeah.
If somebody asks you that because you are just strictly women studio, you are not like inclusive enough because you are, you know, like close women circle, because we are going to organize event which is going to be organized just by women, and we got this question like, why do we still need these kind of events which are about women? So if you have any experience with that.
Yeah, a lot of people ask us the same. But this is a political decision, like we collaborate with men, but not for now any men work with us. This is why in the professional in architecture, woman is still invisibilizing. Yeah. And we wanted to offer the opportunity to work in this team and to be and for example, we most times we do no mixed activities. So if we have a man in our team, it's very strange, like goes to an activity for only women who are not, and the people who are facilitating the activities are men, no? So yes, like we want to put our daily experience as a woman in this design. So this is why for now we only are women.
I think that in your presentation we could see a lot of intimate and very personal topics related to public space and the intervention in public spheres. The last question from my side is, what do you love most about your job, about what you're doing?
The thing I love most is to listen to people and to feel people is important in all the decisions. Now, for most times when I started to facilitate an activity, the people who is coming, it's like and I don't have anything to say. It's like, no, you have everything to say here, and what do you live, and what your need and your experience. It's very important because I don't know what you need. So I have a technical knowledge, but I don't have all of this experience and needs because we are different people and we have different needs, and we have to listen this to really design cities for everyone. That for me, this is not. Sometimes the activities and participatory processes are not like idyllical because there are many opinions who are not at the same point, no? But it's nice also like to find a balance of the different needs of people.
Thank you very much. And that's a beautiful invitation for the next panel, who will be in Czech, which will be in Czech, and which will be about participatory research and participation in public spheres and how to make inclusive environments in the Czech Republic. I would love to meet you in 5 or 7 minutes, but now a big applause to Raquel Marcos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Účastníci následujícího panelu si chtějí udělat společnou fotečku. A než se připraví, tak vás chci jenom informovat o tom, že i ve workshopu k inkluzivnímu designu od doktora Anthonyho je stále 5 přihlášených, kteří tam nedorazili a pokud jste to třeba právě vy, tak nás můžete opustit, i když toho budeme litovat, a dostavit se na workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, there are still 5 free places in the inclusive design workshop of Dr. Anthony. So if you're assigned to them, just go there and we will wish you luck. Fotečka. To je hodně foteček. Počkáte chviličku, anebo pojďte rovnou. Tak jo. Tak já vás za chvilku zavolám. Tento panel je, prosím vás, v češtině. Uvolněte své mozkové buňky a zamyslete se nad tím, jestli máte v místě svého bydliště nějaké místo, kde se cítíte opravdu dobře. Veřejné místo. Zkuste klidně zavřít oči a představte si, kde v místě, kde bydlíte, se cítíte hezky, kam si chodíte odpočinout, nebo naopak si zasportovat, kam chodíte s dětmi, se psem, s partnerkou, s partnerem, s babičkou, s kolegou, kde je vám prostě dobře. A přemýšlejte o tom, co to dělá, že tam vám je dobře. Čím to je? Je tam nějaká zvláštní vůně, je tam dobrý vzduch, je tam příjemný šumění vody, nebo je tam úplně ticho a tma a je to takový malý růžek, kde vás nikdo neruší. Čím se stalo, že tohle místo je to, kde se cítíte dobře? Já věřím, že teď někdo nějaké má a zkuste přemýšlet dál. Kdo ho vytvořil? Kdo se na tom podílel? Vzniklo samo od sebe? Udělali jste si ho vy? Nebo za to někdo může? Může za to víc lidí? Jeden člověk? Někdo z města? Váš kamarád? Náhodný kolem jdoucí? Někdo před 300 roky? A nebo někdo minulý týden? Doufám, že v následující půl hodině spolu vytvoříme alespoň trošku takové příjemné místo a jsem hrozně ráda, že tady na to nebudu sama, protože mě teďkon na pódiu doplní Dominika Potužáková, multidisciplinární designérka a advokátka lidských potřeb, která se právě participačnímu výzkumu a vytváření takových míst věnuje. Pojď prosím k nám. Ahoj. Ahoj. Dále zde bude Tereza Fasorová, která je participátorka Institutu plánování a rozvoje hlavního města Prahy a má v popisu práce takováhle místa s vámi vytvářet. Pojď za námi. Ahoj. Necháme Tomáše přijít až na druhou stranu, to bude super. A konečně vítám Tomáše Hendricha, hrdého trutnovského patriota, bývalého učitele a současného místostarostu Trutnova, kde má mimo jiné na starosti územní plánování. Je to tak?
Ano.
Vítejte.
Děkuji.
A prosím, až tam. A vy tady máte před sebou jedinečný koktejl. Máte tady freelancera, který pracuje pro kohokoliv, kdo si usmyslí. Plus minus. Máte tady zástupkyni veřejné instituce, kterou zřizuje hlavní město Praha, tuším, a která vás musí poslouchat prostě z popisu své práce. A potom tady máte zástupce zřizovatele, zástupce města, obce, který tohle potom všechno musí nějak zvládnout, vlastně dotáhnout a ještě odkomunikovat a politicky si ustát před svými občany a občankami. Prosím, využijte tady ten koktejl, proto abyste z nich vytřískali, co to jde a dozvěděli se co nejvíc možného o participaci a inkluzivnímu vytváření veřejných prostor. A já na úvod poprosím Dominiku, aby nám řekla, jak se vlastně k participaci jako takové dostala.
Tak já vás tady moc vítám a na úvod, abych vlastně řekla lidem, kteří třeba mě teď v tuhle chvíli nevidí, tak jsem 160 cm vysoká žena středního věku s krátkýma hnědýma vlasama. Mnohdy se usmívám A mám na sobě vlastně světle džínovou bundu, bílé triko a takovou fialovou sukni a bílé boty. A jak jsem se dostala vlastně k participačnímu designu nebo výzkumu, je to převážně z toho, že už přes nějakých asi 15 let se věnuju human-centered designu a ze začátku jsem se věnovala hlavně designování a výzkumům fyzických produktů a postupně jsem se dostávala vlastně do fyzických prostorů, vlastně i díky jakoby mému partnerovi, který je architekt a urbanista, a tak spolu sdílíme vlastně jakoby, svoje jakoby, nějaký téma. A proč vlastně jakoby mě tohle baví, je to hlavně kvůli tomu, a možná, že je to prostě svým způsobem něco hodně utopistického, ale jde mi o to, aby se nám vlastně v tom veřejném prostoru všem dobře žilo. Přesně jak vlastně Mariana se nás na začátku zeptala na tu otázku, pojďme si představit to místo, kde je nám nejlíp, to nějaký ten veřejný prostor, veřejný prostředí, kde je nám nejlíp, a to bych si vlastně jakoby přála, aby těchto míst v tom prostředí bylo čím dál tím víc a pro nejširší variatu nebo variabilitu lidí.
Děkuji moc. Terezo, jak to máš ty?
Děkuji za slovo. Já vás tady taky vítám, dobré odpoledne. Já se teda nejdřív taky popíšu, jak to udělala Domi. Jsem teda žena, mám 155 cm, bohužel ani ne 160, dlouhé hnědé vlasy, vlnité a mám takové barevné šaty na sobě. A přijela jsem sem teda z Prahy, z Institutu plánování a rozvoje, ale vlastně k tomu, abych byla ta participátorka, jak my tomu říkáme, takový trošku ošklivý slovo, my to sami nemáme rádi, protože tomu nikdo nerozumí a vždycky se musíme obhajovat, co to teda vlastně znamená. Ale dostala jsem se k tomu vlastně úplnou náhodou, když jsem studovala geografii v Brně, tak jsem našla zálibu v plánování města a říkala jsem si, že by to mohlo být něco, jako co by mě mohlo bavit. Potom jsem se úplně náhodou dostala do Prahy a šla jsem na pohovor na IPR, kde jsem vlastně skončila v kanceláři participace, což nebyl můj cíl. Snažila jsem se tam nějakým způsobem protlačit, protože mě to téma zajímalo, ale vlastně skončila jsem tam, kde jsem teď, a je to jako super, hrozně mě to baví a je to podle mě práce, která dává smysl, ale je to vlastně hodně náročný, protože prostě jste v kontaktu neustále s někým, ať už to jsou odborníci, ale ať už to je i ta veřejnost nebo kdokoliv, kdo vás osloví, koho vy oslovujete, takže je to hodně takový jako bohatý, ale podle mě to je tam moje největší motivace, že z toho vždycky vyjde něco smysluplného a dává to prostě celé smysl. Takže děkuju.
Díky moc.
To je za mě takhle všechno zatím.
A co ten pohled z Trutnova teda?
Tak já vám přeju také dobré odpoledne. Dovolím si vám říci, že před váma sedí zkušený, lehce prošedivělý pán v elegantním modrém obleku. A co se týká Trutnova, tak tam jsme si najednou vzpomněli, že část města uděláme hezčí, lepší, krásnější, tak aby to bylo to místo, o kterém tady byla řeč. A snažili jsme se vybrat člověka, který nám s tím pomůže, a to byla právě Dominika Potužáková.
A jak to teda v tom případě probíhá, když si město usmyslí, že chce být příjemnější, krásnější a milejší a k tomu najde Dominiku Potužákovou, co se potom všechno musí stát?
Já řeknu možná na úvod, Trutnov je město pod Krkonošema, které má asi 30 000 obyvatel a vlastně vzniklo sloučením 3 samostatných částí, a to Trutnova, Poříčí a Horního Starého Města. A právě součástí Horního Starého Města je Zelená louka, o které tady bude řeč, což je typické panelákové sídliště, které vzniklo v 70. a hlavně v 80. letech minulého století. A když říkám typické panelákové sídliště, tak je to se všemi plusy i mínusy, co to přináší. A protože od těch 90. let se Trutnov zabýval spoustou starostí, spoustou potřeb, spoustou věcí, které bylo potřeba dávat dohromady, který bylo potřeba uvízt do nějakého lepšího vzhledu, tak vždycky byla nějaká věc, která byla v centru a která byla důležitější a přednostnější, než bylo sídliště Zelená louka. Ale už zhruba před 10 lety bylo postavené koupaliště, bylo postavené divadlo, já nevím, byl postavený nový most, byla postavená řada dalších věcí, které ten Trutnov hodně potřeboval, autobusový nádraží a další. A začalo se přemýšlet o tom, co se Zelenou loukou, co udělat s tím sídlištěm, který nebylo tak úplně přívětivý pro život, a začalo se připravovat nějaké řešení, jak to sídliště změnit, jak ho vylepšit, jak ho zkrášlit, když to řeknu. Trošku nás přibrzdil v těch přípravách covid, ale nakonec asi před 2 rokama se ta příprava vlastně rozjela naplno a kromě toho, že v tom zastupitelstvu je 33 lidí, kteří každý ví, co by ta Zelená louka potřebovala nejvíc, tak jsme se shodli na tom, že by bylo dobré taky se zeptat těch lidí, kteří na Zelené louce žijí, kteří tam pracují, kteří tam chodí do školy, kteří tam chodí nakupovat, jezdí tam autobusem, autem, na kole a podobně. A z toho vlastně vznikla ta myšlenka udělat průzkum mezi veřejností, zjistit, co se jim líbí, co se jim nelíbí, co potřebují nejvíc a co si přejí na té Zelené louce, aby se změnilo.
A můžu se
a to
teda
už je
zeptat...
další krok, který bych předal Dominice.
Právě, chtěla bych se zeptat úplně, jak to prakticky vypadá, když teda takovéhle zadání přijde a vy máte před sebou těch 43 zastupitelů a k tomu veškerou tu veřejnost. 33, pardon. Co tedy dál?
No tak my jsme postupovali tak, že víceméně jsme v prvopočátku udělali nějaký první mapující workshop na tom městě, kde jsme si právě řekli, jaké jsou jakoby možnosti toho města, co se týče třeba nějakých jakoby výzkumů, které vlastně byly udělané třeba v minulosti. Potřebovali jsme samozřejmě vědět i nějaké jakoby složení obyvatel právě toho sídliště, aby jsme prostě věděli třeba na koho primárně jako cílit, nebo jak mít prostě rozložený samozřejmě jakoby ten segment těch lidí, který jsme chtěli oslovovat na tu participaci a tak. A pak jsme vlastně tady s těma možnostma, které jsme získali, tak jsme začali svým způsobem dávat dohromady nějaký výzkumný plán. A tady vlastně na tom dalším obrázku můžete vidět napravo, tak můžete vidět moji kolegyni Zuzanu Tancibutkovou, která je taky rodačka z Trutnova a pomáhala mi vlastně v tom projektu. A na té levé straně už jakoby vidíme výčet několika metod, který jsme použili během jako toho výzkumu a vlastně jsme je nakombinovali tak, aby jsme opravdu prostě měli jak kvalitativní data, tak kvantitativní data. To znamená, aby jsme se mohli i o ty data opřít, když právě potom docházelo k nějakému velkému rozhodování nebo k prioritizaci, kterou vlastně tu vyzkoumanou věc nebo vyzkoumaný téma vlastně vzít jako první a věnovat se mu nejvíc. A víceméně jsme pracovali s tím, co už třeba to město používá, to znamená například špendlíkové mapy nebo takzvané špendlíkové mapy, kde vlastně lidi můžou už v tuhle chvíli zanášet nějaký problémový místa, já nevím, když se třeba rozbije lampa nebo prostě nějaký jako poškozený chodník, tak vlastně ty lidi už můžou tam sami zandovat i fotografie, takže my jsme vlastně tady tu mapu vzali a akorát jsme ji přetvořili s otázkami, které byly důležité pro ten náš participační výzkum. Pak jsme samozřejmě šli do terénu, ptali jsme se lidí, pozorovali jsme je, jak se chovají vlastně na tom sídlišti, co tam dělají za aktivity, která jakoby ta skupina lidí, jaké ty aktivity, na kterým tom místě dělá, ve který čas. Museli jsme samozřejmě pokrýt veškerý čas prostě od pondělí až do neděle, od rána až do pozdního večera.
V tom případě, pardon, jenom překvapilo tě tady na těch aktivitách od rána do pozdního večera, od pondělí do neděle něco konkrétního, co si vůbec nečekala?
No, asi jako, asi jo, protože vlastně jakoby my jsme tam hodně vlastně takovou důležitou věc, kterou jsme zjistili, což prostě možná může být jako pro lidi očividný, ale my jsme zjistili, že je tam prostě velká skupinka mládeže, který vlastně jakoby hledají nějakou zašívárnu, jsme tomu říkali. A my jsme opravdu vlastně tu mládež tam jako tak různě jakoby zašitý prostě nacházeli. A samozřejmě oni se s námi jako rádi pobavili, chtěli i nějaký udělat selfiečka a tak, ale my jsme prostě jako mysleli, no dobře, tak jako v dnešní době mládež prostě bude doma někde pařit jako na telefonu, ale oni fakt jako byli venku, byli fakt jako někde zašitý a tak to bylo docela takový, docela příjemný jako překvapení, no, že byli jako venku, no.
Jak jste s tím dál pracovali?
No, pracovali jsme s tím vlastně tak, že potom, když jsme třeba nějaký ten fenomén jsme si odpozorovali, tak jsme klidně právě přestoupili k tím lidem, zeptali jsme se jich, proč právě jakoby tráví ten čas na tom místě, jakou hodnotu má to sídliště jakoby pro tu věkovou skupinu. A potom jsme vlastně jako vzali všechny tady ty vyzkoumané věci z toho terénního průzkumu a dali jsme je dohromady do dotazníků, který teda musel jít, ale samozřejmě jakoby ven různými způsoby, protože to sídliště má vlastně jakoby to rozložení obyvatel i mezi starší obyvatele a my jsme potřebovali, aby se ten dotazník dostal mezi ně. Zase použili jsme třeba například distribuci toho offline dotazníku, papírového dotazníku díky radničním listům, což je vlastně jakoby takový místní plátek, který informuje o všech možných různých aktivitách v Trutnově. A to se nám moc jako osvědčilo. A pak vlastně ke konci, abych to tak jako trošičku ještě ukončila, tak jsme si vybrali takový zastupitele všech těch věkových, ale i jako sociálních a kulturních skupin, dokonce i takového, když to řeknu, jako kápa romské menšiny a s tím byla mimochodem jako skvělá zkušenost. A tak jsme vlastně jakoby si tady s těma lidma ještě sedli ke stolu, ke kulatému stolu, měli jsme s nima skupinovou diskuzi a ještě jsme s nima pracovali taky nad mapami a vlastně nad těmi daty, které nám vyšly z těch předchozích výzkumů.
Díky moc. Je takovýhle postup nebo takovýhle proces, který proběhl třeba právě v Trutnově, typický pro tvoji práci nebo pro práci tvého oddělení?
Jo, určitě. Děkuju. Já myslím, že to, co Domi popsala, tak my to vlastně používáme přes kopírák. Jo. Vždycky záleží na projektu, který máte a musíte se k němu nějak postavit. Musíte vlastně si říct, jaké metody by se tam měly udělat na základě toho, jaký lidé tam žijí, jaké cílové skupiny, jak je to rozsáhlé území a tak. Já tady mám taky nachystaný takhle 2 fotky. Ještě... Jo, super. Kterým taky popíšu něco, jak tady říkal Tomáš a Domi. Já jsem si vybrala projekt u nás v Praze. Máme tam, možná to víte, už se začalo stavět metro D. Jo, a tím, že je to vlastně jedna z priorit hlavního města, tak město si řeklo, měli bychom vlastně říct, jak budou vypadat ty stanice a jejich okolí. Ty stanice teďka v tom metru D jsou hodně, přesně taky jsou okolo sídliště, hodně jako hustě osídlené oblasti, ale zároveň i jako přírodně, neúplně chráněné území, ale jako přírodně hodnotné území. Takže je potřeba se na to podívat koncepčně a udělat vlastně nějaký plán podrobnější. Takže hlavní město zadalo územní studie, aby to popsali, to území, a řeklo i prosím, pomozte nám s tím, protože chceme zapojit obyvatele. Jo, naštěstí tam máme spojku na magistrát, takže to šlo hladce, domluvili jsme se, že to uděláme a začali jsme to plánovat. A tady je teď ta fotka z Nových Dvorů, což je vlastně takové úplně jako, jak bych to řekla, nekoncepční rozházené území, kde je prostě nějaké tenisové kurty, troška sídliště, louka, kam všichni chodí, ale vlastně půlka lidí se tam bojí chodit, protože tam nejsou světlé, je to zarostlé. Zároveň tam máte parkoviště, potom nějaké developmenty a lidi jsou z toho nervózní, co jim to tam roste, protože to s nimi nikdo nekomunikuje, protože to jsou prostě soukromé věci. Takže byli vlastně rádi, když jsme tam do toho území přišli a začali jsme se jich na to ptát. Jo. My jsme udělali podobnou, jak tady popisovala Domi, vlastně podobný postup. že jsme nejdřív v tom území teda provedli sociologické šetření, abychom se vlastně vůbec dozvěděli, co tam bydlí za lidi a jaký mají, co potřebují, jaký mají přání, jestli mají třeba vůbec centrum tady v té lokalitě, protože, nebo vybavenost, jo, co jim tam chybí. Protože tam vlastně přirozeně pro nás, co to vidíme takhle, jako co jsme tam přišli do toho prostoru, tak tam tyhle věci nejsou. Jo, ptali jsme se jich i na parkování, protože to je téma, kterému se vždycky dostanete v jakékoliv diskuzi na participaci, stejně tak jako zeleň. Jo, takže tohle jsme všechno probrali. No a jedna z těch aktivit je právě tady, jak vidíte, ten participační kontejner, my tomu říkáme. A je to taková nejvíc oblíbená, bych řekla, aktivita, protože tím můžete tím oslovit hodně lidí, protože tam prostě stojíte třeba týden, 2 týdny v tom prostoru, někde, kde je to dobře viditelný, kde lidi kolem procházíte, třeba u zastávky, naproti Lidlu, takže nás lidi vlastně viděli hned, jak vycházeli. A oni se podívají, co to tady je, přijdou se zeptat a vy máte šanci jim to vysvětlit a třeba vám už vyplní nějaký dotazník, podívají se na webovky, přijdou třeba na komentovanou vycházku, který my tam taky hodně často pořádáme. Nebo se přijdou podívat nám do Centra architektury a městského plánování na nějakou výstavu, na nějakou debatu a už jim vlastně takhle můžete, současně oni vám můžou podávat ty informace a vy současně můžete i vzdělávat v tom, jak to město funguje, jak se plánuje a má to i tu jako druhotný cíl. A já tady mám ještě jednu fotku. Jo. A tohle je přesně zase z Nových Dvorů, ale je to z té vycházky. Jo, takže my na tom kontejneru jsme to prezentovali, ten projekt, a zároveň jsme sbírali ty data. A tady jsme už jenom spíš těm lidem, tady jsme ty lidi spíš informovali a spíš jsme se s nima bavili o tom, jaký vidí hodnoty v tom území. Tady to je právě na té louce, která byla trošku jako kritická, protože územní plán tam dovoluje nějakou prostě to částečně zastavit. Těm lidem se to samozřejmě nelíbí, takže proti tomu nějak bojují, už teda naštěstí ne, ale právě tím, jak jsme do toho území vešli a byli jsme tam docela dlouho a postupně jsme jim to vysvětlovali, oni potom viděli ten návrh, jak to zpracoval a proč, tak se nám vlastně podařilo udělat ten kompromis, že tam částečně něco v budoucnu možná někdy stát bude, možná ne, ale oni to pochopili proč a zároveň jsme jim slíbili, že se zrevitalizuje ta luka tak, aby oni mohli bezpečně používat a mohli tam trávit svůj volný čas. Jo, takže došlo k tomu kompromisu, o který my se vlastně vždycky v tom městě snažíme. A tady teda to je taková příjemná fotečka z té krásné vycházky v červnu, kdy bylo prostě 25 stupňů a vlastně i to nám pomohlo k tomu, že ti lidi byli příjemně naladění, chtěli se s náma bavit, jo, a nebyli tam, kromě pár samozřejmě té vždycky, nebyly tam žádný konflikty a vlastně to nakonec i podle mě přispělo k tomu dobrému výsledku. Takže
to působí jako strašně náročný komunikační úkol, protože jste už pojmenovali jako komunikační kanál věstník nebo prostě nějaký plátek, potom osobní účast a stání v kontejneru, vycházku, štěstí na počasí. Co všechno ještě za komunikační kanál, jestli můžete velice stručně pojmenovat, moc se u toho dlouho nezastavíme, používáte, abyste tu informaci dostali k lidem a abyste se s nimi o tom mohli bavit?
Tak můžu, já začnu. Kromě těch radničních listů, které tady byly zmíněny, který chodí každý měsíc do každé schránky v Trutnově, tak používáme sociální sítě, hodně informací jde přes Facebook a potom vlastně máme i městský Instagram, samozřejmě webové stránky, ale co se týká, řeknu, rychlosti informací, tak to je nejpoužívanější a nejšikovnější ten Facebook, ať je to městský nebo městský policie, když se jedná o nějaké mimořádné události typu havárky, je zavřená tato ulice, tak tohle jdeme za lidma s Facebookem. Plus máme takzvaný mobilní rozhlas, kdy máme možnost posílat SMSky přímo cíleně do určitých částí města na konkrétní čísla.
Právě jsem si říkala, jestli ten Facebook a sociální sítě obecně zasáhnou třeba starší populaci, jakkoliv vím, že i starší populace je účastná na sociálních sítích a jestli to jde třeba formou SMSky, tak to potom zase může pokrýt nějaký jiný segment. Máte ještě nějaké jiné komunikační kanály, které využíváte ve své práci?
My dost často využíváme, zvlášť se to týká lokalit, kde víme, že třeba takhle, my taky používáme Facebook a sociální sítě, ale rádi tam dávám i nějakou papírovou formu, protože dost často hodně lidí prostě nepoužívá sociální sítě, ani třeba ten mobilní rozhlas nemají třeba ani chytrý telefon. Takže my dost často využíváme lepení letáků nebo roznášení vlastně letáků a zvaní, se snažíme pokrýt co nejvíc co nejvíc lidí, prostě co v tom území žijí, tady touhle formou, no. Takže jakoukoliv jako papírovou vlastně.
Já bych to asi přesně tak jakoby doplnila, že je úplně stejně jako důležitý, jako je prostě ta online část, kdy jako většina populace je jako nějak jako online zapojená, ale tak právě jakoby je důležitý vlastně jít do toho místa a zmapovat si právě i ty komunikační, offline komunikační kanály a vlastně tam my jsme třeba i jakoby na distribuci a i sběr a potom vlastně jakoby komunikaci toho celého výzkumu využili jako míst, jako byl třeba vlastně Kaufland, myslím, že tam je, že jo, uprostřed vlastně toho sídliště a to je takový jako sdružovací místo, do kterého vlastně téměř všichni obyvatelé chodí tam nakupovat, takže tam ty vývězky jsme použili vlastně na distribuci i těch dotazníků a pak vlastně uprostřed ke konci toho projektu, jestli můžu poprosit, tak vlastně uprostřed toho sídliště jsme vlastně využili, jsme vlastně jakoby využili na to, že jsme veškerý ty data odkomunikovali formou takzvané panelové výstavy, kde vlastně kolem jdoucí si mohli už potom jakoby přečíst o celém tom výzkumu, jak to probíhalo, co z toho vzešlo a jaký jsou vlastně jakoby další plány do budoucna. Takže jakoby tam je důležité opravdu pracovat s obouma dvouma sférama, no, online i offline.
Napadají vás nebo vybavujete si konkrétní překážky, na které jste naráželi při takhle komplexním procesu, který pracuje jak s těmi zastoupenými aktéry, tak s velkou částí veřejnosti? Co je pro vás nejtěžší při takovéhle práci?
Nejtěžší je přesvědčit ty lidi, aby se zapojili, aby spolupracovali, aby odpovídali, aby prostě ta informace tam šla. Ale tady musím pochválit Dominiku, protože si myslím, že při tom průzkumu vlastně odvedli vynikající práci, protože my jsme měli přes 6900 nebo kolik to bylo? 6300 odpovědí.
Ne, 6300 obyvatel,
kteří jsou v tom vymezeném území. Tak. Ale 690 bylo odpovědí, což je skoro každý desátý byl ochotný se podělit o to, co se mu líbí, co se mu nelíbí, co by chtěl změnit a podobně. Takže to je jako, myslím, obrovský úspěch. No.
Já bych tady to ráda teda doplnila. Já si nemyslím, že je to úplně jakoby moje zásluha, ale naopak jakoby na městě mají hrozně šikovnou tiskovou mluvčí, se kterou prostě my jsme neustále mezi sebou pinkali různý jakoby e-maily a i jakoby prostě s tím, že pojďme třeba teď napsat článek o průběhu toho výzkumu, ať vlastně jakoby lidi si začnou zvykat na to, že i tam mezi nima budeme my jako výzkumníci chodit a ptát se na divné otázky, jo, a tak, aby prostě se nás nebáli, aby jsme si vlastně jakoby našli tu důvěru, nebo aby oni v nás jakoby cítili tu důvěru, tak tam šla neskutečně dobrá jakoby komunikace ze strany města a to právě přesně jakoby formou několika článků během toho půl roku v těch radničních listech, na sociálních sítích, skrz ten mobilní rozhlas. Vlastně jakoby pan starosta několikrát mluvil, jakoby, že natočili video přímo tam v sídlišti, který vlastně vysvětlovalo, jako k čemu všemu vlastně povede ten výzkum. A to teda si myslím, že opravdu je větší jakoby zásluha na vaší straně a na Míši Dětkový tiskový mluvčí straně, protože to byla jako skvělá spolupráce. Tak
to vypadá úplně
dobře, děkuju, takže ta zásluha je na obou stranách samozřejmě.
Tady je část panelu totálně na obláčku, zeptám se teda, jak to zvládá IPR.
Nám se takhle, v tom procesu, když už začneme participovat, tak tam většinou ty zádrhely, co se najdou, tak jsou úplně minimální, ale u nás většinou předchází tomu ta příprava, u které se může zadrhnout úplně všechno, takže se to může natáhnout prostě z měsíce plánování klidně jakoby na rok, jo. A A většinou je to daný tím, teď nechci házet žádnou špínu na politiky samozřejmě, ale je to spíš, že třeba ti politici ne vždycky si uvědomí, v jakém procesu je ten projekt a ne vždycky za to berou zodpovědnost. Takže my potom podle toho potřebujeme, aby to vlastně měl někdo v gesci a staral se o to, řekl, tohle je můj projekt, bude to takto a takto, chci to participovat, pojďme do toho. Jo? A my vlastně dostaneme tu jasnou informaci, máme prázdný stůl a můžeme začít. Jo, vlastně tohle se ale občas na začátku nestane a my s tím třeba jako občas trošku bojujeme. Jo? Ale to je vlastně tohle, když se vyřeší, tak většinou už potom to podle mě běží docela jako po másle. No.
Takže já mám takový pocit, že vlastně participace a inkluzivní design při navrhování veřejných prostranství je sice tvrdá, ale skvělá po másle ucházející práce. Jo? Je to tak?
Je to hodně
asi záleží
náročný,
od projektu,
právě,
si myslím.
Přesně
jako,
tak.
Že fakt
přesně
jako tady
tak.
jsme možná na tom obláčku právě díky tomu, že jako ta spolupráce prostě s tím městem byla opravdu, jako musím říct, že jako perfektní a prostě i ta komunikace byla rychlá, jo, nemusela jsem prostě čekat na nějaký, zdlouhavě čekat týdny na nějaký povolování nebo něco takového, ale to neříkám, že se prostě na jiných projektech třeba neděje. Jo, jako musíme se samozřejmě potýkat právě i jako s tím, že tam máme nějakou politickou nevoli, třeba že v zastupitelstvu je někdo, jakoby, kdo vyloženě jakoby není pro ten výzkum, kdo si myslí, že je to třeba vyhazování peněz a tak dále a tím pádem vlastně my musíme se vrátit zpátky a třeba svým způsobem jako znova evangelizovat prostě ten výzkum a proč je potřeba vlastně ho dělat a k čemu nám to povede, k čemu to pomůže, jo, takže jakoby může to být někdy i zdlouhavá jako cesta, ale musím říct, že zrovna jako v Trutnově se to nestalo, že tam to byl jakoby dobrý jako pozitivní příklad té spolupráce, no.
Rozumím. A teď jsme ve Zlíně a jsou tady jak zástupci města, tak designéři a designérky, tak studenti a studentky a další lidé, kteří možná by někde zvažovali, jak se do participace pustit. Jaké pro ně máte tipy a triky, aby s tím třeba mohli začít? Terezo.
Jsem se tak nadechovala, tak... Já si myslím, že vlastně, nebo takhle, my jako IPR, i když máme jenom tu Prahu, tak jsme strašně rádi, když se to děje všude možně po Česku, i samozřejmě v zahraničí, ale my dosáhneme tak trošku do toho Česka a čím dál víc se nám stává, že nás kontaktuje nějaký jiný město, nějaká jiná obec a zeptá se třeba, my bychom chtěli začít, ale vůbec nevíme, jak na to, protože prostě neznáme nikoho, kdo by nás tím mohl pomoct. Ale jsou proto nadšení, chtějí, aby se ti jejich obyvatelé zapojili a aby to mělo ten otisk v těch projektech. A my jsme schopni jim prostě pomoct, dát jim nějaké konzultace, dát jim kontakty na dodavatele, o kterých máme taky spoustu. Takže já bych řekla, že takový první krok by měl být asi určitě začněte, kdokoliv, prostě my se to snažíme propagovat co nejvíc, takže určitě se podívejte na naše stránky, můžete si tam o tom načíst ten začátek a potom prostě stačí se nás zeptat, po případě možná znáte někoho, kdo už to dělal, jo, kdo už za sebou nějaký projekty má nebo kdo se třeba snaží. Tak tohle je ten první kontakt a potom já si myslím, že už vlastně docela jednoduchý se to naučit, najít si někoho, kdo to s váma udělá a vlastně v tom vašem městě, obci to začít provozovat.
Díky moc. Takže to znamená, pište a volejte Tereze, až si načtete základní informace na webových stránkách IPRu. Co byste doporučil vy, Tomáši?
Důležité je, aby v tom obci nebo ve městě, aby tam byla shoda, aby vlastně táhli všichni za jeden pro vás a chtěli do toho jít, aby to nebyl výkřik jednoho člověka ze skupiny. Právě proto třeba tady fungovala ta spolupráce dobře, protože tam jak vedení, tak městská rada prostě měla zájem pro tu zelenou louku něco udělat. Možná, že jsme i cítili trošičku nějaký dluh z toho dřívějška, takže byl to společný zájem, za kterým jsme šli a to je strašně důležité, aby v tom městě nebo v té obci to bylo opravdu společná věc.
No jestli byste nám dal tip, jak udělat politickou shodu napříč partijama, tak bychom to asi všichni ocenili. Nějaká esence?
No, tak já nevím, 24:11 v zastupitelstvu si myslím, že je dostatečný, aby ta shoda se tam podařilo jí prosadit, když to řeknu.
Dobře, takže nadpoloviční většina pořád funguje. Dominiku, nějaký tip od tebe?
Jo, já tam vidím asi, nebo vnímám jakoby dvě roviny. Za prvý mám jakoby z těch předchozích projektů vysledováno, že vždycky je fajn, nebo vždycky mě jakoby poptával někdo, nevím tomu, jakoby osvícený z toho města a to už bylo prostě, ať už teda to byl jako starosta, nebo prostě nějaký zastupitel, který právě jako za to lobuje, nebo někdo z rozvoje města, anebo klidně i jakoby z komunikačního oddělení, jo? Což vlastně jako my jsme se tady o tom bavili vlastně i na té design kantýně před pár dněma, že je zajímavý, jako jak to, že takovýhle projekty poptávají jako komunikační oddělení, ale ono to vlastně jakoby dává smysl, protože v tom komunikačním oddělení se jakoby shromažďují všechny ty dejme tomu inputy od lidí, co funguje, co nefunguje. Takže tam je jakoby ta jedna rovina, že to jde jako od toho města a že právě když to město potom tahá za ten jeden pro vás, tak jednoduše potom můžou někoho jakoby poptat. A na druhé stránce druhá rovina je ta, že vlastně i ti jako jednotliví obyvatelé, kteří vlastně jakoby mají zájem o ten rozvoj toho svého města nebo té své vesnice, můžou prostě jít jakoby na to zastupitelstvo a ptát se a říkat, helejte, prostě pojďme to jakoby vylepšit, co by se dalo pro to udělat, koho můžeme třeba přizvat i na nějakou jako facilitaci, když se třeba někdo nemůže jako vyloženě domluvit. Takže tam vidím jako dvě tady ty roviny, jo? Jako jak z vrchu, tak i prostě ze spodu. No. No a pak samozřejmě i nějaká, jakoby, když potom je právě nějaký ten výzkumník, designer, antropolog, jo, psycholog, sociolog, grafolog, že jo, tak prostě jako může to jakoby ty projekty nějakým způsobem prezentovat, aby se o tom dozvídalo víc a víc lidí, protože je pravda, že ten obor je u nás hodně mladý.
Máte vy nějaký nápad, dotaz, komentář, který by se teď hodil, nebo chcete se vy zeptat na něco, ať už zastupitele, nebo freelancerky, anebo zaměstnankyně IPRu? Tam vzadu. Prosím o mikrofon pro Lindu Krajčovič.
Dobrý den, už se nemusím představovat. Já jsem se chtěla zeptat, na mě je to teda strašně pozitivní, tak já si dovolím takovou šťůrovou otázku. Jo. Vy jste doteďka mluvili totiž o té neproblematické části participace. V momentu, kdy vlastně se ptám na potřeby všech ostatních. Proto bych se zeptala na ty další fáze, primárně na tu, jakým způsobem se vám daří pracovat s tím managementem očekávání, protože vlastně vy se na začátku zeptáte, máte hrozně podnětů, všichni teda toho hrozně moc očekávají. Naprostá většina toho je v podstatě nereálná zrealizovat, nebo velká část toho je pak nereálná, je potřeba to komunikovat, že teda tohle z toho se asi realizovat nebude. A pak ještě druhý aspekt je to, že to extrémně trvá. Ve veřejném prostoru prostě ty věci trvají, tak to prostě je. Obzvlášť v Praze, kde prostě to jde přes strašně kolen, než jako dojde k realizaci. Tak jakým způsobem, nebo jestli máte nějaký, jako, jak se ptala Marianka, tipy, triky, jakým způsobem pracujete s tím očekáváním?
Je to otázka na všechny tři? Tak Tomáš.
Já řeknu, oni i ty očekávání jsou různý, jo, protože třeba v tom průzkumu zjistíte, že je tam základní škola a do té základní školy chodí děti a teďka tam jsou dvě skupiny rodičů. Jedna si stěžuje na to, že nemůže autem přijet zaparkovat u školy, protože vozí svoje dítě do školy, a druhá skupina, stejně veliká, si stěžuje na to, že kolem školy jezdí moc aut a že tam děti, které chodí pěšky, takže nestačí uskakovat před autama, které přivážejí jiné děti do školy. Takže tam je vždycky potom strašně důležitý hledání nějakého kompromisu a nějaký vyvážený věci, která samozřejmě neuspokojí úplně všechny, ale snažíme se najít takové řešení, které aspoň většinově vyhoví těm lidem a bude pro ně přínosem. Ale co se týká toho vlastního očekávání, my jsme naštěstí se nedostali ještě do té situace, že už by na nás bombardovali, kdy už to bude to, co jsme chtěli a to, co jste nám slíbili, tak máme před sebou vlastně další krok. Na základě toho průzkumu máme, nebo rada už schválila vypsání výběrového řízení na studii regenerace zelené louky, což by měla být studie architektonicko-urbanisticko-dopravní a tak dál, kde je 8členná porota architekti, dopraváci, urbanisti, plus vlastně starosta a já za město. My bychom měli dát dohromady nějaké zadání a vypsat vlastně tu studii, která bude reagovat na ten průzkum. A možná řeknu jednu věc, je zajímavý, že třeba některé věci připravujeme bez toho, že bychom věděli, jak ten průzkum dopadne a co z toho průzkumu na nás vykoukne. A jsou to věci třeba, které na tom průzkumu se umístily mezi prvníma 3 nebo 4 věcma, tak jsou věci, které už máme rozpracované buď ve stádiu projektové přípravy, anebo dokonce v jednom případě už přímo máme v realizaci nějakou úpravu, obnovu zeleně a takovou regeneraci jednoho parčíku tam.
Díky moc. Jak bys na to navázala ty, Dominiku?
Jo, já bych asi navázala na tu vlastně jakoby délku toho projektu. Ano, trvá to jakoby dlouho a právě proto jako je důležitá vlastně kontinuální a transparentní komunikace celého toho projektu. Prostě od toho prvního, od té první myšlenky, od toho prvního počinu až prostě jakoby po realizaci nějakého toho vysoutěženého návrhu. Jo? Takže právě proto si myslím, že je hrozně důležitý právě to komunikační oddělení na tom městě, který jako neustále, který samozřejmě spolupracuje i s dalšíma odděleníma na tom městě a který neustále prostě komunikuje ohledně toho projektu, aby vlastně ty občané jako byli informovaní a věděli o tom, jaký kroky je budou čekat, aby vlastně jako nebyli někde na vážkách a nevěděli, co se děje a aby si nemysleli třeba, že město se snaží něco tutlat nebo něco takového. Takže určitě nějaká konzistentní, transparentní komunikace. A co se týče jakoby toho očekávání, právě proto vlastně jako mě hodně baví kombinovat ty výzkumné metody, kvantitativní, kvalitativní, kdy vlastně jakoby ty kvantitativní data, nějaký ty procenta, které opravdu vyšly jakoby mezi většinou těch občanů, můžeme vzít a myslím si, že teď vám to třeba i vlastně pomohlo ve vyjednávání s těma SVJčkama ohledně toho parkovacího domu, že vy vlastně jakoby můžete ty data vzít a říct, ale vždyť vy jste si to tady jakoby odsouhlasili, vy jste si vlastně většina z vás řekla, že máte problém s parkováním a tak ho pojďme řešit. Takže vlastně jako se mi vlastně líbí, že jsem si telefonovala s panem starostou, že on mi to říkal, že vám to jakoby moc pomáhá právě v tom rozhodování a jako
to nám pomáhá, no, to nám pomáhá, protože všichni chtěli řešit parkování na Zelené louce, ono to je v Praze, že jo, kdekoliv, do kteréhokoliv města by člověk přijel, tak je problém s parkováním. Problém na té Zelené louce je, že každý tam chce parkovací dům, ale každý chce, aby stál u jiného baráku, než u toho jeho. Takže tam ještě se s tím trošičku pereme, ale tam, myslím, přes 70% vyšlo to, že lidi mají problém s parkováním, že si přejí to řešit. Takže o to je opřený, že jsme nějakou studii vlastně zpracovali a výstavbu parkovacího domu tam připravujeme.
Jak se s nenaplněnými očekáváními potýká oddělení participace na IPRu?
Já myslím, že už to vlastně tady hodně Domy a pan místostarosta zmínili, ale já bych k tomu ještě doplnila jednu věc. My většinou, když děláme na začátku, my tomu říkáme v analýzách, takže úplně ještě než je vlastně něco na papíře namalovaného, tak my to vlastně taky se snažíme to dobře komunikovat a snažíme se prostě sbírat data o tom území od těch lidí. Vlastně to nejsou konkretizovaný data, spíš je to fakt jako oni se v tom území cítí, co tam potřebují a tak, jak jsme tady zmiňovali. A my jim říkáme, a teď se vás ptáme na tohle a za půl roku přijdeme ze studií, ukážeme vám ji a budeme dál pokračovat v tom procesu. A tam už je potom vlastně to, co my máme taky rádi, že to zmiňujeme, že tam je potom důležité si nastavit hodně striktně limity. Takže my víme, my jim třeba řekneme, nebudeme se vás ptát, jestli tady ta tramvaj má vést, to je prostě jasný, že tady povede ze strategických dokumentů a td. Ale my po vás chceme třeba, kde budou stanice té tramvaje, kde bude stát, co to je kombinovaný s autobusama. Chcete víc parkovacích míst nebo víc stromů? Jo, a máme takhle třeba sadu jako 5 otázek témat, na který se jich ptáme, ale vlastně dál už je nepustíme. Ti lidi samozřejmě protestují, ale ty očekávání mají opravdu nastavené jenom v té poloze, kde my je chceme a i když se jim to nelíbí, tak to musí přijmout. Takže je to pořád město a furt je to o tom, jak říkal pan místostarosτα, pořád je to o tom kompromisu. Prostě bez toho to nepůjde, nikdy nebudou všichni spokojení. Jenom dobře je jako důležité si to tak nastavit, aby všichni věděli, kde začínají a kde končí a kam už vlastně nemůžou. A potom budou počítat s tím, že prostě aha, super, oni mi tu tramvajovou stanici dali tam, kde jsem ji chtěl, ale to tramvaj to teda je, no, jak jsme slíbili.
To mi připomíná nastavování hranic s dětmi, děkuji. Pokusím si to vzít domů a zeptám se, Tomáši, co vám udělalo na projektu Regenerace zelené louky asi největší radost? Stručně v jedné větě.
Tak největší radost mě udělalo, já už jsem to tady zmínil, že vlastně věci, které jsme připravovali bez ohledu na ten průzkum, tak se v tom průzkumu objevily, takže o to snaží potom bude splnit ty očekávání.
A Terezi se rychle zeptám, co tě motivuje k tvé práci, aby sdělala participaci a prokousávala se jí dál a dál.
Jo, vlastně každý moment, kdy na mě nikdo nekřičí na kontejneru, ale poděkuje mi, tak je vlastně pro mě tou motivací pokračovat. Jo, takže je to spíš tak, že na mě ti lidi křičí, než aby mi děkovali, ale když je na 50 lidí jeden, co mi poděkuje, tak mi to vlastně stačí, abych v tom pokračovala dál, protože vidím, že fakt někdo je vlastně, ty lidi jsou za to rádi i ti, co křičí, jo, jenom my jsme tam na té ráně, kdy oni potřebují ty emoce dostat ven a zrovna třeba to není kvůli tomu projektu, ale je to kvůli, já nevím, tomu, co se jim stalo před 5 minutama. Ale jsou tam i ti lidi, kteří prostě chodí a říkají, mně se to třeba úplně nelíbí, nesouhlasím s tím, ale děkuju za to, že tady jste a já se můžu vyjádřit, jo, takže vlastně to je ta motivace.
V tom případě, co ti tebe, Dominiko, nejvíc baví na výzkumu, na zkoumání?
No, tak tím, že vlastně takový moje motto je, jako, že jsem, nebo že se tak jakoby posuju do takové role jako advokáta lidských potřeb, nebo jako advokátky lidských potřeb, tak já vlastně se považuji svým způsobem jakoby za takovýho voyeuristu lidí, jo. Takže já prostě strašně lidi pozoruju, jak se chovají, co dělají v tom prostoru, nebo jak prostě interagují s nějakým tím prostorem nebo produktem a pak vlastně jakoby přenáším, doptávám se jich samozřejmě a přenáším jakoby ty jejich potřeby právě potom do toho designového týmu, kde potom nacházíme ten průnik všech těch možných proměnných, jo, ať už teda nějaká ta jako finanční restrikce nebo prostě materiálová, tak dále technická, tak vlastně jakoby tam potom hledáme ten průnik v tom návrhu, tak to mě baví úplně nejvíc.
V tom případě mějte se na pozoru, protože až tady ty dámy a Tomáš se stoupí z pódia, tak máte buď příležitost nechat se voyersky pozorovat, nebo se přidat k Tereze a buď na nich být milí, anebo jí seřvat a potom na nich být milí. Každopádně vás vyzývám, pokud se chcete dál bavit o participaci a inkluzivním designu ve veřejném prostoru, chyťte si naše panelistka, našeho panelistu a pokračujte v hovorech. Nás teď už čeká za 15-minutovou pauzu další blok a ten se bude věnovat inkluzivním knihovnám. Těšíme se na vás.
Děkujeme.
Děkujeme.
next panel session will be about inclusive libraries and how to use inclusive design as a strategic tool. And I have two fantastic panelists for you who independently call themselves lonely designers. But they are standing next to each other, so I hope they are not lonely anymore. Anne Agard is a calm person with ADHD and also the creator of Oslo's visual identity. Please welcome. And Tomáš Štefek runs the public library in Bratislava, and most of his working hours try to hide his introversion and perfectionism while having doubts about himself. Please welcome.
We're squeezing.
Yeah,
Yes.
we can squeeze together.
Yes.
Great. And first and foremost, how did you fall in love with libraries, Anne?
Well, good question.
Yeah.
And pardon me, I'm kind of an oversharer. I keep on telling too much. But long story short, in 2005, I met the love of my life. I got my dream job in California, in San Francisco. Moved to California. The love of my life broke up with me, and my dream job was really shit. So,
Good answer.
Yeah. So my lifeline in California ended up being the library. I spent every single day in the public library in San Francisco. And I realized that if there's one space in our society that welcomes all, even heartbroken Norwegians, this is the place I want to be, and this is the place that I want to work with. So we kind of grew from a sad love story in California, and now I work in the library Deichman in Oslo, city of Oslo.
Okay, what about your love story then?
In my love story, we need to go back to the year 2002.
Okay, earlier then.
And to my grandfather, who have always wanted to be a librarian. But a long story short, before that it never came to my mind to work in a library, so it was an accident. But during the time working in a library, I found out that it's a perfect job, a perfect place where you can learn actually anything you want, if you want. Mm-hmm. And also it's a perfect place to put forward the knowledge or abilities to others, to public. Not by yourself, because library is also a perfect job or place to cooperate with literally anyone who has the same goal as you. So it was a story that took 20 years, mm-hmm. and it was the relationship and the love was growing year after year, and it hasn't stopped growing.
Okay. Thank you for sharing such love stories. Do you remember the first time when you went into the library as a child or as an adult? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely wasn't a child. As a child, I was scared of a library. Yes. So it was during my studies, I guess.
Okay. What about you?
No, I remember from being super little that I was there with my parents, and yeah, and it's always been like great, huge emotions for the library. So yeah.
And how did someone very little coming to the library for the first time and doing the visual identity for the city of Oslo? What happens? Where's the link?
The link. Well, I worked as a designer for almost my whole life, and I think that's the fascination of the libraries as well, because I went there to seek illustration. I became an illustrator, have a degree as an illustrator, and then kept on working with design. And then, yeah, I don't know if anyone of you have seen the visual identity of City of Oslo. It's, yay!
You're supposed to see it, actually. It's from Oslo.
He lives in Oslo. No, because I got a job in the City of Oslo as a designer in 2015. And we did a job where we took 250 logos and turned it into one visual identity for the City of Oslo. It was crazy. So it was super nice to hear the talk before us now, because it's all about how to include the inhabitants in the city to make a brand that is reflecting the city. So yeah, so it's been a crazy journey from being a little person in the library drawing and then starting to work with the City of Oslo, and also the, like it's 700,000 inhabitants in Oslo. So how to work to co-create with 700,000 inhabitants, and also co-create with the 53,000 people working in the City of Oslo. It's been a bit crazy. So.
Which techniques did you use the most during the time?
That was several techniques, but I talked a lot with a lot of people. We interviewed a lot of people, and also had all sorts of groups, focus groups, and co-creation with a lot of organizations in Oslo to kind of get the inclusive perspective as well. So it's been, it took 5 years for us to get that up. So it's like the other group said as well, it's super complex to work with a big city and all the inhabitants. But it's, yeah, it's just so, like, when you're dealing with tax money, I think that's a point for, if you're working in public sector and you're dealing with tax money, I believe that you can't do a single thing without hearing the voice of the inhabitants, because it's actually their money. So I guess there's a lot of services that are developed in public sector without the voice of the inhabitants, but that was kind of the core thing in the visual identity.
And what did you learn? Is there something new you learned from that time, from this 5-year period of time you spent creating visual identity of Oslo?
I learned a lot. We face planted many times as well. We did a lot of mistakes, but we also did a lot of things right. And I think for designers here, maybe the best thing I learned was to document all the insight, and even like filming. I think the filming of the insight, filming inhabitants, telling stories on how they felt, and you know, that was kind of the core way to get into the politicians to say, we need money so we can do this project. And it's all about the voices of the inhabitants, basically, to document it, document. Yeah, so, but we had, yeah, I can talk about this for about like 7 hours, because it's, but I will try not, so.
Great topic for the after party.
Yep, 7 hours after party.
Do you have similar experience? What was the start of service design and inclusive design in the library of Bratislava?
That didn't happen in Bratislava, my relationship with service design happened a few years before, when I worked in a different library. And I guess it came out of my personal suspicion that everything can be done in a better way in terms of usability, inclusion. Yeah.
Can you maybe tell us what were the biggest barriers people in libraries in Bratislava had to face, and not only the public who is coming inside, but also your colleagues and yourself?
A barrier? Well, to start to keep thinking all the time about the customers, the users, is nothing new for a librarian. That's what we do, but it's different when you provide a service and trying to think of the user, and it's something else to design or redesign or develop a service. It's a different kind of job, and me as a director, I cannot. I do not want all of these jobs from my colleagues. It demands a specialty, and I hope and wish I have a service designer in a library as well as it's in Oslo.
So do you really feel alone being the only designers in your libraries, not having a partner to share your experience and decisions with? Is it lonely?
Well, yes, it is. If you are the only designer, then it is. But coming back to my previous jobs and in a different library, it was every innovation or redesign service I, with my colleagues, created. I have always handed out to someone else to take care of it. So in this way, after this, you don't feel so alone, because you share your experience with your colleagues. But now, in my position and new place, because I work in Bratislava for 3 years almost right now, so I'm still a bit lonely.
Okay.
Because I haven't got myself to this point to hand these new services yet, but it's happening.
And now we can call each other.
Yeah.
So low.
Please do, because I have a little bit therapeutical feeling about this discussion.
This is a yeah, we're seeing our therapist right now, actually.
So call each other, okay.
We can have see if it's this is what they talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is quite lonely to be, because I'm also a service, the only designer. Now I'm working in the city of Oslo's library. And I think maybe for many of you here as well that will become service designer in public sector, I think it's, we have to be aware that we might be all by ourselves. And in public sector, the challenges are so complex that I think you will feel quite lonely. So my kind of way of thinking now is to think strategically, like I have to help my colleagues on the design thinking mindset and not think that I should do all the design work myself. Like I have to build a culture where I work in the library, so 450 librarians got a kind of design thinking mindset instead of me running around screaming, trying to, get inside and do user journeys and all these things. I really want my peers or my colleagues to be able to do the same thing, to run simple interviews, to gather information, to make their own focus groups. I think that's the way to do it when you're a lonely wolf.
But how do you buy in and make 450 people on board? Like
I scream and shout.
No. Scream and shout.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
it is.
Any other recommendation apart from screaming and shouting?
Yes. I asked the leaders at Dijkman or the public library if I could do an onboarding session. So every new person that starts in the library, I kind of try and do some workshop with them and learn them some mindset on design thinking. And also I do kind of run internal courses where I talk about design methodology. But now I see the more I work with it, the more the whole inclusive design thinking is even more, I need to share more knowledge because it's such a huge and difficult topic, I think, the whole DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, like how do we kind of do it in the library? Because it's such a, yeah, so I'm struggling a bit, but it's a start. I'm trying to build awareness for it.
Thank you. How do you build awareness about inclusion and service design among your colleagues? Shouting and screaming?
No, not at all. Not at all. Actually, on the contrary, in a lot more invisible and sneaky way. Because I don't even use the word design. Never used it in 3 years. And I don't take the service design or design thinking as a field or as a doctrine that I would try to implement into the organization. We do it in a our way is slower. We, from time to time, we take method or set of methods which we tried, we evaluate how useful or helpful it was, and then I leave my colleagues to keep using it or not using it, or perhaps even transform it to the cases they are working on. So you don't hear in our library was like a design thinking or service design. It comes to us as a natural way of work.
Okay.
I hope so.
These are two very different strategies how to do it, and I would be delighted to go and see and sneak around and shout around with you. But when we talked earlier, you mentioned the maturity of organization, like design know-how and principles as a part of processes and organization culture are really impressive, but how to get there from scratch? You sneak around, but what's the starting point for you when you try to implement some of your ideas?
Oh, yes, I could be quite specific in this because my first biggest project in the library when I started to work in Bratislava was defining our organizational identity and values, and we have done it via design thinking principles and methods, including participation, including research, and so on. So it was a case where actually everyone in the library got involved somehow, in some way and scale. And now, looking back after 2 years, I must say it was very useful, very helpful. Not only that we actually have identity and values. So not only the outcome is helpful, but everything we went through during the year. It was a one year job.
So the whole process was helpful. Okay. You mentioned that you use the onion model in your work.
Yes.
Is it right?
Yes.
I think that there is some onion
Let's
waiting
see if
for
I
us.
get the onion model. Here we go. Because we are cooperating now with a Design It studio in Oslo. There's a design agency, and together we looked at something called the onion model. And it's basically because it's so hard to work with DEI, like diversity, equity, inclusion. It's such a broad topic, but how to make it easier to just like put it down on the ground is to think, what can I do? Me as Anne, like what can I do in daily life? And then kind of look, okay, what can I do in my work? Like how can I implement some good practices in my work? And then you can take the next step out and think, all right, but how on earth do I work with this in my organization? So it's basically just kind of starting to be aware of how your own actions are and like how in daily life. So I think that's the onion model is like different layers, but that model makes it much easier for me to kind of cope with the big, huge word of DEI, because I find it quite difficult to kind of grasp how on earth do we include this in our organization. So that's been super helpful for us.
And what did you grab the first on your inner layer, on the level of me, when you started with this?
The level of me is to be aware of my privileges, I think. Coming from Norway, being a white woman, and the awareness bit of how am I in this world, and how should, and then start working, okay, how can I look at my privileges and kind of start from there. So it's kind of an emotional journey in a way to be aware of how to work in society. So it's been a lot of work.
Thinking about our privileges, I wanted to ask you, you have a privilege now to ask questions, both Anne and Tomáš. So do you have something on your mind?
I can skip from the onion to this gorgeous girl that just visited us.
There is someone with question in the second row. Do you have a microphone? I'm sorry, Adriana, do you have a microphone?
Oh, we can repeat the question if there's...
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you, excuse me, can you repeat it?
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
I was in Oslo, in library, and it was like a beautiful experience for me. I felt like Alice in Wonderland a little bit. And I love that it's not just a public library, but also the public space itself. That you can be there and like share time with friends and don't have to pay for a drink or food and everything. So it was a nice experience.
Thank you.
I wanted to share.
Thank you for this comment.
And it's an interesting comment, and it's a very important comment that the libraries now, I think for both of us, the library is the last open room in our society, and by law we're supposed to include everyone. It says in the law you have to include everyone, and the library should be a free space, the third room for everyone. So that is a huge kind of job to take on, like how do we make sure the room is for everyone? But I'm happy you had a good experience. It is a beautiful building, and we have 24 libraries in Oslo. They are all very nice. Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. I was wondering, can you, because now we tapped the question that basically the libraries can offer some services for free, and I'm actually now wondering, like, what
or which services are now offered to public in Oslo and in Bratislava, so we can like compare the two cultural ways of like offering services. So.
Okay, Tom, shoot.
So the question is about comparing.
Yeah, what all services does the Bratislava library offer to public?
I think it would be very, very similar to Oslo. I mean, there is a huge package of the let's say classic or typical library services that that's about dealing with documents and information. Then in our case, one of our priorities or priority roles is to play a role in a lifelong learning of a public. So we think of ourselves as an important subject in lifelong learning, and that means offering quite a huge amount of educational activities, and of course also cultural activities. Let's say that we want to cultivate people, society, and give space to various communities. That was quite abstract, but in a way of cultivating society, it comes to my mind our this year's cultural program, when we focus on social groups that can and that are experiencing some kind of disadvantage in a society. In January, we focused on people experiencing homelessness. There will be people mentally ill, seriously psychically ill, and so on. Every month a different group, and we organize public debates with experts, with people from organizations that take care of these groups, and with the people themselves, and also public reading. And on this example, I want to point out this cultivating role, or because we want to make people more sensitive to each other.
Mm-hmm. Is it similar?
It's similar. I think both of us got the target group from newly born, or even when you're in the belly of your mother, you can come to the library and listen to music, and until the day you die. So we kind of have to try and have services for everyone. And it's a good question, because I'm not sure if we're doing the right thing for all the different target groups, and if we have this, like for especially in the DIY, like for digitally, I think we have a lot of digital services. I wish we did more physical services and stuff like that. So we are not leaving behind a group of people that are not digitally. I'm not sure.
They don't have access.
Yeah,
access.
Exactly. So, but I think we have the lifelong learning kind of aspect as well, and we have all sorts of podcast studios and music instruments and all sorts of things. And we also have to deal with, I guess it's the same for you, we have to deal with a lot of other places in the society, like banks are closing down, you can't meet people anymore, you can't, like in the, like there's so many places you can't meet a person anymore, and they end up in the library. So I think working in the library is more and more important, to be a person, to have someone to talk to have a relationship with, kind of thing. So we have a super important role in the society for people with loneliness. You know, it's so many aspects that I think the library just opens up the doors and welcome everyone in. So,
and not only welcome everyone in, but also welcome all your topics you deal in your heads, right? Like climate change,
definitely,
and aging, and economic problems and other things. Right.
Definitely. So we have the whole range of people with the whole range of like worries and fears, and so it's quite complex, and it's quite difficult for librarians today. And then I stand next to them and screaming design thinking and DIY, and then they have all these things to deal with. But I think as a few principles on how we deliver our services, I think design methodology is the right thing to kind of make the best services.
You both play a very interesting and very difficult role in your institutions, and as we talked earlier, you mentioned one lady coming to you 2 months ago or 2 weeks ago, asking a very simple question: how we can help you? So, Tom and Anne, how we can help you?
Yes, thank you for the offer. Just to explain, it happened a month ago in Bratislava. There was a big city festival, and part of our program in the library was me making coffee to everyone who wanted. It was called Coffee with the Director, which might sound a bit scary, but actually many people came to see me and talk about the library, its future, what do we offer to them and what can they offer to us. So one lady came with this question I have always wanted to be asked: what do you need? Because we found out that we as a library and her have much in common in our kind of life goals in this lifelong learning activities. So she just wants to help us somehow to become a part of a library and to volunteer somehow. So that's actually what we need most. We need you. Because in the case of our library, we are not that lucky yet to have a service designer. It's not necessary to have one in a house, of course, but when it comes to organizations this big, it's, from my point of view, in the future, it's one of the necessary jobs in a library or any public organizations to have a service designer, to have a fundraiser, for example. So back to what do we need? If you have a library in a place where you live around, just try to go there and ask whether there is something they might need to help with from your point of expertise. I'm sure there will be a lot of work.
Thank you. And do you agree that you need?
Definitely, because we just had a talk about it, and I told Thomas that this autumn I actually invited 60 students from the Norwegian Design School, AHO, and they came to cooperate with the library. So they got like challenges in the library that I suddenly had like 60 amazing students.
You're not lonely anymore.
Sorry?
You are not lonely anymore.
I'm not lonely at all. But it was such a great collaboration with the universities, because I think it's you guys are the smart ones. We are, just dying in bureaucracy, so it's kind of a good collaboration. And we learned so much by having young students coming in, helping us. Yeah, so I think collaboration with the library, I really recommend it because I think you really get challenges that are so close to people's life, like it's real challenges. So it's a good collaboration, so a very good tip. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the onion then, and I ask you all to think about your inner self, about the layer me, and think about what you can do today to make the space or the things you do more inclusive to other people. You can ask your library and provide the help, but you can do tiny little things. We can share some tips together later, and I am really grateful that we can be here today with both of you, sharing this a little bit emotional love stories and examples of inclusive libraries. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Anne. Thank you all.
Tak dobrý večer, dobré odpoledne. My jsme maličko změnili program, protože ta další panelová diskuze, co oficiálně měla být na programu, tak bude pouze přes video a přes videonahrávku. Proto jsme tu naší lidskou diskuzi posunuli dopředu a potom vlastně já přivítám na pódiu Anežku s Jitkou a ty vám představí ty videa, které vlastně nahrazují tu diskuzi, co měla být teďka. Tak jenom pro kontext, proč jsme tady my 4 a ne Anežka. Já tady u sebe vítám každopádně Dagmar Šubertovou, Kateřinu Sanoja a Adama Dvořáka.
Dobrý den.
Já je poprosím, aby postupně jim dám slovo, začnu od Adama, ať má takový jako utrpení na začátek a dám holkám víc prostoru se nadechnout. A aby představil, co vlastně na Ministerstvu kultury dělá a jakým způsobem přistupuje aktuálně k mapování kreativní průmyslu.
Tak já děkuji za slovo. Tak mé jméno je Adam Dvořák a pracuji na oddělení kulturních a kreativních odvětví. My jsme vlastně zvyklí za účelem vlastně propagace toho tématu jako takového, vlastně, aby si i subjekty v KKO uvědomili, že do KKO spadají a zároveň, abychom vlastně i na základě i třeba mapování mohli dále vlastně propagovat KKO uvnitř vnitřní správy k jiným rezortům, abychom dokázali analyzovat třeba i další dotační prostředky a vlastně zmapování by nám mohlo sloužit i pro nastavení budoucí dotační politiky ze strany Ministerstva kultury, ať už k jednotlivým kreativcům, nebo třeba i ke krajům a tak dále, nebo i k biznisům a tak dále. Takže
Nás tady čeká hodně zkratek. KKO, první zkratka.
jedná se o kulturní a kreativní odvětví a my vlastně máme tu definici tady toho KKO, že se jedná o vlastně takovou tu ziskovou část kultury nebo kreativity. Můžou to být právě designéři, architekti nebo třeba i kameramani, ale jde o to, že ten člověk, který vlastně vytváří nějakou přidanou hodnotu, nějaké duševní vlastnictví, něco, co je naprosto originálního, takže to vytváří vlastní kreativitou nebo nějakým vlastním uměleckým nadáním, talentem a podobně.
Super. Kateřino?
Dobrý den, já jsem z organizace, která se jmenuje Kreativní Praha a jsme městská nezisková organizace, která úzce spolupracuje s odborem kultury. Naším cílem nebo misí je vytváření prostoru pro kulturu v Praze, což znamená taky i podporu kulturních a kreativních odvětví, které vnímáme jako klíčovou součást městského ekosystému. Zároveň připravujeme strategické kulturní dokumenty. Jedním z nich je třeba kulturní politika města Prahy do roku 2030 a vlastně mapování ve zkratce tady těch odvětví má nám pomoct jako tu politiku naplňovat, plánovat, rozvíjet a evaluovat. Takhle ve zkratce.
Super, děkuju. Žádný zkratky, tak to jsme zvládli. Dagmar?
Tak dobrý den, já jsem tady za soukromou organizaci, za nadaci Agosto Foundation, která se podílí na několika projektech, které zviditelňují malé kulturní iniciativy v různých směrech a my jsme se zabývali poslední 2 roky v mapování kulturních iniciativ v regionech.
Skvělý, máme tady dneska takový celý přehled, to znamená, že začneme od té národního levelu a potom se posuneme právě k těm regionálním a do Prahy. Adame, ty jsi mluvil o tom, jak je pro vás důležitý namapovat, jakým způsobem k tomu přistupujete a kde jste se inspirovali a jaký konkrétní implikace tohle mapování bude mít?
Tak my jsme se inspirovali ať už v zahraničí, v těch západních státech, anebo i vlastně v jednotlivých regionech České republiky, ať už se jedná právě o Zlínský kraj, Jihomoravský nebo Pardubický kraj, Hradecký, kde vlastně už před několika lety mapování proběhlo a vlastně my chceme na to navázat. Jedná se o to, že my chceme vlastně zjistit, jaký je stav v těch regionech, kolik vlastně subjektů tam je a taky, jak jim potom vlastně můžeme pomoct. Jak chceme vlastně mapovat potřeby jak těch kreativců nebo i toho prostředí, aby se dál mohlo rozvíjet. A ministerstvo v tady tom vystupuje jako takový koordinátor, který se snaží metodologicky vést všechny ty kraje, aby vlastně vzniklo něco, co bude mít přes regionální přesah, aby to mělo národní přesah. Vlastně ta data z toho mapování využijeme pro určení vlastně specializací vlastně v každém kraji, takže třeba ve Zlínském kraji to bude právě třeba design, nebo v Liberci to může být právě textil, nebo v Královéhradeckém kraji, tam už jsou trošku jakoby napřed, tak tam třeba z mapování a z těch kulatých stolů vznikla právě Centrum moderního muzejnictví, vzniklo tam řemeslná huť, to je taky vlastně instituce, vzniklo tam Centrum architektury, takže to jsou vlastně takové výstupy, čili výstupem toho mapování nejsou jenom nějaká data teoretická, ale jsou to například instituce, které potom vznikají, aby pomohla právě tomu regionálnímu rozvoji těch KKOček, když tak řeknu zase tu zkratku. Takže vlastně každý ten kraj by si vlastně měl jako analyzovat, v čem jako vyniká a co by mohl strukturálně dál podporovat. Takže když to stáhnu tady ke Zlínskému kraji, tak vlastně rozvoj toho designu je něco, do čeho může vlastně ten kraj šlápnout a už to má teďka dost dobře namyšlené. A vlastně jednotliví aktéři, ať už jsou to třeba nějaké klastry podnikatelů, univerzity, tak vlastně už jsou do toho projektu zapojeny a vznikne z toho například nějaký kreativní klastr, který už třeba ve Zlínském kraji existuje, ale vzniknou klastry takhle i v jiných těch krajích. A ty potom budou mít i přesahy do těch dalších krajů, ale s tím, že každý ten klastr v tom kraji bude mít nějakou svoji specifikaci, ale zároveň se bude moci opřít i o ty další. A když se podíváte, ono to dává smysl vždycky určit nějakou specializaci v tom kraji, protože potom na to můžete vybudovat nějaký vlastně skutečně průmysl, jako například Baťa i měl tady vlastně tu vizi, že tady vytvoří filmový průmysl. Něco podobného chtějí dělat v Jihomoravském kraji, vlastně vytvořit si strategii pro rozvoj audiovize, což má i průnik s gamingem, ale zároveň jako i chtějí vlastně i filmový průmysl vlastně podporovat, protože dneska se to všechno přelívá vlastně z té audiovizi do toho gamingu. Takže když to tak jako shrnu, tak vlastně jde o to, aby jsme si vlastně řekli ty inteligentní specializace, vlastně i, který mají potom přesah pro tu národní strategii RIS3 například. Takže tolik ve stručnosti.
Já si to vždycky představuji jako v Itálii, mám v každém jako regionu jiný sýr nebo jiný těstoviny, tak tady budeme mít jiný specializace kreativních průmyslů.
Přesně tak.
Super. Kateřino, co Praha? Tam myslím, že se nemůžeme dohodnout, na co se Praha bude specializovat. Jak to teda řešíte vy?
Jo, určitě ne. Já možná ještě bych chtěla trošku odzumovat vlastně, proč jsou kulturní a kreativní odvětví tak jako pro nás důležitý. Pokud jste tady, tak předpokládám, že buď už jste, anebo budete součástí. Vlastně tady ten sektor je nejčastějším jako zaměstnáním v Evropské unii lidí pod 30. Prostě nejvíc lidí pracuje jakoby v kulturních a kreativních odvětvích. Bavíme se v celkovém počtu třeba o nějakých 8 milionech lidí zaměstnaných v tady tom sektoru. Bavíme se o sektoru, který je větší než automobilový průmysl, než farmaceutický průmysl a zároveň kterýho zájmy zase nejsou až tak slyšené často a opajované a třeba takové mapování, kdy jsme schopni získat data, díky kterým jsme schopni dál jakoby argumentovat jako na politický nebo na nějaký další společenský úrovni, vlastně nám pomůžou tu percepci změnit a tu hodnotu za tou tvorbou jako vidět. Nejenom ekonomickou, ale samozřejmě i, která se týká inovací nebo společenských změn. Vlastně odsaď jako ta energie ke změnám vlastně plyne i pro tu jako společenskou změnu, i vlastně o tom všem, co se bavíme, vlastně proč jsme tady, protože vlastně to všechno do sebe jako zapadá. Takže co se týká Prahy, my děláme menší mapování, ale zároveň Praha je centrem kulturních a kreativních odvětví. Na tom území nachází se 30 až 40% všech KKO a proto je důležitý jakoby data mít. My víme, že mapování jako takové není samospasné, je to prostě ale dobrý základ mít data, evaluovat data a na ně navazovat konkrétní nástroje rozvoje, členit to do kulturní politiky. Praha potřebuje vědět, jaké jsou potřeby její obyvatel, potřebuje vědět, jestli kultura je opravdu přístupná a dostupná, což znamená jak finanční dostupnost, digitální dostupnost, jestli budovy jsou bezbariérové, jestli mladí umělci mají prostor, jako, aby mohli tvořit, jestli můžou si to finančně dovolit a tak dále. Takže to mapování je takové jako základ, ale samozřejmě jsou na to navazané další konkrétní jako dopady a akce.
Když jsme se o tom bavili, než jsme šli vlastně na pódium, tak ty jsi mluvila o tom, že budete mít fakt datový sklady, že to nebudou žádný šanony plný papíru, ale že to budou datasety, na kterých jste schopni budovat nějaký modely. A přišlo mi to skvělý, jako že je tam vlastně ten výhled do budoucna. A Adame, ty si vlastně mluvili o tom, že berete v úvahu nejenom, jak vypadá ten status teďka, ale jak se bude vyvíjet.
Přesně tak. No my vlastně i potom chceme dělat i takový kvalitativnější, hloubkovější jako vlastně metody výzkumu, ať už jsou to různé, já nevím, rozhovory a podobně, tak my chceme vlastně tady tím analyzovat vlastně, čemu ty KKO v budoucnu mohou čelit, jakým výzvám, jaké jsou tam trendy. Čili chceme se vlastně, pokud Ministerstvo kultury má nějakým způsobem strategicky vystupovat, tak musí si vlastně i do budoucna vlastně říct, jak se ta data jako proměňují, protože my třeba budeme mapovat 2 roky, ale za 2 roky ta data mohou vlastně už přestat být aktuální díky tomu, že budeme svědky třeba rozvoje AI, umělé inteligence a tak dále. A vlastně, takže už teďka je potřeba vlastně identifikovat, jaké jsou tam negativní a pozitivní jevy, které třeba taky ten technologický pokrok, který je právě s KKO velmi spojený, tak už teďka je vlastně potřeba analyzovat, na co se máme připravit, abychom mohli v budoucnu vystupovat jak v rámci nějaké podpory nebo i proti nějakým negativním jevům.
Skvělý. Půjdeme do regionu. Co vy? Jakým způsobem vlastně vy se na to koukáme? Bavíme se o tom, že Praha má 30-40% vlastně KKOček, to znamená na celý zbytek České republiky vlastně toho zbývá poměrně málo. S čím vy tam bojujete, když se koukáte na mapování kreativních průmyslů?
Tak my jsme z Agosto Foundation vlastně navazovali na už jako mapování předchozí, který nadace dělala, a to jsou vlastně, navazovali jsme na projekt Rural Art Mapa a Perpedian Maps, a tam se vlastně ukázalo, jak je regionální kultura důležitá a jak je podhodnocovaná, a hlavně není vlastně vnímaná jako partner pro širší společenskou potřebu. Většinou to vzniká takzvaně ze zdola, vznikají instituce, spolky a samostatní aktéři, kteří vlastně chtějí spíš něco zachraňovat. A pak se třeba musí stát i politiky, aby se domohli nějakého posunu, protože většinou to prostě nejde, to partnerství většinou nefunguje. A hlavně pro nás bylo důležité ověřit si ty hrubý data tím, že jsme ty lidi navštívili, vedli jsme s nimi rozhovor, ptali jsme se jich, co je trápí, jak se jako vyvíjí jejich kulturní iniciativa a kde jsou vlastně nějaký krizové momenty. A vlastně náš projekt spočíval v tom, že jsme zmapovali všech 13 krajů a vyšly z toho vlastně ty geopolitické a regionální problémy, které opravdu řeší každá ta lokalita, každý kraj a každá oblast jinak. Takže není možné prostě přistupovat ke kultuře, jakože to je jedna kultura, ale vzniká to prostě z požadavků toho, jaký ten region je.
Co vás při mapování vlastně celé České republiky, protože jak říkáte, máme 13 krajů a porovnávali jste různý stavy, co vás překvapilo pozitivně i negativně při mapování právě regionální kultury?
Já bych tady požádala režii, jestli by ukázala ty webové stránky, abyste měli větší přehled o tom, jak takový mapování může fungovat, a doufám, že bude do budoucna i dobrým zdrojem pro Ministerstvo kultury, protože je vidět na těch regionech, třeba se můžeme vztáhnout k Ústeckému kraji, protože to je takzvaně postižený region. Je tam hodně sociálních problémů, určitě tam není to, co máte tady tak VIP ve Zlíně, že soukromý sektor je navázán na průmysl, protože vy tady máte vlastně ohromnou historickou návaznost. V Ústeckém kraji vlastně byl těžký průmysl, takže je tam problém s nezaměstnaností, spoustu lidí je zadlužených, ale ta kultura, která vzniká z potřeb těch obyvatel, je neobyčejně pestrá a těch spolků a lidí, kteří se kultuře věnují, je skoro největší počet ze všech krajů. Takže vidíte, jak to prostě se lidi, ten marasmus toho průmyslového okolí snaží vyvážit prostě nějakou kulturní činností. A je to samozřejmě i zachraňování nějakých tradic, řemesel a s tím teda souvisí i návaznost na ten kreativní průmysl, protože dost často zachraňují věci, které by už dávno v těch regionech nebyly.
My poměrně logicky se tímhle s tím dostáváme k financování. Myslím si, že jako ta otázka, že jeden z důvodů, proč vlastně mapování děláte, je kvůli tomu, abyste věděli, jakým způsobem třeba jako použít dobrý finanční nástroje právě pro kreativní průmysly.
Přesně tak. Jde vlastně o to, abychom věděli, kam ty peníze nasměřovat a abychom vlastně měli představu, protože já jsem třeba vůbec nevěděl, že v Královéhradeckém kraji je tak důležitá architektura pro rozvoj kraje jako takového, ale potom udělali mapování a zjistili, že je potřeba udělat centrum architektury v tom kraji, takže to je jedna věc. A potom vlastně, pokud my zjistíme, že vlastně potřeba nějakým způsobem třeba více podporovat buď nějaké vzdělávací programy a podobně. To už vlastně vidíme i v těch západních státech, o kterých hodně kopírujeme, tak jedná se vlastně o podporu třeba kreativního vzdělávání, nebo jde vlastně o vouchery například, systém voucherů, a ty jsou vlastně ať už třeba pro jednotlivé kreativce, čili vlastně myslím, že skoro každý z vás, kdo má ičo, tak potom se může vlastně přihlásit teďka od června do celostátní galerie kreativců a může vlastně být poptávána, nebo si také, pokud je malým středním podnikem, což je i OSVČ, tak může vlastně požádat o nějaké služby jiného kreativce. Je to zase nějaký nástroj, který pomáhá vlastně jednotlivým kreativcům a jednotlivým třeba i designérům. Takže my pokud vlastně i zjistíme v nějakém kraji, že aby se rozvíjel ten sektor, tak kromě nějakých institucí, které jsem zmiňoval, tak to můžou být právě i takovéhle pobídky právě formou těch voucherů, ať už na inovace, protože právě ty inovace to je něco vlastně, čím ty KKO jsou vlastně charakteristické, takže třeba inovace nebo prostě podpora podnikání, startupů a podobně. Myslím, že vlastně tohle může být taky dalším výstupem toho mapování, jak zase dál podpořit ty kreativce nebo ty mikropodnikatele a podobně.
Takže od června si můžu zažádat o příspěvek na svůj kreativní biznis?
Ano.
Dobře, to jsem si napsala. Dík. Kateřino, Kreativní Praha je součástí European Creative Business Network. Jste, myslím si, že velmi ambiciozní ve svých plánech. Až se tady potkáme za rok nebo za 5, co sníš se, že se stane? Protože mapování samozřejmě není otázka 3 týdnů. A myslím, že to objevíme.
Není, určitě není. Já doufám, že za těch 5 let bude opravdu funkční nástroj, IT nástroj, který bude sbírat data a politici budou se na základě dat jako opravdu jako rozhodovat a budeme ty data evaluovat. Úplně obecné rovině asi bych chtěla, aby to odvětví jako takové se sjednotilo, protože se bavíme opravdu o velmi pestrém spektru lidí od opravdu návrhářů her po kulturní spolky, které řeší jako kulturu v komunitách a samozřejmě zájmu je spousta, je tady spousta různých jako zájmů, ale vystupovat jako přesně jako automobilky, že když půjdete za politikem a řeknete, jsme tady za kulturní a kreativní odvětví, tak opravdu budou vás poslouchat a budou vytvářet prostředí, které pro tady ty odvětví bude nejvhodnější pro rozvoj a udržitelnost.
To zní hezky, že to přání je mít stejně průraznýho lobbystu, jako mají automobilky. Máte někdo jakoukoliv otázku na nás? Čemu už se pomaličku blížíme ke konci toho našeho panelu, tak cokoliv na téma kreativní průmysly. Tak my to ukončíme takovou společným kolečkem. Jedna věc, kterou byste si přáli, aby se stala, aby byla výsledkem toho mapování, který aktuálně děláte.
Možná začal. Tak mám.
No, já bych si přála, aby Ministerstvo kultury jako opravdu rozšířilo svůj záběr, aby nebyl průmysl jenom ten, který vzniká u firem, ale prostě bral v potaz, že kultura vzniká takzvaně zdola a že dost často ty lidi, kteří jsou kreativní, jsou zachránci kultury v regionech. Že bez nich by vlastně spousty věcí zanikly by budovy, nestaly by se památkově chráněný, zanikly by určitý tradice a zanikly by řemesla. Protože ty lidi dost často, bez ohledu na finance, ty věci dělají zadarmo a nejsou, protože jsou to dost často neziskovky, tak nejsou pohodlný pro instituce, nejsou pohodlný pro Ministerstvo kultury, protože jsou takzvaně netransparentní ve svém financování. Protože to nikdo nechápe, že někdo dělá něco zadarmo. Prostě ze svého vlastního přesvědčení pro svý sousedy a děti.
Můžu doplnit?
Cítím tady napětí a proto dávám slovo tobě.
Jako za mě optimální je, když to jde ze shora a ze zdola, protože i ty nástroje ze shora můžou být opravdu užitečné. Třeba všichni určitě znáte K-pop. Je to prostě věc, pro které se vyloženě korejské ministerstvo kultury rozhodlo, že bude podporovat, že na tom postaví svoji konkurenční mezinárodní výhodu. Na Ministerstvu kultury vzniklo oddělení K-popu, které podporuje třeba to, že vzniká infrastruktura, protože se investuje do hologramů, že se hájí zájmy v karaoke bárech. A protože ta logika za tím má smysl. Díky K-popu Korea jako stát se stala zajímavým cool místem na mapě světa. Takže vlastně i tady ten ze shora pohled, pojďme se najít něco zajímavého, pojďme proto vytvořit ty nejlepší podmínky, taky může fungovat a myslím si, že ta kombinace ze shora a ze zdola funguje úplně nejlíp.
Kateřina, symbolicky sedíš uprostřed. Adame?
Já bych si přál, aby, a už to tady zmiňovala Kateřina, aby to téma toho KKO, aby se to stalo opravdu všeobecně známé, aby i mezi těmi aktéry, aby si uvědomovali, že do těch odvětví spadají a že mají mluvit jednotným hlasem, ať už právě ke státní správě nebo kamkoliv jinam, protože ta jednota je vždycky důležitá pro to, aby jsme mohli společně čelit právě těm nějakým výzvám a problémům a tak dále. Čili pokud se na nás valí třeba nějaké nejistoty, a my víme, že jich tady bylo několik, covid, válka, a uvidíme, jak se bude vyvíjet vlastně ten technologický pokrok, tak bych chtěl, aby vlastně ti aktéři mezi sebou mluvili, aby nikdo nezáviděl tomu druhému, že dostal prostě víc peněz na svoje odvětví například, nebo aby ta nezisková a zisková část kultury jednala jako jeden aktér a aby vlastně jednali společně a měli tím pádem větší sílu a aby ostatní víc přijímali a respektovali to, co říká právě tady ten sektor, protože si to zaslouží, ale v současné době to ještě není tak akcentováno, jak by mělo být.
To znělo jako bílá vlajka míru. Díky moc za to. Já bych si přála, aby jsme u plánu pro kreativní průmysly mysleli nejenom na stávající situaci, ale na to, jaký bude svět do budoucna. A aby jsme designovali pro ne stávající stav, ale pro budoucí svět. Já vám každopádně děkuji, Adam, Kateřina, Dagmar, díky moc a loučím se s váma a přivítám zase Anešku s Jitkou. Pakuju vás pryč. Děkuju.
Tak děkujeme.
Aneška, Jitka. A vy musíte... Tak já budu mít mezi tím takový stand-up a než jim nadají mikrofony a zeptám se vás, co si ze dnešní konference odnášíte. Nechcete se podělit? Já vás jinak budu vyvolávat, takže je lepší, když se podělíte dobrovolně. Co si odnášíte? Děkuju. Když to řekneš, já to zopakuju. Tak jo, tak já to zkrátím. V tom shrnutí přijde mi bezva, že se tady sešly všechny možný obory, dokonce i design thinking v knihovnách. Skvělý. Kdokoliv další? Slečna ve žlutém svetru, děkuju.
Jo, mně přijde super, že tohle je jedna z mála akcí, na kterou pravidelně jezdím právě kvůli tomu, že si ukazujeme, že design je něco jiného než předmět a že to je hodně záležitost myšlení a tím pádem se propisuje do strašně moc oborů. Mm-hmm. Takže to je to, co si zase odnáším a jsem za to moc ráda.
Děkuju moc. A co třeba NIMA? Do you want to tell us?
The whole conference?
Yeah, what's your
The first thing I
takeaway?
take out of the conference is that this is, I never seen student-run conference like this at all. But yes, I agree with that. A way of thinking, not only universal design and inclusive design, but also design in general is a way of thinking. So yeah, I think that's what I take. That's my biggest takeout.
It shows that you are a professional speaker to have such a good kind of keynote closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Já myslím, že už máme mikrofony, takže děkuji, že jste mi pomohli to zaplnit, ten prostor. A už jsou tady Aneška s Jitkou, kteří představí ty videa, které nás čekají.
Tak sedni. Tak my teda začneme. Nevím, jestli mám začít já nebo ty, Jitko.
Klidně můžu začít já. Dobré odpoledne nebo spíš dobrý podvečer. My jsme moc rádi, že jste tady stále s námi a že jste tady byli celý den a přišli si poslechnout, co všechno se může skrývat pod pojmy univerzální nebo inkluzivní design. A my tady na závěr bychom jenom rádi s Aneškou shrnuli, jaká byla ta celá dvouletá cesta naše s tím tématem a jak se bude dál vyvíjet a jakým způsobem se do toho můžete zapojit i vy. A já jenom navážu na dnešní představování. Moje jméno je Jitka Smolíková, jsem manažerkou festivalu a pro ty z vás, kteří mě třeba zrovna nevidí, tak mám 1,70 m lisa, jsem žena a kudrnaté vlasy a sepnuté a na sobě mám béžový oblek. A předávám slovo Anežce.
Děkuju. Já jsem strašně ráda tady za tu možnost na závěr shrnout tohle téma, který je extrémně důležitý a díky, když jste říkali, co si z toho odnášíte, že přesně zaznělo, že design není jenom o konkrétních produktech, ale o způsobu myšlení, o tom, jak tvoříme, je to nějaký náš mindset. Já teda budu pokračovat v tom představování. Mé jméno je Anežka Řepík a vlastně jsem zapojená do toho projektu Design pro všechny. My o něm ještě budeme za chvíli mluvit. A nevím, jestli mám popisovat dobře, žena 1,70 m vysoká, tmavý vlasy, brýle na hlavě, většinou je mám na očích, teď je mám na hlavě, aktuálně kontaktní čočky a v 8. měsíci těhotenství. Takže to bylo takový asi rychlý intro, ale pojďme se pustit do toho, vlastně o čem všem byly ty 2 roky. Jitko.
My, když jsme vlastně více než 2 roky zpátky přemýšleli o tom, jaké téma pro festival vybrat a jakým směrem se chceme ubírat, tak vlastně v té době probíhala pandemie, zároveň se blížil konflikt na Ukrajině a přišlo nám, že je potřeba dát prostor designu, který bude lidský, bude ohleduplný, bude oslovovat různorodost a diverzitu okolo nás. A proto jsme se rozhodli věnovat právě tématu univerzálního designu. A musím říct, že sami jsme se za tu dobu toho spoustu naučili a taky to, že těch pojmů okolo je daleko více a že možná to téma mělo být nazvané úplně jinak, tak aby bylo přístupnější a nejen pro řadu designérů, ale i tu širší veřejnost. A protože jsme věděli, nebo cítili jsme, že v tom prostředí českém není úplně tolik akcentované a třeba jsme sami tápali s tím, když jsme hledali jako různé zdroje, podklady a na koho se obrátit, tak jsme věděli, že v tom nemůžeme být sami a že je potřeba se tomu tématu věnovat společně s někým, kdo jednak má daleko větší zkušenosti a má třeba řadu kontaktů, které nám mohou pomoci a taky s někým, kdo nám to pomůže šířit dál v tom českém prostředí. A proto jsme tedy pro spolupráci oslovili Centrum designu a architektury z Norska, Design and Architecture Norway, známe taky pod zkrátkou DOGA, a Kreativní Prahu. A společně jsme vlastně začali projekt, který se věnuje mapování toho, jak designéři, architekti v České republice tyhle témata vnímají a co můžeme udělat pro to, aby právě ta diskuze byla otevřenější a začala se více rozvíjet. A součástí toho projektu je mimo jiné konference, na které právě tady sedíme. Byla to také ale konference minulý rok v rámci festivalu a je to výstava, kterou můžete vidět až do 21. května na 61. budově tady ve Zlíně. A byly to také 4 výjezdy, 2, během kterých jsme vyrazili my do Norska, do Osla čerpat inspiraci a taky 2, díky kterým jsme mohli přivítat naše partnery a studenty z Osla přímo tady ve Zlíně. No a, a v neposlední řadě je součástí toho projektu také výzkum, který právě se věnuje mapování toho povědomí. A já musím říct, že osobně jsem strašně ráda za to, že jsme měli tu příležitost a tu možnost se tomu věnovat, že jsme měli možnost se navzájem poznat, objevit úplně nová prostředí a taky, že jsme díky tomu mohli vám se dneska přivést řadu zajímavých řečníků a hostů, ať už to byl NIMA z Deichmann Library v Oslu, nebo třeba Antony. Tak máme radost, že se to tak všechno hezky propojuje. Doufáme, že i vám to přineslo nějakou inspiraci a já si předám slovo Anežce, aby vám představila jeden z těch výstupů celého projektu a něco, co doufáme, že tady po nás ještě nějakou dobu zůstane.
Díky. Vlastně vedle těch výstupů, který teďka zažíváme, jsme tady na konferenci, tak to, co zbude po té konferenci, to, co zbude v následujících letech, bude tato webová stránka www.designprovšechny.cz a my jsme ji stavěli s tím, že 2 roky se věnujeme tomuhle tématu. Pravděpodobně se shodneme, že to téma je důležitý, že stojí nad ním jako uvažovat. Ale jako co dál? Co jsou ty další kroky, které můžeme udělat, abychom to téma přinesli do našich životů, do našich týmů, do těch projektů, na kterých pracujeme. A tak jsme ten web stavěli tak, aby sloužil jako nějaký rozcestník, jak začít. Proto tam přímo najdete sekci, jak začít. Co jsou nějaký malý krůčky, jak můžete začít nad univerzálním designem nebo designem pro všechny, jakkoliv tomu budeme říkat, tak co můžeme udělat, aby nás to nezahltilo, abychom se z toho nezbláznili nebo nespadli do nějaké frustrace, že to najednou nejde tak úžasně a skvěle, jak to znělo na té konferenci, nebo co jsme slyšeli od všech těch skvělých speakerů. Takže určitě budeme rádi, když ta stránka vlastně bude dál existovat, když tam týmy, designéři, marketéři, produktáci, projektáci budou hledat nějakou inspiraci. Je tam třeba i sekce, která se věnuje odborníkům, kteří se tomuto tématu u nás zabývají. Zároveň téma přístupnosti samo o sobě může být i velmi široký, takže tam můžete třeba najít někoho, kdo se vyloženě věnuje webové a digitální přístupnosti, protože je v něčem třeba specifický a jiný, než když řešíme prostorovou přístupnost. Takže ve chvíli, kdy někdo z vás by třeba chtěl začít a nevěděl, na koho se obrátit, tak my jsme takhle dali dohromady ty lidi, kteří se tím tématem u nás zabývají, aby byli dohledatelní. Jsou tam rozhovory, články budou přibývat, objeví se tam case study, který se třeba dneska slyšeli, o kterých mluvila Dominika Potužáková s panem místostarostou z Trutnova a řada dalších. Takže určitě to je něco, co je takový náš dárek pro vás a když nebudete vědět co a jak, nebo budete spadat do frustrace, že některé věci nejdou tak dobře, jak byste chtěli, tak se tam klidně neváhejte podívat. Případně, když vás něco napadne, že tam chybí a stojí za to o tom napsat, tak nám klidně dejte vědět. Ten web jen tak neumře, chceme ho držet aktivní, takže jsou tam i kontakty, na které se můžete obrátit, což budu teda primárně já, takže se toho určitě nebojte a prostě si s tím hrajte, experimentujte a vlastně jako uspůsobte to tak, aby vy sami jste mohli být hrdí na to, co děláte a že to děláte dobře.
Já jenom za mnou v průběhu dne putovaly různé dotazy k tomu webu a já jsem je odkládala na později, ať je zneužijeme nebo využijeme v téhleté části, tak jestli stále ještě platí, tak pokud vás k tomu něco zajímá, tak se klidně ptejte.
Zároveň ten web není dokonalý a když vás třeba napadne něco, co tam může být udělaný líp, tak taky dejte vědět. My si toho jsme vědomi, že některé věci jdou stále zlepšovat, takže klidně říkejte. A nebo jestli se chcete zeptat teď nebo potom, tak jakkoliv se na nás můžete obrátit.
Slečna ve žlutém svetru.
Budou i podcasty? Nebo je to nějak součástí třeba design kantýny?
Vyloženě podcasty samostatně neplánujeme, ale třeba teďka se tam objevily podcasty, které dělá Ondra Pol s Radkem Pavlíčkem, jmenuje se Bez bariér a ty se vyloženě věnují webové digitální přístupnosti. Oba mají vlastně to nejvyšší možnou certifikaci, která k tomu lze získat. Takže je tam třeba i sekce, myslím, že je nazvaná zdroje nebo něco takového a tam jsou přesně, kde najdete nějaký zajímavý obsah, ať už jsou to podcasty nebo díky spolupráci, domluvě s KISkem na Masarykově univerzitě, tak tam máme nějaké rozhovory, které dělali vlastně studenti KISku a týkají se přístupnosti, nebo jsou tam i, jak to říct česky, toolboxy, prostě takový jako seznam nástrojů, technik, metod, který můžete využít, pokud chcete třeba víc zaměřit na nějakou empatickou fázi nebo participaci, tak zase vás to odkáže na ty správné místa, protože vlastně ty zdroje jsou i u nás, jsou i v zahraničí, jsou tady ty lidi, kteří se tomu věnují, takže my jsme nechtěli vyloženě duplikovat ten obsah, ale vždycky vás to dovede k těm správným lidem, kteří jsou v tom třeba ještě mnohem větší experti, než jsme my sami a vlastně si takhle vzájemně chceme pomoct a dát o sobě vědět, protože myslím si, že nemá smysl si tady vytvářet něco a dělat, že jsme v tom unikátní, když bychom jenom posilovali nějakou roztříštěnost, takže vlastně i tady v tom duchu byl vytvářený ten web, abychom podpořili to propojování a nějakou mezioborovou spolupráci.
A já možná k tomu jenom doplním, že ještě co se týče podcastů, tak vlastně součástí Zlin Design Weeku je i design kantýna, kde podcasty nahráváme a třeba teď během festivalu se zrovna dvě nebo tři ty diskuze toho tématu týkaly, jsou i nahrané, takže potom určitě je budeme publikovat a objeví se na ně odkaz i tady na tom webu. Ale zároveň, kdyby měl někdo chuť začít tvořit podcasty, tak my rádi potom jako tady poskytneme platformu ke sdílení, protože asi tak by to primárně mělo fungovat, že nechceme vytvářet nějaký obsah sám pro sebe, ale spíš to nabídnout jako místo těm lidem, kteří už se tomu tématu věnují nebo chtějí věnovat a může jim to pomoct prostě ty informace sdružovat.
Nebo pokud chcete být hostem, tak se taky ozvěte.
Pokud chcete být moderátorem, tak těch taky není nikdy dost a vždycky jsme rádi, když máme nějaké jako do zásoby, takže možností je spousta.
Perfektní, tak já moc děkuji, zní to skvěle.
Tak ještě nějaký dotaz?
Tak my asi ještě jednou děkujeme těm našim partnerům, protože já myslím, že bez našich norských partnerů by toho nebylo tolik, takže to je jako ohromně cenná spolupráce a já vždycky strašně ráda jako podporuju všechny v tom, jako předávat kontakty, navazovat ty spolupráce, protože to je to, co jak můžeme z jiných regionů a teď jakoby mezinárodních přinést nějaký know-how sem, ale i mimo regiony ve smyslu Zlínsko a za hranice Zlínska, nebo to, co prostě děláme s Kreativní Prahou, takže to si myslím, že je jako skvělý, nebo to, co děláme mezi univerzitou ve Zlíně a v Brně s Masarykovou univerzitou, takže to jsou vždycky jako strašně pěkný propojení, z kterých vzniká něco mnohem zajímavějšího, než se to jako na začátku zdá. A já už teda mlčím a ty chceš říct ještě tady k tomu dotazníku.
Já už jsem ten výzkum zmiňovala, tak jenom tady nabízím možnost, jak se zapojit zrovna teď. Není úplně inkluzivní, protože je pouze pro ty z vás, kterým je do 30 let a jste teda designéři nebo architekti, a slibujeme, že pokud bude příležitost, tak my uděláme nějaký další výzkum a zahrneme do toho i další skupiny, protože těch informací, které by se nám hodilo zjišťovat, je samozřejmě spousta, ale pokud teď spadáte do téhleté kategorie, tak budeme moc rádi, když nám ten dotazník vyplníte.
Samozřejmě ten výzkum bude zveřejněný na webu, někdy asi v červnu, zhruba takhle, takže jenom ať víte, že když nějaké informace dáte, tak spoustu dat dostanete. Tak spoustu dat interpretovaných dostanete zpět.
A já myslím, že když poslouchám holky, tak já musím přidat pozvánku na jednu akci, která se bude věnovat právě inkluzivnímu designu a inkluzivní komunikaci, kde právě budeme s Marianou, je v rámci jednoho světa, odehrává se v kempu 18.5. a budou tam workshopy, jak si třeba napsat tiskovou zprávu, tak aby byla doopravdy inkluzivní. Tak jenom vás zvu, když už se tady bavíme o tom, jak podporovat tohleto dál a nenechat to umřít.
Budeme pak rádi za nějaké case studies. Tady.
Ano, všechno si nasdílíme. Jsem se naučila frázi mezioborová spolupráce a vím, že je důležitý zopakovat ji 3x do hodiny, aby jsme tady byli šťastní všichni. Každopádně nás ještě, než vás pustím, nás čekají za chviličku 2 videa.
Ano.
Pojďte mi dát kontext.
Je to tak, pokud jste pečlivě studovali program, tak jste zjistili, že jsme tady neměli sedět v tomto složení, ale v trochu jiném. Původními hosty tohoto panelu byli Thea Urdal a Herman Billet, kurátoři té výstavy Design pro všechny, kterou můžete vidět na 61. budově. Bohužel oni museli se vrátit do Osla dříve, než bylo původně v plánu, ale zanechali tady po sobě 2 videa, ve kterých představují svoji práci a zároveň i ty projekty, které pak můžete na té výstavě vidět. Takže my až tady skončíme a předáme pozvánku na večerní program, tak klidně ještě můžete zůstat sedět a podívat se na videa.
No a když už mi Jitka tak hezky nahrála, tak máme večerní program. Je to after party, bude se odehrávat tady vedle, kdybyste tam nemohli trefit, tak se kohokoliv zeptejte a ten vás tam nanaviguje úspěšně. Já každopádně chci moc poděkovat organizátorům konference, chci moc poděkovat partnerům konference, chci moc poděkovat hostům, kteří přišli a chci poděkovat všem, kteří se na tom podíleli, aby jsme tu mohli být. Takže myslím, že si zaslouží obrovský potlesk. A současně myslím, že je důležité říct, že Zlin Design Week nekončí, že pokračuje dál. Slyšela jsem tady něco o módní přehlídce a dalších super zábavných věcí, které se na nás ženou. Takže myslím, že by byla hrozná škoda to vynechat. A poslední myšlenka za mě, kterou mi připomněl Tomáš, když se přiblížil tady k pódiu. Ahoj Tomáši. Co jsem si napsala, je, že na světě je aktuálně 8 miliard lidí a my máme technologie, které nám umožňují mířit na každého z nás individuálně. Znamená to ale čím dál tím víc, že dostáváme personalizovaný obsah, dostáváme věci přesně na míru, dostáváme ten TikTokový feed, který jsme si vysnili, ale výsledkem je, že jsme uzavřený ve svých vlastních bublinách a že už vůbec nic nesdílíme a že tím, že dostáváme právě jenom ten obsah na míru, tak si ani neuvědomujeme, že tam bubliny jsou. A tak si myslím, že v tomhletom světě, který se na nás řítí, kde budeme čím dál tím víc zavřený v těch bublinách a vlastně těžko se nám bude cokoliv sdílet, tak tím největším skillem pro další roky bude právě empatie. A nejenom možnost vystoupit z té své bubliny, ale uvědomit si, že tam je a pokusit se jí porozumět a uvědomit si, že jsou věci, které jsou nám všem stejný, že nikdo z nás nechce být o samotě, že všichni z nás budeme starší a že možná někdo z nás bude bojovat s tím, že třeba má úzkosti a deprese a že to jsou věci, které prostě jako nejdou zahodit jenom proto, že do našeho feedu zrovna nepřipluli. Tak já mám takový jako přání, aby jsme se tady za rok potkali, a pak za rok potkali a řekli si, že ten rok jsme strávili tím, že jsme se otvírali všem a že jsme koukali za hranice toho svýho feedu. Já vám moc děkuju za to, že jste dneska byli empatický, že jste zůstali až do konce a že jste naplnili to, co znamená univerzální design. Děkuju.
A já možná jenom to ještě naruším, lehká organizační. A afterparty začíná oficiálně v 7 hodin. My jsme skončili o něco dříve, než bylo původně v plánu, tak zatím můžete ještě se věnovat občerstvení, kterého zbyla spousta. A tamhle můžete si užívat sluníčko tady venku, nebo využít chill zónu nahoře ve Skyroomu a potom v 7 hodin se připojit vedle na afterparty.
Tak jo, skvělý, dík.